everybody, and welcome back to the Best in Guild EU tournament for 2025. 52 guilds participating, 54 at the start. 52 now. We knocked out a lot of guilds yesterday. We have even more matches prepared for today. I am Blue Squadron, joined by my co-host and wonderful co-caster, Spid. You want to introduce yourself?
Yes, sir. We are back. It was amazing casting yesterday. Some incredible games. And can we talk about the Thronely fans versus Chaos match? Oh my God, that was crazy,
bro. It was so crazy.
Today, I think we're getting even better matches. What are you thinking?
I think we have potential to get better matches. I'm not gonna count my ticket, but. What was like 8 seconds was the difference in the Thronely fans match? I'm not going to pretend.
Seconds.
Okay, 4 seconds. I'm not going to pretend that we're going to get another match that close, but one could only hope as a caster, man. But we do have a lot of matches to get through today, so we're going to start our breakdown of those matches basically immediately. Let's take a look at the first match of the day. Is going to be Disaster Rage versus Chaos X. Disaster Rage, an early access guild from the Lightbringer server. It's Disaster Rage, Disaster Death, Disaster Envy, and Disaster Grace. When I asked them, hey, which guild is the strongest, they said all 4 are the strongest. I was like, okay, sounds good. We're RPing it. Alliance on the server, they think that they are the strongest alliance on the server. They have won 5 sieges, and their prediction for the whole tournament is first place. I'll let you do the honors for Chaos X.
Okay, not bad. We have Chaos X. We saw Chaos Q giving us a fantastic match yesterday, but they got unfortunately deleted. But Chaos X is bringing it back for the Chaos Guilds. Now, I don't know if it's this EU education, but they're saying early access Adriana. Adriana is a free-to-play server, so I'm not sure exactly what server they're on, you know. But they're saying Adriana server, their strongest alliance on that server, 3 sieges won, and their prediction is close to top 10. Now, Chaos did let me lose yesterday. I don't trust them to get me this win. I want to go with Disaster Rage for this one. What do you think, Blue?
If you're going Disaster Rage, you know the drill. I'm Chaos X all the way, then that's fine. But I will say that Disaster Rage winning 5 sieges like that, little scary. But I do think, honestly, after seeing Chaos Q perform yesterday, I actually have a lot of faith in this Chaos Alliance. So yeah, I am actually going to confidently go with Chaos X for this one, because I believe, looking at our second match of the day, we have ETH, and I keep wanting to say Ethereum, but like it's not. It's a ETH Reapers versus Final Flash. ETH Reapers, an early access server, or early access guild from the Penance server. ETH Reapers is the strongest guild in their alliance, followed by ETH Mana, Wolven, and Gang as well. And then I asked, are you the strongest alliance on the server? They said it's a 2-way between us and the other guild, and I was like, oh, that sounds exciting. But they said they've won 4 sieges, and their prediction for the tournament is top 10.
Yes, on the other side, we have Final Flash from the free-to-play server Ember, and their alliance is Final Flash, Black Sail, and Let's QQ. They're the strongest alliance, they claim, on the server, and they have 4 sieges won, same as the Reapers. Their prediction is top 15 to 25. Now, I heard that this is a Portuguese guild, so I'm gonna, I'm a Ronaldo fan, so I'm going for Final Flash for this one.
Yeah, when you say Ronaldo, you can't mean like F1.
What?
No, okay, all right. I just want to make sure.
CR7.
Okay,
on top.
No, F1. I could have sworn you meant Cristiano Ronaldo, but that's fine. It's okay. It's all right. So you're going with Final Flash, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, I'm ETH Reapers. That were all the way out. On the next one, honestly, one of my my favorite guilds in the tournament. Shin Noodles filled out their form. They're a free-to-play guild from the Pacalo server. They're the only guild in their alliance because on the form they said they don't believe in alliances, and they said we are the strongest guild on our server. We are not pussies. What was what they said? They said we don't believe in alliances. We don't believe in Zergs. We are just a guild. And I said that is crazy. So they are top 10 prediction for the tournament, and they are up against Brother Era.
Wait, am I seeing this correct? Strongest guild with 0 sieges won. Interesting. But yeah, Brother Era on the other side, free to play server. Is that card chars? I don't know how to pronounce that.
That's what that's what it said.
Their alliance is the Brother Era, Dodo Army, and Virtus. We saw Virtus fight yesterday, so let's see if Brother Era can pull up a better performance today. They're the strongest on their server. Sieges won are 2, and the prediction is we're a guild of beta bottoms.
Bro, that's all I can say is what they said on the form. Okay, like I was like, okay, I guess I'll write that in. I don't know, like I guess that's what they want us to say. So like that's what I wrote down. It is what it is. Anyway, I'm predicting Shin Noodles for this one. I know that they haven't won any sieges, but that's likely because they're not really allied with anybody, or they haven't been allied with anybody like crazy significant. If they have taken allies, so yeah, I'm going with Shin on this one.
So you're giving me the beta bottoms, yeah?
Yeah,
okay,
well,
sure.
I mean, it takes one to know one at this point. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, that's gonna be a fun match. Moving on to our next one for the day, as well. I think we have 10 of them today. KDS Red versus Error 404. KDS Red is a free-to-play Star Guild from the Starfall server. It's KDS Red, who is rank 1 in their alliance. Hacienda, Most Hated, and KDS Gray in alliance with one another. They say that they are rank 1 on the server, but they've only won 1 siege so far. So I'm not sure if that's because it's a really hard server or what exactly is going on there. Maybe they just swapped in, who knows. But their prediction is top 5 to 10 up against Error 404.
Yes, Error 404 on the free-to-play server Torrent with the alliance with Slayer and Improve. Now, they are saying that they are ass. And they have 0 sieges won, so I think they might be ass. But their prediction is, don't be the baddest. What does that even mean?
That's, you know, what? That's the EU education. I mean, do you mean the worst? Like, no, they said baddest. I was like, all right, I'm just typing down exactly what they wrote on the form. When I asked if they were the strongest alliance on the server, they said, no, we're ass. I was like, okay, well, I suppose that is what we're going with on that. And then the prediction, don't be the bad, just don't be the worst.
Which, I let you have Error 404 for this one. You gave me the beta bottoms. I'm giving you the baddest. Okay, so I'm going with KDS Red.
Yeah, I think they're underselling themselves, so I will absolutely take Error 404. Get out of my way. On the as long as I get to choose on the next one, I'm gonna go ahead and take Visceral on this one. Visceral is a free-to-play start guild from the Adriana's. I don't know how to tell you, bro. I said that's what you get. That's what you get. Visceral is either first or second in their alliance, and I said that's crazy because you only have 2 guilds in your alliance, and they were like, yeah, that means we're either first or second. I'm like, are you sure you're not third? They're like, no, we're not third. They said alliance strength on server. They said we're definitely in the top 6. I was like, all right, that's crazy, bro. Some people just didn't take the form as seriously. They said they've won 6 sieges so far, so clearly maybe they've changed up their alliance in the recent past to win 6 sieges like this, or they're maybe just spread out across multiple servers to basically dominate multiple servers at once. Who knows? But their prediction for the tournament is 4th place. So I'll let you introduce Dzen.
You set me up, man. You set me up. You knew I want a Visceral. But I will take Dzen. Dzen won't let me down. Their early access server, Rumi, alliance is Dzen N, Dzen R, Dzen T, and Dzen Sharks. I don't think the Dzen Sharks got the memo. And their alliance strength on the server is the strongest. 6 sieges won, and they predict they will be top 5. So we might get a good fight here.
Can we talk for a moment how the Dzen Alliance missed a golden opportunity? If instead of Dzen R, it was Dzen U, and then it was Dzen S instead of Sharks, it could spell out Dzen Nuts.
Oh
I mean,
my
I
god.
just look. I
you
feel
cooked,
like I'm sorry,
actually.
but like I'm saying, like they missed a golden opportunity with their alliance name, but it is what it
Holy.
is. I'm not gonna complain. We're taking Visceral on that one. We'll see what happens with that one. It could be a very good match. We will see. On to the next match of the day. We're gonna have a Royal Legion versus Prets, and I'm taking Prets on this one because they're my old BDO homies. Early access server, or early access start from the Arnet server. It's Prets, Praetorians, and Daggerstun. Alliance strength on server. They believe that they're the strongest. They've won 4 sieges. Their prediction is top 1 to 10. Some backstory lore on Prets is I believe that they were the strongest RU guild, and I did ask them if that was them that fought in the RU versus EU siege, like global region siege, which we don't get very many of in Black Desert. So it was kind of a momentous occasion, and yes, they did come out and represent Russia on that day as their strongest guild. So big props to Prets, and now we see them in Throne and Liberty as well. Just a group of god gamers traveling around together. I'll let you introduce Royal Legion.
Royal Legion on the other side, on the free-to-play server, Excavator. They are allied with First Class, Bread, and Bored Apes that we saw lose yesterday. And their alliance, they're saying, is the strongest. So I really hope they are actually stronger than Bored Apes. They have 2 sieges won, and their prediction is top 50%. I am, of course, ending up with Royal Legion for this. So Royal Legion, I believe in you.
All right, I promise you will get the next one. I promise you can pick the next one. You can pick the next one, but I had to have Prets, bro. I gotta have the original
It better
numbers.
be a good one. It better be a good one. I'm waiting.
Yeah. All right, Caliber XY versus Vikings on Shrooms. Caliber XY, an early access server from the Talus server. Caliber XY, Requiem, and Requiem North. And I just want to point out that Caliber is the guild that I went to, and I said, hey, what guilds are in your alliance? He said, oh, we have 2 guilds in alliance, Requiem and Requiem North. And I was like, wait, do you want me to change the name of your team to Requiem them? And he goes, no, we need to be Caliber. I said, well, you only have 2 guilds in alliance, right? He goes, yeah, we have 2 guilds in alliance. And I was like, so Requiem, Requiem North, and Calibers. So you have 3 guilds in alliance. He goes, yeah, we have 3 guilds in alliance. Bro, I can't. This EU education, bro. I honestly, it was like a 15 minutes conversation to get him to admit that there were 3 guilds in his alliance. Holy moly, what am I gonna do? They're rank 1 on the server. They've only won 1 siege, but they were too afraid to say where they were gonna place in the tournament. So take from that what you will. I'll let you introduce Viking on Shroom and then do your prediction.
Yes, we have Vikings on Shroom on the other side of the free-to-play server Bellandir. Their alliance is Birds on Shroom, whatever, and Gremium. Their strength is the strongest on the server. Sieges won 6 out of 6. Prediction is top 6 out of 10. And of course, I'm going to be Vikings on Shroom. I'm from Norway. We are Vikings. Vikings on Shrooms. Come on, get me this dub.
Yeah, okay, so you're Viking on Shroom. I'll take the Caliber XY dented people who can't even figure out how many guilds in their alliance. Honestly, I believe they can absolutely do it. It looks like our first match of the day is actually already ready, so we need to pivot back to them. We're gonna look back over at Disaster Rage versus Chaos X. I fully believe this Chaos Alliance showed up yesterday in a big way. Yes, they were the weaker guild against Thronely Vans, but I think that they showed their strategy, their shot calling, and how they entered the arena. Like, everything lined up for them. They almost won in our closest match of the day. They were cleanly the weaker guild, but they still almost came up with a win. This is Chaos X. This is the strongest guild in their alliance. I have high hopes for them in this match here. Tell me, why do you think it's going to be Disaster Rage?
Disaster, we have actually played against Disaster. They have really strong alliance, but I do think Disaster Death is the strongest guild, even though they're saying they're all equal. But so I'm going, it's a little bit of risk here, but I believe in Disaster Rage. They're gonna bring the Disaster down on Chaos. They won't have a chance. So let's get into it.
Yeah, absolutely. We are getting ready for our first match of the day here. We're gonna start the prediction here. Oh my gosh, bro, can I get one moderator that is online at the right time? Okay, I will start the prediction. It's okay. Make sure that you guys get your votes in on this one. We're gonna go ahead and get it going. There we go. Did it not? There we go. There we go. Thank you to the moderator that finally got that going. You're an absolute American hero. Well, European hero in this case, because you're on during EU hours. God bless you. God bless you. I personally think it's going to be Chaos X. You think it's going to be Disaster Rage. Let's talk about pick ban for a second. Chaos X actually won the coin toss, and they chose to ban which Disaster picked. Okay, which is actually telling for them. It's an interesting strategy, and that's why we have pick ban like this, is people don't always choose to pick. Chaos X actually chose to ban Kawazan, Malakar, and a Dentist, and Disaster picked Grand Alon, which I don't even think we got to see yesterday.
Grand Alon is an amazing fight. I actually had a bunch of fun fighting on Grand Alon. I think last time we were there, it's very rarely to see this map because you're fighting on one spot. There's only 2 entrances to Grand Alon, and the fight is just going to be in the middle here, so it's going to be really intense.
Yeah, sadly, the casters spawn in Narnia on Grand Alon, so we are in for a bit of a run for this one to try to get over to the fight as quickly as we can, but the match has loaded in, so make sure you guys get your predictions in. I personally think it's going to be Chaos X taking this home. I have a lot of faith in that Chaos Alliance after seeing what they were capable of yesterday, but Spid, not so much.
I mean, I am EU, you know. I know the best, so you guys gotta believe in me and that on whatever Blue says.
Yeah. You're the one that's supposed to be EU, but yet we came out yesterday and it was a 4-4 like win-loss. Okay. It does look like we have I forgot to put the names at the top of the screen here. My bad. It looks like this is Chaos X here in the red. Chaos X making it to the Riftstone first. And they are going to be waiting for their opponents over here.
So what you want to look at here, Blue, is you have one hook on the side of the stone. This hook is going to be really important to keep on lockdown for Chaos. And in front, you have the only entrance to the fight. In the back, you cannot enter the fight from the back. You have to go all the way around or use the hook. So it's going to be extremely big fights in these chokes.
Yeah, so I think that getting to the stone first is actually critically important on this Riftstone. As you now you can see, chat, is that you have to funnel through these major choke points here. You have to come up some rocks, but you're basically forced to funnel in through choke points here. There are grapple points on the backside of the rift here, but it's gonna be really hard without bubble for Disaster Rage to get in here. Disaster Rage diving in now across 3 chokes, and that is definitely the way that you want to do it off the get-go. You don't want to just come through one choke. Sadly, some of the bow users from Chaos X letting their flash wave go not into the choke point here, so not the best choke control that we've seen in this tournament so far. It looks like Disaster Rage is actually pushing their way in here. Chaos X starting to thin out a little bit, Spid.
Yeah, Disaster is doing a great job trying to get through these chokes, but they are struggling. They are getting clapped at those chokes. Chaos is doing a great job, but Disaster is pushing on. The hook, they're using the hook very actively. This is extremely important so they can get on their back line and starts getting into this cap.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, Chaos X holding on by a thread right now. But the interesting thing is that at this point, Chaos X is starting to thin out in terms of reinforcements here. Disaster Rage can actually just run back and reinforce from outside the fight and not risk themselves dying. But you could see Chaos X members trying to get up this ramp here, but all the Disaster Rage members are basically killing them before they can regroup to the fight. And this means that the Chaos X members are basically thinning out. Slowly but surely, you see the Disaster Rage starting to take over the dais on this one. Chaos X starting to lose control here, but they do get a group of reinforcements in via the grapple on the backside of the dais. That was really smart of them to go back around the other side. So Chaos X still holding control of the main platform here, where everything is just so important. Disaster Rage trying to flood in from almost all sides. You see this choke here is occupied. This choke here has people grappling in. This choke is the main choke over here as well. They've got just people trying to come in everywhere, and actually Disaster Rage starting to thin out here, so I have to give props to my boys over in Chaos X coming up huge on a big defense right there. Although their early defense of the choke could have been a lot better, they did manage to rally this, Spid.
Yeah, Chaos is doing an incredible job defending this. They were getting pressured and they were falling back. At that point, I thought Disaster X did have the upper hand, but Chaos brought it through, and now they're pushing them out again, and they're fighting on the chokes. You don't want to be on those chokes, Disaster. It's going to be really hard to get in here if you don't get the control. They should use the hooks a little bit more. The hooks are not getting guarded that good by Chaos. If they can make a big push through there, they can get in the back line and make a really good fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Some people are saying it's Disaster Death. No, so you might see some Disaster Death members in here, but this is Disaster Rage representing their alliance right now. Disaster Death actually got to go through yesterday on a team that basically got backed out of the tournament here. So this is Disaster Rage mainly, but they are feeling some members of their alliance in here. Keep in mind, only one player can play. If you are a solo player, you can only play once in the tournament for one team. So if they play for Disaster Rage, they cannot play for Disaster Death, and vice versa. But Disaster is absolutely able to fill the few members of Disaster Rage that were not able to show up today from this, just like Chaos X is able to fill from their alliance. Look at big knockup right there from Chaos X. Allows a lot of Disaster Rage to collapse down on them, but their health bars just don't seem to go down. Big W from the healers from Chaos X right there, as Chaos Rage, honestly, this is actually relatively close as far as Grand Alon goes. Normally, guilds really struggle to get through chokes. I think that this is a fault in Chaos X's game plan here. It does look like that Chaos X did manage to get a cap down. Mr. King going for a cap from Disaster Rage right now. Let's see if he can get it off. Marcus, are you going to stop him?
Free. Whoa.
No way, bro. Marcus is on union break, standing on the rift here, decided to go AFK, allowed him, Disaster Rage, to actually get the cap off on the point. Oh no, that's actually just tragic for them. But unfortunately for them, most of Chaos X is actually still on the Riftstone, so they should be able to squash that pretty quickly. But sadly, they should never let a cap like that go off when they have that many people surrounding this stone. That should just not be allowed. But big props to the Disaster Rage frontline for even getting that cap off. But you can see Chaos X was first one to the Riftstone, Spid, and look how advantageous that has been for them.
Yeah, Chaos is doing an incredible job again. However, they are going to get the cap here, but Disaster, one guy going in between 30 players and getting the cap is insanity. I know the job is on the tank, but guys, seriously, one person inside 30 and you're letting it happen, not a good job. But right now we're seeing a big pressure coming from Disaster. I do think Disaster will be able to get the cap back and hopefully bring this fight around, because Disaster, I'm rooting for you.
Yeah, it's not looking super good for you. I'll be honest with you. I'm sitting pretty. It's going to look at a 1-0 situation over on the Blue Squadron predictions today. So we're at 4-4 right now. It's looking like it's going to be 5-4 at the start of today, because Chaos X in a dominating and commanding position over the Riftstone at current time. Disaster Rage are able to get members in, though, so you can tell that the fight is actually supposed to be pretty close right now, because normally, guys, you're not able to push through choke points like this. I'm not sure. I think it's because Chaos X, you saw a lot of them were releasing flash waves way too wide, way too far outside the choke, and just wasting that major cooldown of choke control, and then weren't tornadoing Disaster Rage as they come through the major choke points. Maybe they just don't have enough bow users. I'm not sure, but either way, Disaster Rage is managing to get members onto the point here. It is not just a one-sided thing. Chaos X is really struggling to keep them off the dais, and I know that this looks one-sided, but on Grand Alon like this, anyone that's fought on this Riftstone knows that you shouldn't really be able to get a bunch of people onto the dais like this if you are convincingly losing the fight, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, the main issue that Disaster is having right now is they're trickling in one by one. It is a little bit of a run from the summon place, and the issue with that is that one by one coming in here, you're not going to make a dent on Chaos. You need to come in with big force from several of these chokes. Just trickling in one by one is easy food for Chaos right now. So hopefully we see a big regroup by Disaster so they can go and take the hook. The Chaos players have have an extremely strong team right now on the hook side that is just pulling players in. You can see it right now on the hook side. Look at these pulls. Look what they're doing to them. You cannot get up this hook without getting punished for it. They're doing a good job defending it, but Disaster does need a big regroup here.
I will say that Disaster is actually trying to get caps off. They're all, look at Chaos X, all grouped up in the corner right there, right next to the edge of the rift. Honestly, that's, again, Disaster Rage, just a little bit of AoE would have basically wiped the majority of Chaos X. It looks like Disaster Rage is going to get a cap off on the rift once again, and they have 21 people in here, and this should not happen. If you are the dominant guild on Grand Alon, you should be able to control these chokes pretty easily overall, but Chaos X not managing to hold control here. Yes, most of their guild is standing on the point, but they just aren't able to clear out this Disaster Rage members super consistently here. You see Disaster Rage coming up from the grapple points, as you said before, and they are basically able to free fire here as they come in basically almost from every single angle, and they're able to get their
Massive
guild
wipes.
Yeah, they're able to get their guild
right now.
onto the point right now. Let's take a look at it.
You should see right now, look at Chaos. They're struggling really bad. They're pushing back. They're not pushing those chokes anymore. It's giving Disaster free reign into the zone. Even though they don't have the cap right now, they're putting incredibly good pressure right now on Chaos. I do think if they continue this, they keep on coming in, Chaos will be put on the back heels and might lead to Disaster getting a cap here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that overall, Disaster Rage is doing a great job, but they just can't get enough boots on the point, sadly. They can't wipe enough of the Chaos X members, and this is actually just so impressive. This is the second alliance. This is the second time we've seen the Chaos Alliance in this tournament so far. And keep in mind, their first guild, a lot of spunk yesterday in that first match that we saw, bringing our closest match of the day up against OnlyFans. They were definitely the weaker of the two guilds, but their strategy on that particular map was what almost won them the match. It came down to the final 4 seconds of the match at the end of the day, but they ended up coming up short. But you can see that Chaos X, who is the strongest guild in the Chaos Alliance, comes out today, and you can see this strategy here is working for them. They have the strategy on Grand Alon. They know what they want to do, and they are executing. No, they are not executing perfectly, but they are keeping Disaster Rage at bay here with only 9 minutes left on the clock. I do think that their chances of winning this are looking pretty good, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, Chaos again is doing a marvelous job. However, we've seen again and again that once you need to adapt to what's happening in the fight. Right now, Disaster needs to learn what is working, what is not working, and play from there. The biggest issue that I've seen right now that Disaster is doing is they're coming in one by one. That is not going to work. They have to do good regroup here and push all these choke points together at once and get in the backline. I think they did a good job getting in the backline. They need more people into the backline, push them in so Chaos starts panicking a little bit, giving some space to Disaster so they can try to get a good cap.
Yeah, I think the Disaster's actually backed up. You can see them surrounding. Look at the minimap in the top right of your screen there. They're surrounding the point right now. I think the intent is to flood in from all sides, and that's exactly what they're trying. But Chaos X with really good choke control, this time knocking them all up on their way into the Riftstone here, and they just can't get out of those chokes, and that should be how you control a choke point right there. Tornado after tornado, flash wave after flash wave. Basically, your bow users are everything you need. Your tanks are holding them in that choke point. Your bow users hold them in that choke point. That was a masterclass right there. Sadly, some of the Disaster Rage members still push their way through. In the center here, they go around, they get through the other crevices in the nooks here, and Chaos X again really struggling to clear out the roaches from Disaster X and Kova, going for a cap on the point here, not going to find it, as Chaos X finally starting to keep them from capping just a little bit instead of just standing on Union break, as it were, as we saw before there. Again, Disaster Rage just streaming back to the fight right now. I liked their regroup before, but I'm not sure that streaming in one at a time like this is the play.
Yeah, they definitely need to do a little bit of bait here, baiting the cooldowns from Chaos. So once the cooldowns are getting baited, then they make these big pushes. And right now, the main issue that I see with Disaster is they're trying to even out their numbers on each push. What they need to do is have a majority of their numbers on one of the sides and bait the others with the smaller numbers. That way they can push in and catch Chaos off guard, because when you see Disaster actually push in, you will see that Chaos, they start panicking. They're not as good as holding the choke point as they are when the Disaster is just staying outside. So that will be a really good play that Disaster can do, but right now they definitely need another regroup.
Yeah, absolutely. Disaster Rage really struggling right here, representing that Disaster Alliance. Again, Disaster Death not going to get a chance to play in the first round, going to get a bye through to the second round of the tournament here, so at least one of their guilds will make it through. But Disaster Rage really struggling against Chaos X here. Granted, Chaos X is the strongest guild in their alliance, and I do believe that Disaster Death rather is supposed to be the strongest guild in the Disaster Alliance, even though they wouldn't necessarily admit it on the forum. That is basically what I was told. Disaster Rage doing their best here, but coming up short as Chaos X doing a much more solid job right now. Look at this line of members that you see across the edge of the zone here, keeping every single choke point at bay with each of their various statics here. Mr. King in the middle of everything, trying to be relevant, but they're ignoring him because he's a tank. They said, we don't need to kill you, then we need to kill your healers, we need to kill your DPS, and that's exactly what they did. Chaos doing a much better job clamping down control of the rift right now. Disaster Rage just can't find a way in, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, Chaos getting that stone early, getting inside of here is just so advantage, right? It's like being in the castle siege, waiting for them to just push in. These chokes are just extremely strong, and you can only get in with these 3 chokes, right? You can't get in from the backside, which leads to them just coming in and just getting grinded in when they push in by Chaos. So it's not looking good for Disaster. Time is ticking down. They definitely have to make a play on the stone, or I don't see them making any progress here.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Disaster Rage. Like, look at this. They're able to get people onto the point. This isn't just like a one-sided stomp. They're able to get people. Look how many people they have in on the dais at this moment. There's at least 6 or 7, 8, 9, 10 people on the dais right now, and forcing all of Chaos X back to basically deal with them as you see them all pull back in to deal with them, and then the rest of Disaster Rage trying to funnel onto the dais. So they are managing to get there, but I think they're just losing the skirmish. So yeah, they have an uphill battle pushing through each of the choke points. They can't just come through one major choke point. They will get absolutely blendered, which is why you see them trying to funnel in from all sides to the best of their ability. But they just can't win these small skirmishes, because once they're in, whether it's you know how it is, Spid. You only get 4 people from your static through the choke point. If you lost your healer, you lost your tank. Okay, well now you're squishy. Now you have no heals, you have no sustain, and you end up losing out on the rift itself. And Chaos has all of their static members basically sitting on the rift already. Their healers in a very comfortable position. Disaster Rage just can't get their healers up onto the rift stone in a reasonable amount of time. The spear dagger users from Chaos X basically just picking them off before they're able to get on the dais, and then the rest of their guilds basically just getting cleaned up, even though they're able to actually get through.
Yeah, Chaos is doing an incredible job just covering each of these points. You can see they are not panicking, even though you see that they are losing one side. They're not panicking. They're staying on their side, making sure that none of these Disaster can get into these choke points at all. Like, Disaster is getting through, but you can see they're playing so well. They're defending. Chaos is defending, doing an amazing job defending them, pulling them in, smashing them one by one. But now we see a huge group of Disaster coming in through the hook. This might be it. Can they get it, or will they lose?
I'm thinking they're gonna lose. Look at their health bars, though. This is what I'm saying, is that there's just no healing. Spellhaven's been up here forever. There's not a single healer here. Velocity, look at the health bars, just really struggling to get any sort of sustain down outside of their main, basically their main heals that their own class is able to give them, like their main sustain. Look at them just falling apart here. They can't get their healers onto the dais in any competent manner. So although Disaster Rage is able to get a fair amount of DPS up here, they're able to get their tanks up here, their healers just aren't able to get through. You see Major, barely catches a small heal there, boom, immediately goes down. And it's just Chaos X focusing down each target one at a time after the healers have already gone down. Look at this, almost none of the yellow health bars are catching heals on this one, and that's why, again, Chaos X just coming up huge. The targeting from this guild is winning them these small scale skirmishes, and that's something we didn't talk about a lot yesterday, was that targeting in static groups is so important. If everyone is focusing down down a tank, you're going to do way less damage than if you're focusing down the healer and then into the DPS players of the enemy guilds. So just knowing the enemy guilds, knowing the names that you're supposed to be focusing is so important. Feuding the correct targets and making sure that you're throwing DPS onto an opponent that actually is relevant and matters. It's just so important in these matches, and Chaos X is doing exactly that, because Disaster Rage is actually, they keep flooding onto the dais, but like none of their relevant members are able to get in here and actually keep their members healthy. Borzel over here keeping himself healthy, basically standing, doing what he can, using his own sustain to keep himself up at full health. But look at how many of their healers and everything are stuck in these choke points over here. There's a spear dagger user trying to back up there as well, but like again, they just can't get through. It looks like they're gonna get another cap down here with 1 minute and 18 seconds left on the clock, but it's looking like it's coming up red for this one. It's gonna be a 5-4 prediction for Blue Squadron, man. I'm telling you, Chaos X looking so strong in this round. I never doubted them.
Yeah, I mean, Chaos X is doing an incredible job. Like you're saying, these small statics are doing incredibly job just picking them off. You see this one team, Baff right here on the corner. He's just waiting for people to come up this hook so they can pull them all in and just smash them. You have 6 players beating 10 players because they know what they're doing, they know what they're waiting for, they're saving their cooldowns, and they're targeting the right players. It is just incredibly good show of power from Chaos here. They did take the L yesterday, but they are showing that they're not here to play. They're here to win. Disaster, it seems like they are going to be going down. I will be taking an L on this one, but again, good show from Disaster. I know that this is a tough map if you don't have the control. Getting through these chokes is really difficult, but Chaos did an incredible job.
Yeah, absolutely. Chaos, honestly, I think they did a good job. Incredible, I'm not sure. I mean, they let so many people through consistently here. Their choke control was just not there. Whether that had to deal with Disaster Rage's strategy being really solid on Grand Alon or not, Disaster Rage does come up short. And look at that leaderboard. It's looking like a lot of Chaos. Oh my goodness. You don't see the first Disaster Death member until number 17 on the leaderboard here. 1.6 million damage from Shaban there. The highest kills in the lobby go to Grid QD, which is a staff dagger. Very impressive to see a staff dagger to be rank 1 in kills like that. Let's take a look at the tanking. I don't believe that anybody got over 1 million. Although I could be wrong. I saw a couple 925k from Disaster Rage. Saw Zatai 934 from Climax. Yeah, those are our 2 best tanks in the lobby right there. Very close to tying the amount healed. Let's see it. It's almost certainly going to be a Chaos X member. Yeah, 3.2 million from Zaox. 4.3 million from Everything Is Bad. Again, another look at that, 5.6 million, and these are all Chaos X members. 5.6 million there, and again, their healers were just able to do more the entire match like that. So 5.6 million, the highest healing in the lobby like that. A good first match. Yes, it looked one-sided, but I think that had a lot more to do with the fact that it was Grand Alon.
Yeah, unfortunately, Grand Alon is one of those maps. That's why it's not picked very often, because once you get the control, again, those chokes, they are deadly. It's just impossible to be able to get your whole team in there, like you were talking about, making sure that your whole team is alive. If you lose a healer or you lose a tank, it's not looking good for you. So, I mean, Chaos, they knew what they were doing. They were really quick. They got there fast, and they made sure to hold those chokes, and that was just disastrous for Disaster.
It was kind of disastrous for Disaster, but that's okay. They still have more guilds in the tournament. Chaos X showing up big there with their top guild. Good fights to both guilds. Let's take a look over at the instant replay right at the start of that match there. And again, this is how important it is to start on the Riftstone like this. And again, you see Disaster Rage trying to flood in from all sides like this. You see all 3 choke points under pressure, but Chaos X doing a really solid job of basically locking down each and every one of those choke points for their team there. They didn't do a solid job the whole time, but on this one, you see them constantly knocking up their opponents, constantly flash waving, and basically just holding them in those tiny little choke points like that, Spid. It's just so important on Grand Alon.
Yeah, it's extremely good job from Chaos overall. I mean, I took the L. It's what is it? 5-4 to you.
That's right. You can't spell Spid without L. Well, I suppose that you can't. Yeah, I suppose that you can, but that's okay. Let's look ahead to our next match of the day here. Round 2 of the day is Ethereum or ETH Reapers versus Final Flash. And I think I've got ETH Reapers on this one, so I'll introduce them. Early access guild from the Penance server. They are the strongest guild in their alliance. They said when asked if they were the strongest guild on their server, again, they said it's a two-way between us and the other alliance. And I was like, very exciting. It's so exciting. If we get one more alliance in here, it's gonna get even more exciting. Sieges won. They said they won 4, and their prediction for the tournament is top 10.
Yeah, we have Final Flash on the other side from the free-to-play server, Ember, with the alliance with Black Sail and Less QQ. They are the strongest on the server, and they have 4 sieges, one where their prediction is top 15 and 25. Now, I went for Final Flash because I heard there are Portuguese, and who is the clutch masters of all clutch masters? It is Ronaldo. So Final Flash is taking this W. It's happening, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm about to farm you again. This is the freest W of my entire life. Hey, I think ETH Reaper is just on paper. And again, I don't know these guilds, but I will tell you right now, on paper and based on what they said on the forum, definitely the favorite here, in my opinion. I do think that ETH Reaper's looking good on this one. People are asking where Notorious is. Sadly, they did sign up for the tournament, but the guild ended up folding like a lawn chair before the tournament actually began, so they ended up backing out at the last minute there, so that's why you see them not listed in the alliance anymore. Sad, but it is true. We have the next lobby getting ready to go here, so we're gonna move over towards the versus screen. It looks like, thank you so much to my moderators keeping the predictions moving today, but ETH Reapers versus Final Flash. Okay, tell us, for those non-Portuguese background people, who is Ronaldo?
The GOAT, the greatest of all time, the best football player, about to hit 1,000 goals, 5 times Champions League winner, Real Madrid legend, Portuguese legend, the one and only, better than Messi.
Oh,
Yeah,
see, when you say football, I'm like, is he in the NFL?
Oh,
That's
my
crazy.
God,
I didn't realize, bro. I didn't know Portuguese
player.
players played football. That's crazy. That's insane.
We know, we talked about this. EU is better than NA. Who won the NA tournament? Who was it? Supple, Shuffle, Shipple? I'm telling you, Shin in 4.
Are you? Yo, don't you dare disrespect Supple to me. I swear to God, they will swap to EU and they will beat you in 3 weeks. God is my witness. They will literally make an EU guild and they will run you down in 3 weeks. Okay, that's okay, guys. Please. All right, look. I gotta back up, bro. I gotta be on that NA hype train.
Bring it on the NA ping.
I said, bro, I gotta be on that NA hype train, bro. I gotta support my homies. I gotta support my boys. I will say, for what it's worth, yes, EU has 52 guilds in the tournament, and NA only had 30, but that was NA East. I think NA West, if NA West has over like 20 guilds, yeah, I think that I think if NA West has over 20 guilds in the tournament, NA actually has a higher population than EU. Yeah, and then you're looking at, and I will say this, for what it's worth, in Black Desert Online, which is another PvP Korean MMO, which is also pay to win. Okay, so let's just be honest with ourselves. So similar in this case, North America has beaten Europe in every single PvP competition since the game released in 2016, and it hasn't been close. NA beats EU every single time, and whether it's a 3v3 or it's a 5v5 or it's a 10v10, whatever it is, we had the LA. They even came in for LAN. We flew these garbage EU players in. We still beat them in LA. So deal with it.
There's only one way to find out. One way to find out. Give us NA ping. We got this. Yo, AGS, set it up. Okay, let's do this.
Look, you have to understand that I have to avidly defend this. This is the only thing that North America is actually good at. If you look at League of Legends, it's not even a competition. EU just destroys us, okay? Like, if you look at StarCraft 2, again, they have Visceral. All right, they've got all the best players are basically EU players, like, except for maybe Clem. Like, we just get destroyed in every single other. This is what we have. Okay, yeah,
you
same
have
for
to create,
Dota too.
you guys created your own sports. You started creating American football, all this other random stuff, just so you guys can win in
Hey!
something, right? So I
Hey!
understand. I understand. You
We're
know?
the best at baseball too. Okay, Japan plays that a little. Okay, they count. All right, and we just happen to be better than them too. Okay, it is what it is. Look, you're just mad because you're losing. Just mad because you're losing. Let's talk about pick ban real quick as we're about to get into this one. It was Cherno, Talus, and Murokai were banned on this one. ETH were the ones that banned. Final Flash were the ones that picked on this one. And it does look like we are going to a dentist.
Yes, we already have Final Flash setting it up. Yes, I told you. This is why I believed in them. They're already set up around the stone, on top of roofs. They're ready to go. They're just waiting. Where are they? Are they going to show up? We don't even know. But Final Flash, they're on the roofs, ready to go, and nothing will be stopping them. At least they know where the stone is.
True. Better than our first EU guild yesterday, and y'all are staying EU greater than NA. They're like, look, you can't judge us based on our lowest members here. Final Flash in the yellow here. Sorry, I didn't get the Final Flash. There we go. Get the guild names at the top of the screen here. Boom. And ETH. ETH is not actually spawned in yet. Yeah,
they are
ETH
spawning
is
right
not
now on Portal 2. I see them now. They're
here
behind.
they come. ETH spawning in on Portal 2 over here, and they're all running in. It looks like they're going to go for the same rooftops. Final Flash getting caught flat-footed on this rooftop here. Look at the tanks coming in. They're saying, look at me. I'm a tank. Kill me. Come on, Ayamiya, kill me. They really want them to focus the tanks here. Final Flash, the rest of them flying over, trying to back up their boys on this high ground here. ETH fighting an uphill battle for the first engage like this one as both armies clash for the very first time. Look at the flank from ETH Reapers on the back line on the top left of your screen right there. Absolutely unreal as it's an all-out brawl in all sections of it. But it looks like Final Flash is coming up, is coming out on top, at least on the low ground. ETH Reapers did take the high ground, but at what cost? Look at all the yellow health bars still laying on the low ground, but ETH Reapers actually funneling back with their respawns are actually going to sandwich Final Flash here. They should be able to make something happen with most of Final Flash standing between ETH Reapers and their respawners. You can see them coming through in that field over there. Reboss looking for a heal on that low ground there, running for his life, saying, heal me, please, come on. Not going to get a heal from his healer right there. So the statics maybe a little flat-footed at the start here. Maybe he is the healer. No, he's just a bow, a poor bow dagger user. Still not getting, there he finally gets a heal from his healer. There we go. The statics starting to kick in now. That communication so important between each individual group of players to make sure that you're trying to keep people alive and in position and that everybody is playing together to the best of your ability. I'll be honest with you, Spid. Final Flash looking a little dominant here.
Yeah, Final Flash is doing a great job. They did a great job coming back on their back line. However, they took way too long, and you can see that ETH Reapers are just spawning in, and it's just an uphill battle for Final Flash. If I was Final Flash, I would pull back a little bit here. They're trying to fight for the roof. There's a huge fight going on the roof, but also fights on the ground, but they really don't want to give up this roof. So we'll have to see if Final Flash actually starts playing more defensively, or if they're going to try to push them all the way to the spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the rooftop currently goes to ETH Reapers, but there's only 3 or 4 people up here. Final Flash can move up and solve that problem at any given time. Most of ETH Reapers grouped up, and they're handling the front line of Final Flash. Look at the health bars from Hicks right there, starting to back up. Final Flash forcing them basically, or forced back basically against the wall now, and you see them getting pushed back in. ETH Reapers starting to rally on this one as Final Flash pushes too many people to the high ground to try to contest that, and now ETH Reaper is starting to take control of the low ground. Savannah getting very low as well there. Sonelion has to back up as he gets below half health for Final Flash as well. ETH Reaper's getting more people on this high ground. 47 seconds left on the clock here, Spid. I'm curious, you're standing right where I'm standing. That's fine. I will go to the low ground so that we have 2 different perspectives on the fight here. The low ground, honestly, kind of an all-out brawl. The tanks are basically all down here. Look at all the ETH Reapers on the high ground. From this perspective, it looks like Final Flash is kind of getting clamped down on right now. Look at these dive in right here. These are the tanks diving in from ETH Reapers, and here comes the backline DPS to basically push Final Flash into this corner like this. Oh my goodness, look at the ETH Reapers rallying here.
Yeah, Final Flash is doing a really good job covering the stone right now. They are on the stone, getting ready to take it. It's 5 seconds left. The Reapers are standing on the roof. There are a big fight going on at the stone right now, but can they actually take it? Who's going to win this fight? I do think Final Flash will have the advantage here because they were fighting way closer to the spawn of Reapers, but now it's going to be equal spawn side on both sides, and that's where I think Final Flash will actually shine.
Yeah, right as you said that, we saw ETH Reapers rotate towards the stone here. Mr. Death's actually going to get that. Oh my gosh. Dagger actually getting from Final Flash, a hero, stopping what I thought was a guaranteed cap from Mr. Death's right there. Looks like Raphael's going to go for another cap here. Can he find it? Dagger stops him again. Oh my gosh. He's the anti-capper. He's trying to stop a third one. Can he stop the third one? Does he have the cooldowns? I don't think he does. No. Wait. No, it's ETH. No. Yeah, he didn't have the cooldown to make that happen. ETH Reapers is able to stop that Digger, just running out of cooldowns to stop the cap right there. But fortunately for them, turns around and gets the cap himself. Look at the all-out brawl in the low ground. Final Flash actually winning out 30/29. Oh my gosh, a Dentist is an absolute slugfest, Spid.
Yeah, this is an incredible fight. They're equal numbers. They're fighting. They're brawling it out. But you see the Final Flash is doing a good job trying to get into their backline. They're trying to fight on each side while ETH Reapers are playing more like a closeout blob. I do think Final Flash have the advantage here, but you can see the numbers. It is back and forth, back and forth. Can Final Flash hold this? Like, they're doing an incredible job. You can see the spawns are coming in from the ETH Reapers. But Final Flash is there. They're trying to counter them, trying to clump them up when they come into the zone.
Yeah, 33/25, and they're climbing right now. 38%, contribution for ETH Reapers as they rally themselves in here. They also have high ground control as well, with 2 extra people on the high ground. So to have this many people on the point and hold high ground control, because keep in mind, these 3 players are not contributing to the point itself, and they're still winning with boots on the ground on the point, means they have higher DPS, they have a stronger frontline, their healers are just operating better. And I have to say, healer diff is a super important thing on a Dentist right now. Final Flash, although they looked really good for the first couple engagements here, it does look like it's coming up ETH Reapers right now, but it's super close as both guilds funnel onto the rift. It could go either way at any given point in time. I think that if Final Flash pops Guardians at some point, boom, it's gonna swing really hard the other way. So we'll see if they try to pop that really early here, or if they just kind of let ETH Reapers take the rift stone. I'll be honest, Spid, the strategy here, since it's close, Final Flash might just kind of delay this for a decent amount of time and let ETH Reapers take control of the rift, then immediately cap for themselves, and then just slowly let their percentage build over time, as we saw yesterday. And right as time is expiring, they take the rift stone from them. That is absolutely a valid strategy.
Yeah, there is a chance they might do that, but if you look at the leaderboards, you will see ETH Reapers are by far the stronger individual players, but Final Flash is playing really good as a blob themselves. So I do think Final Flash has the better shot caller, but the ETH Reapers individual power might be too much for them to handle right now. You can see that they're swarming in on the side. They're trying to take more and more of the circle, while Final Flash is trying to go more and more defensive. I don't know how long they'll be able to hold it, but like you said, they might have a chance if they let them have it now and try to slowly take it back after.
How in the world is Final Flash have more people on the point with a leaderboard that looks like this? What in the heck is going on? ETH Reapers killing them, but Final Flash is like the army of the dead, just running back on repeat. Holy moly.
Oh my god.
Like, oh my gosh.
What is happening?
41 people on the point. They're rallying back very strongly right now. Final Flash, I don't see them popping Guardians or anything. They're just running it back on them. And suddenly ETH Reapers looks like strongly or very convincingly the weaker of the 2 guilds. Whereas, like, 2 minutes ago, we were saying the same things about Final Flash. Final Flash looked like the weaker of the two kills for sure. Oh my gosh, 8 people just got shoved off the point right there. A hell of a shove right there from ETH Reapers, but just not able to follow up correctly here. It could be a spawn diff on this one, as one guild is spawning from point 2 and the other is spawning from point 1. Final Flash is just managing to get their members on the point just a little bit faster. ETH Reapers finally does find the recovery on this one, but Final Flash doing a great job of look how many health bars are just constantly on the point. You know, one thing that could explain this, Spid, is the fact that Final Flash might just have a super tank composition, and that would explain why the leaderboards, yes, ETH Reapers is doing more damage, but at the end of the day, the damage is not translating into any meaningful amount of kills on these tank players. Yeah, you can do damage to them, but they're too resilient. Yeah, you see SNS Juan, most of the players that I click on are tank players here. Is this a Spear Dagger? Okay, Spear Dagger is not a tank player there, but I've clicked on, okay, say what you will about Bow Wand, it's a tank, okay? It is obviously the best healing spec in the game, but you also see the highest tank stats out of those people almost every time as well. So we expect the healers to have really high tankiness here as well. I think this is just a compositional diff for Final Flash here, allowing them to basically look at this swell onto the point when their DPS actually performs. They probably have a lower amount of DPS players, but when they're actually performing, they're able to get big swells like this on ETH Reapers.
Yeah, I mean, like you said or mentioned earlier, this is extremely important for ETH Reapers right now to target the right players. When there is heavy tank heavy and there are people that can survive for a long time, it's incredibly important to target those DPS, target those squishies, because right now it is an extremely even fight, but the numbers are going back and forth. But again, when Final Flash comes back with the spawn, they suddenly are way stronger at holding the point than the ETH Reapers are. So right now, extremely close, 70 to 70, but ETH Reapers have doubled the numbers. I do think this might go to the ETH Reapers.
Yeah, so ETH Reapers kind of battling back one more time. They're starting to figure out this composition, and I gotta say, Spid, if you are running a tankier composition like Final Flash probably is at this point, target acquisition is super important for Reapers. Basically, if you wipe out the healers, you wipe out those bow users, you wipe out the Spear Dagger users, and you just target down the DPS, the tanks just can't stand as tall as they probably should, and eventually you overwhelm them like we saw ETH Reapers do there. They do manage to get the cap down, and with 7 minutes and 50 seconds left, Final Flash is looking a little dire here. They're trying to go for Chance is looking for a cap on the Riftstone right now. No, he's going to get knocked off right there. ETH Reapers doing a solid job of buying themselves time. I'll be honest with you, if they allow Final Flash to get the cap here, they have plenty of time to flip this cap, and if they do flip the cap, it's over. ETH Reapers will not have enough time to flip it the other way, so Final Flash trying to get that cap down as quickly as they can, because they know they can slowly build percentage over time, and they will beat ETH Reapers with that slow percentage builds over time. They will hit 100%. It's only a matter of time for them, so ETH Reapers needs to buy themselves as many seconds, as many minutes as they can. Their front line, basically everyone's eyes are on that cap right now, trying to keep them from getting that cap off. It's over 50, it's over 60, it's over 70. No, they finally interrupt it one more time, but every single second that ticks by right now is basically shutting the door on Final Flash's chance to kind of bring this back. They can't just play this slow long-term game like this. I love how ETH Reapers was standing on the high ground right there, and one of the Final Flash tanks said, no, get down here. He pulled him right back down onto the rift like that. He's like, no, you're supposed to be down here. Final Flash flooding onto the Riftstone, but again, no caps going on. Finally, we see Chance step forward and try to get a cap off one more time, but oh man, that's going dangerously high. 60, 70, nope, gets interrupted one more time. ETH Reapers doing such a good job, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this so many times on this Riftstone that it's incredibly hard to get this capture off when a guild has control. Final Flash has more players on the stone, but the tanks from ETH are punishing the other tanks. They just cannot get a capture. It is extremely important to get it. Did they get it? Oh, yes, they did. They have 6 minutes. It took them around 7 minutes to get the cap earlier. I think Final Flash can bring this back. They have so many more numbers, almost double the numbers. They have to push this right now. They have to play smart. They have to have people standing closer to the spawn of ETH Reapers. ETH Reapers should not get such a free run back into the point. If they can get a team up here, stopping their and staggering their spawn, I do think Final Flash can take this.
You know, one of my favorite things, Spid, is always reading chat. Whenever the winning guild is, you just input that guild name, and then people just say that they're cheating. So it's like, oh, they're scripting, or oh, they're macroing, or oh, they're cheating, they're RMT, whatever it is. Just put, it's like excuse bingo in the chat right now for why ETH Reapers can't win, or why they are winning, or whatever it is. We've always got to make up some lame excuse for why one guild is losing and one guild is winning. But at this point, I'm gonna be honest with you, Final Flash is building that percentage super quickly on this. And again, this is what I'm saying, is I don't think that ETH Reapers is strong enough to keep Final Flash from building that percentage quickly like this, because even if Final Flash loses control a couple times, they will slowly but surely get this cap. It's not like ETH Reaper, it's not like before where ETH Reapers can beat them to 100%. No, ETH Reapers is not allowed to have a percentage at all here. If Final Flash reaches 100%, it's going to flip the other way. You'll notice there's only 4 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. I'm not sure that ETH Reapers will have enough time to flip it back. 45% already at 4.5 minutes for Final Flash is looking very good, especially since that was 1 minute of progress for their guild, Spin.
Yeah, I mean, they had a really good start because ETH was not ready for it, but you can see right now the ETH is getting a lot of numbers on the point. However, like I said, Ronaldo lives best in clutch moments when he's down by 3-0.
Oh, this
and
guy.
This is why I think Final Flash will bring it back. You can always look at the charts. You can always look at the numbers to see which guild is better. Sometimes you gotta vote with your heart, and I think Final Flash will take this down.
Personally, I always liked Peyton Manning as my favorite football player, but it is what it is. Final Flash actually diving onto the point right now, still only at 41%. So say what you will, ETH Reaper doing a great job of battling back here and keeping Final Flash's percentage on the point as low as they possibly can. You can see all the red health bars basically funneling in, and I love to see this commitment out of both guilds. You don't see almost anyone on a high ground whatsoever, and as I say that, you see Zolas here. No, he just dives right in there. Dino is on the high ground here for ETH Reapers, but for the most part, basically every single player is contributing to the point. Every single player wants to win here, and they know how important it is to keep that percentage low. Look at this. Final Flash actually starting to run out of time here. Under 3. We start to tick down under 3 minutes right now, and they're looking at 20 under 41 right now. ETH Reapers rallying hard into the final 3 minutes of this. Final Flash need to pop Guardians and go.
Yeah, it seems like ETH just popped their Guardians. That's why they got that incredibly push. They've wiped almost half of them. But if you're looking at the respawn, it is actually astonishing to me that there's nobody stopping ETH Reapers respawn. They're just continuously running in. They didn't even send one player. They could send one crossbow dagger player, anything at all, just to stagger the spawn, stagger the stamina, but there's absolutely nobody stopping them. This should not be happening at all. This is the main reason they're going to be struggling here. Just the small is not enough. They need a huge wipe here, a huge kill, and then they need to make sure they can't get back.
2 spear dagger players probably just stop all of the respawns by themselves, let's be honest. But look at this, 36. Look at this flip for Final Flash. 2 minutes on the clock right now, and Final Flash is trying to rally back one last time in this match. Can they do it? Minute and 50 seconds, Final Flash doing what they can to try to get as many people on the point as possible. They're only at 38% though, and it is falling again. ETH Reapers somehow, some way, again, Final Flash got over like 80% on their first cap, and then were shut the door on by ETH Reapers, and somehow ETH Reapers keeps managing to out-skirmish this Final Flash guild right now, and Final Flash just doesn't have enough people. 40 people standing tall on the point for ETH Reapers. Spid, I think they're gonna hold it.
Yeah, it's looking really good for ETH Reapers. It's now or never for Final Flash. They have to make a huge pull. They have to push through. They can't stay on their side. They have to push through and wipe all of them. That's the only way they can take this back. They have to play gutsy. They have to play aggressive. If they don't do it, just say bye-bye to the tournament.
Yeah, where's the Guardian call? We're under a minute right now. They're just not going to have enough time. ETH Reapers starts their taunting in the chat. It's just not enough. 39-30. Final Flash just doesn't. They thought that they had the composition. They thought that they had enough damage. But as it turns out, I believe if you bring too many tanks, you just end up losing the overall skirmish like this. And look at the healers from ETH Reapers keeping their health. Almost every red health bar on your screen is full, with the exception of 2 or 3 right now. The healers from ETH Reapers doing a great job. Only 20 seconds left on the clock. They do relinquish control, but it is way too late for Final Flash to make anything happen here. A close match, a back and forth, but I have to say, ETH Reapers coming up huge in this one. We thought that it was going to flip back the other way, almost certainly. They got up to 31%. It's not going to be enough time. ETH Reapers will take the second match of the day against Final Flash. And what is that now? I'm 6-4? I'm 6-4 against you now? Look, look. For those of us counting at home, the North American caster is beating the EU caster in predictions. Okay, I'm just saying. Whoa, 4 million damage for ETH Reapers Nerlin. I think that's the highest damage that we've seen so far in the tournament period. 4 million damage on a spear dagger is absolutely insane. If you look down, let's look at the tanks right now. 1.5 million tanked for ETH Reaper Arcus Salutis. Right there, 1.9 million for Zanelensky. Right there, 1.9 million, the number to beat. Another 1.9 million for Sibirsky. Right there. Sound like some Russian names. Maybe they're a Russian guild. Could be, possibly. 5.7 million healed for Vino Milo. 8.1 million healed for Zyberisky. Oh my god. Okay, so this is guys, I just want to say, I said it during the match. The bow wand user has some of the highest damage tanked in the match, and also has the highest damage healed by a tremendous amount. Okay, look at that. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Bo. There's nothing wrong. Bo's fine. Bo's looking good, guys. Don't even worry about it. Flash Wave is a flying skill. Malon's 4.8 million. Dragon Snakes, who? Again, the 8 million healed looks like the highest in the match. Oh, no, 9.8 million from yet another Bo Juan user. And again, he had 1.2 million tanked as well. Holy moly. And again, 1.5 million from the healer right above him as well. Just unbelievable amount of tanks. And this is what I'm saying is, bro, healers are also tanks, Spin.
Yeah, healers are absolutely tanks. It's almost impossible to kill healers these days, man. You need to pull up with your whole team. But that was an incredible match. I think if Final Flash were a little bit better at the start when they were neck to neck, I think they could have gotten the victory. But the Reapers ended up slaying the Flash.
Yeah. And well, I'm 6'4" now, right? I'm 6'4"? I just want to be sure.
Yeah, but I was voting with my heart, okay? Not with my mind.
Okay, buddy. I always vote on what's supposed to be the underdog. I let you. That was one of the ones you chose.
No. Yeah, but
you chose
it was for
that
Ronaldo.
One.
It was for the Ronaldo. Come on, man.
Yeah, well, that's what you get for not choosing Peyton Manning and the Colts as your favorite football team. That's what you get. It is what it is. We're looking forward to our next match. Again, we have to keep things moving today. We have 10 matches to get through today. That is more than yesterday. It is Shin Noodles versus Brother Era. Now, some people in the chat said that Shin Noodles does have an alliance. Maybe they're just incompetent at filling out the form, but they did say we think alliances are cringe or whatever on the form, if I remember correctly, when I was filling it out. But Shin Noodles here, representing themselves in the tournament. Here, they've won no sieges. Their prediction is top 10. And again, they're one of my favorite forum filler outers. Mainly because, again, they were like, yeah, alliances are cringe. We can do it ourselves. And then, as it turns out, they might have 4 guilds in their alliance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. We have Brother Era on the other side. They are allied with Dodo Army and Virtus, which we saw fight yesterday, first in their server, 2 sieges won, but they're a guild of beta bottoms. And
Hey, that's what
gave
they
them to
wrote,
me, but
okay?
I think I should get Shin noodles here. I'm gonna be honest.
Wait, why?
Yeah, you know,
Okay, all right.
I feel.
I
feel like
will have mercy. I will have mercy.
Thank you.
You can have
Okay.
Shin noodles. I will take Brother Era. I am okay with that because I'll be honest with you. You're
You're
going
bad
to
about
win.
them, that's why.
Brother Era is going to win. Also, yes, I played Witch and Black Desert Online for a long time. Look, I'm a switch hitter, okay? If this was League of Legends, it would be a fill roll. Okay, I'm Phil. All right, I could be a
All
top,
right.
I could be a bottom. All right, in this case, I can
You're
represent
the
the
bottom.
bottoms. We're power bottoming over here in Brother Era. It is what it is. I'll take Brother Era for sure because they're going to win this match. Shin Noodles again. I just like the way they filled out the form. I just baited him one more time right there, unless he knows something that I don't. Super power bottoms indeed. We have the next lobby almost ready to go on this one, so make sure you get your predictions in for this next match here. What makes you think that Shin Noodles is actually going to win?
You know, the only reason I'm going for Shin noodles here is they call themselves the strongest guild, but they have 0 siege dubs. That tells me nothing and something at the same time. And Brother Era already has another guild competing in the tournament, which will automatically should lead to them being a bit weaker. So, yeah, I'm going for the noodles.
He's taking another L. Look, all I'm saying is Brother Era gonna take this one all the way home. We're waiting on just a couple more people to join the lobby from this one. Let's see. Yeah, we got Brother Era right here, and looks like they are on representing the red team. Let's talk about pick ban for a second. I assume Lucy sent it to you. I'll let you talk about it this time.
Yes, we have the pick ban. So the winner was Era 1 and the Shin Noodles band. They picked Azrael and they banned Kovazan, Malakar, and Adentus. So we're going to Azrael. Massive capture point. It's going to be incredibly important which respawn they're going from. But we've seen a bunch of amazing fights on Azrael. Yesterday was crazy. Today we might get even crazier fights.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, Azrael is a Riftstone where you have to have played war games on this. You have to have practiced on this map to understand that the respawn point here, you need to know which respawn point you're constantly going to tell your guys to take, because if you tell them to take the high ground respawn, which is kind of like the natural one that people are used to based on, like, if you play the Riftstone out in the world, that's kind of like closest to where you would normally spawn. And so I think that's where people naturally kind of gravitate towards, but it is the longest run distance of the three. So you really don't want that to happen. First one to the Riftstone here, I do believe has a slight advantage, but it doesn't really mean very much, as you can just basically funnel people onto the Rift where you're able to. Again, our closest match of the day yesterday was on Azrael. So I am excited to see what we're going to see here, Spid.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I really hope the Shin Noodles brings it home for me. I really need this W. Shin Noodles, if you're not going to do it for yourself, please do it for me, okay? I'm down bad right now.
Especially since I chose Shin Noodles, and you're like, no, I want Shin Noodles. I'm like, okay.
I definitely need that to win now.
If you lose this, you're going to look like a clown. Like, all I'm going to say is all of chat will be immediately justified.
Yo, Klaus, you got a spot for me in the guild? Please, man, let me join.
Yeah. All right. So we'll see who is first to the Riftstone. I do see Shin Noodles spawning in on point 3 over there already. They're all spawning in immediately on point 3. It looks like they're probably going to get down here first. I don't see Brother Era spawning in on either or on any of the spawns quite yet here. But again, yeah, here's all of them flying in right here, chat. Look at that scene right there. I love Throne of Liberty's large-scale PvP. Look at that, bro. I personally, I know that the morph thing is super controversial. It's a little off topic. I know the morph thing is super controversial, but I think it helps make the MMO super unique. I think every other MMO has mounts and stuff. I think the morphs is are really cool. That's kind of a hot take. A lot of people are like, oh my god, I hate the morph. I actually love it.
I was against the morph at the start. I did like the mouse, but I think it's very unique. It's innovative, and they actually did it pretty good. So I am enjoying the morph myself.
Oh my god, somebody just timed out for 86,000 seconds. Mods, you can probably tone that down a bit.
But did he spam? You can't spell stupid without spit, or what?
Yeah, he did. But like, come on, 84,000 seconds is crazy, dude. The dude's gonna be timed out the next year. Shin Noodles, actually, look at the separation right here. Shin Noodles has their flex team, and normally, guys, if you don't know what a flex team is, this is like the flank squad. These are the people that come in from behind on this one, and they're standing over here on these rocks just in case where Brother Era is going to spawn. Looks like Brother Era did spawn up at point 2, so they're gonna have to come in and meet them here. Brother Era.
Wait, they're on 3. Brother Era's on point 3.
I'm sorry, 3.
On top
Yeah.
of the castle.
Yeah. I meant 3. But it looks like Brother Era is going to come in on 3 here, which means they're going to have to come down these steps or fly down over here. I actually think that the best way to approach this, and Gretton would know as well, is to kind of step up to the edge here, and then you drop down immediately. If you try to fly down into the courtyard right here, you end up with a lot of resistance. You end up kind of getting Baja blasted on your way into the courtyard, as it were. So I think dropping down there on either side and then having your tanks maybe come down the ramp might be the best approach for Brother Era here. But 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, and Brother Era has still not chosen to take the first engage quite yet. There actually
the flex
are 4
team is
members
fighting up here. We have a huge fight right now with the 6 of the flex team players fighting the whole Brother Era. I don't know why, maybe keeping them busy, but they're just getting wiped out right now.
Yeah, but yeah, Brother Era, or Shin Noodles rather, getting a little antsy right there on Brother Era. Brother Era wiping out that flank team that I was talking about before. I'm not sure why they engaged that high ground like the Dothraki and the Long Night up there, but they're all going to immediately die as here comes Brother Era down to the low ground here. Oh my goodness. If they get engaged on, no, Shin Noodles is on union break. I'm not exactly sure why they're allowing this to happen. I would slam into this immediately, but Brother Era able to get their feet on the ground and letting themselves posture. Shin probably just waiting for their flankers to come back to the fight, buying time, and that's exactly what they're doing. Look at the flankers behind the fight. Brother Era takes the engage. Look at the beautiful flank out of Shin Noodles. Holy execution, Batman. You never doubted them for a second. What a beautiful flank. Excellent idea to basically buy time and let the flankers come back, bait Brother Era into that courtyard like that. Absolutely textbook. Beautiful play for Shin Noodles. We'll see if they can win that. It looks like they are going to clean up most of Brother Era on the low ground in a very dominant display of shot calling prowess right there. That was 100% a caller diff, Spid.
Yeah, that was an incredible play. I mean, the second I saw that flex team running in, I was like, I made the right pick. It absolutely perfect. They waited for the big blob to engage, then just immediately pushed in their back. And from there, it was just GG.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Shin Noodles dominating the point right now. 5 or 6 people fighting over here. You're covering the courtyard for us. And you see there's another skirmish going on over there as well. But again, Shin Noodles just coming up as winners in basically every department. Attic over here is like on, look at this tank POV. He doesn't even have it. He's just doing laps like it's an F1 race.
He's ready for the 15 seconds. He's getting ready. He's getting ready to get that cap.
Yeah, he is ready for the cap in the next 15 seconds here. He getting ready to go right now. Shin Noodles with just the people to spare right now as Brother Era is just getting blasted in the courtyard over there. And again, I think that they were shook up a little bit on that first engage. I do not think that they were ready for that level of organization. It looks like Struck is going to take the cap here for them as Shin Noodles is just going to keep 1 or 2 people on this point in all likelihood. Brother Era is funneling in from point 1 over there and getting caught in this choke. Look at them getting caught in that choke like that. Oh my goodness. Not what you want to see coming out of Brother Era right there. Again, they need to just back up and try to regroup on this. Shin just playing together better as statics as well. In addition to having better coordination as a guild, you can see their statics playing so well with one another because they're winning these small scale skirmishes, and that's usually what that entails. Let's take a look at the leaderboards. You expect it to be coming up like a lot of Shin Noodles members. Holy moly. It's looking like very noodly kind of fight. You might have been right about this one, Spid.
Yeah, it seems like Brother Era is fighting on the left, fighting on the right, on the top, on the south, everywhere. But the point, I don't know what they're doing. They definitely need to regroup here. They're getting blasted in the choke. They're getting blasted on the back. They're getting blasted when they just fly down from the top. It's not looking good for Brother Era. They need different strategies. They need to come from different areas. They need to be able to counter the flank from Shin Noodles. Right now, they're not even close. They're so far away from even even the capture point, I don't know. Do they even know where to go? Where the
they know where to
What is
go.
happening?
It's just the comms right now are them screaming like it's Saving Ryan's Privates in that movie. Like they're just screaming for help right now. They're just getting absolutely bodied by the Shin Noodle lineup right now, running for their lives. Brother Era honestly needs to regroup. I think, again, only half of them are making it into the courtyard. The other half are basically respawning and running back in, and they're just getting Baja blasted before they can all even regroup with one another. I really do think they need to back up and regroup and try again here. I think that they would look a lot better if they didn't let the Shin Noodle squad flank them in the back like they did before. They spent a while, to be honest with you, Brother Era had the correct play initially. They said, okay, well, we're just gonna stand here, we're gonna kill their flank squad, and then we're gonna fly down, and then we're gonna engage again. But it took them too long to get back into the fight, and the Shin Noodle flank squad was able to get back into position perfectly on them, and then hit them where it hurt right there. So I think if Brother Era kind of lines that up one more time, doesn't get flanked on, I actually do think that they stand a chance of winning. But as it is, they've had these staggered spawns since that engage happened, and it's just not working out for them. You can see how many of them are stuck in this choke, or maybe running around right now, and you can see Pariah over there doesn't know what to do on his bow staff right there. He's like, I don't know if we can actually win this. Shin Noodles prairie dogging their way out of this choke right now, poking out, getting some kills, poking back in again to try to keep control of this choke, but also laying dominance on the table. Look at the rest of Shin Noodles, basically keeping any flankers from Brother Era outside of from even remotely capping this point right here. But ironically enough, this is allowing Brother Era to group back up, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, Shin Noodles, I am extremely surprised of how well they're playing. They're doing textbook everything. They're standing, playing aggressive on the choke. They have a really good back flex that is getting into the backline, fighting everywhere, fighting perfectly, doing really good pulls, playing with their statics. This is really incredible. I think Shin Noodles, I didn't know about Shin Noodles, but I think they will go pretty far in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm thinking back on that engagement, and I'll be honest with you, Shin Noodles, that was pretty easy for Brother Era to handle if they had just thought about it correctly. If anyone from the Brother Era backline had just turned around and tornadoed the choke, they would have been fine. They just blast out all of those spear dagger players immediately, and everybody just keeps tornadoing them in the choke, and then you take the main engage as you're supposed to, and all the flankers from Shin would have just died immediately. Sadly, no one responded from Shin. They ran straight through the choke and got the flank off the way that they wanted to, and now Shin has been showing dominant in this one. I'm not sure it necessarily would have mattered, as now Brother Era has had a chance to regroup multiple times, and they're just getting routed each time, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, I usually don't say this, but I do think they have to take the spawn inside the castle. They're just getting absolutely demolished in this choke. There's nowhere for them to get through. They can't run around. Now they're regrouping on the other choke, so they're about to engage. Let's see how this fight goes. But if they lose this fight, they definitely have to think about a different strategy here.
Yeah, this is not necessarily what you want to see. Look at all the flash waves get wasted immediately from Brother Era. That means they're going to get absolutely turboed. There's the cue to engage from Shin Noodles. Look at them just run in and run down the Brother Era team right here. The bow users just inexperienced from Brother Era, basically throwing out flash waves over about 3 or 4 tanks. It did almost no damage, wasting their primary cooldowns, and then Shin Noodles just swept in with their flash waves and their flankers and just swept up the fight. Really rough situation, although Brother Era did manage to actually sneak a cap off on this point over here. You see 3 tanks fighting valiantly on the point over here, but I'm not sure that it's going to matter too much, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, Shin Noodles is not even sweating it. They're not even sending a lot of players back. They know it's just a bait. So they're just sitting there cold, calm, and collected, fighting it out. It is a valiant effort from Brother Era. I mean, going for the cap, it is really important. You want to try to confuse the enemy, make sure to let the guard down. But Shin Noodles, they're cold as ice.
Cold as ice, man. Shin Noodles doing a great job coming out here. Brother Era, in fairness, doing what they can. They are spawning from the correct spawn location. They did get 1 cap off on the point there. They did manage to back up and regroup. They got a solid push in there. But again, you just see just little things of misexecution here and there. And that is what makes the difference. Shin Noodles just in another weight class of coordination. Their backline understands how to play the game just a little bit stronger than Brother Era's does. Brother Era, I think, a little bit rattled at the current red point, but you can see them trickling in now and just dying one at a time to this Shin Noodle squad right now. But a fair amount of them have flooded onto the point here, but you can see just how dominant the yellow health bars here. Shin Noodle's looking really, really good. Brother Era able to battle back a little bit. I'll give them credit where credit's due. Again, it takes a special kind of front line to get through this kind of a battle and get that cap off like that. So Brother Era, again, doing what they can in a matchup that seems pretty one-sided overall.
Yeah, I mean, Brother Era is doing a really good job now. At least they're making progress. They're getting to the point. More players around the point. They're no longer fighting in Narnia, 1,000 miles away from the point. It's getting much better. Maybe they change up the strategy, but they're definitely getting through. They're no longer getting smashed on the choke. I don't know where Shin Noodles are, who are supposed to be covering the choke, but nobody's there. And Brother Era is storming in. They're trying to get the capture. They have a good position inside around the stone, but is it enough? I don't think so. But we might see.
Yeah, honestly, I thought it was only a matter of time before somebody in the chat said that Shin Noodles was exploiting in some way, and sure enough, there it is. They're saying, oh, they're abusing bugs, or they're macroing, or they're scripting. It's always got to be something. No, they look really strong here. I don't see any exploiting going on the screen, but there's always got to be an excuse. Brother Era, I think there's a lot that they could necessarily improve on in this one, but I do think that they've shown at least a little bit of promise right now, and I'll admit I think they need to back up, try to regroup, try to approach this fight from another perspective, because it cannot feel good on your members trickling in like this and just getting farmed like this. I'd love to see them back up, maybe take the approach from the stairs, maybe take the approach from two of the chokes at the same time. Try something different, but above all else, try something.
Yeah, they just seem very unorganized. I don't know what is happening with them. They are absolutely everywhere. It doesn't seem like anybody's fighting. When they actually made a push earlier onto the stone with the whole guild, there was actually a group just standing in the back, 5 of them just waiting for one member to come for like 2 minutes before pushing in. Nothing is making sense. They're unorganized. They need to regroup. They need to do better.
Yeah. There it is, chat, all dogpiling now. Yeah, it must be a block script. Absolutely, chat. Of course. Yeah, definitely. Of course. Yeah. They can't just be good players. That would be too much. Look at this backline engage. Psycho Ninja diving onto the backline right here, and that's a great sword. Great sword SNS, it looks like. And again, he's doing a great job of basically trying to get people to look at him instead of his DPS users. That's exactly what you love to see out of a tank, basically diving in like that. Shin Noodles, again, everybody just understands what their job is and where they need to position in the fight. Their flankers are some of the best I've seen in the tournament so far, based on that first engage and each engage we've seen since then. Brother Era just not finding a place to even come up for air on this one, as it looks like Shin Noodles basically all over the leaderboards. You see Brother Era trying to get onto the point. They're going to keep trying to cap this point over here, but just keep getting knocked down over and over again like that. And then again in the courtyard, they're getting blasted over here as well. How did you know, Spid?
You know what? I felt it with my heart, you know, just no, I mean, like I said, they call themselves beta bottoms, you know, and I was like, I'm not gonna fall for it.
I respect it, okay?
No.
I respect the heck out of it, man. It is what it is. Commentators, maybe you should speak up about the Shin noobs and their Tevent. They're exploiting game bugs. What is this? Stoops' chat?
Send link, please. Send link.
This sounds like Stoops' chat right now. Like, what am I listening to right now? Like, oh my gosh. We've got
bunch of copy pasta right now. We're going crazy in the chat.
I love that Brother Era has backed up to regroup here on this one. It looks like they're going to try to pivot between both choke points at the same time here. Finally backing up to try something different. 4.5 minutes on the clock. They know they're probably not going to win this one, but it's always good to try something different. Even if you know you're going to lose, it can make your whole guild feel better if you're at least trying and learning and trying to do something better on this.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Brother Era has been trying a bunch of stuff. They tried swapping out the spawns. They tried to go from every angle. They tried to be unorganized, trying to fool the enemy. But now they're doing a big last push, maybe with Guardians, trying to get through. They have to push all the way through. Do not stop. Get through them. Get closer to the Moonstone and win these fights.
Look at the flanker Spid right there. I was like, oh, they actually split up their offense ball. Brother Era actually taking two approaches to the fight. They took two approaches to the fight because they thought, okay, well, if we take both of those, the flankers can't get in behind us. And then the flankers flew down from the high ground and still found their flank correctly onto the back line of Brother Era, getting absolutely decimated right there. Another beautiful display of the flankers from Shin Noodles right there once again. As Brother Era does find their way over onto the Riftstone, but I'm not sure that it's going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, this is not looking good for Brother Era. I mean, Shin Noodles are showing a masterclass right now. I don't know if it's because of Brother Era or if they're just good. I mean, they're doing the right things. They have the flanks. They're good at the chokes. They're good at fighting. They're good at targeting. And Shin Noodles, I mean, it's Brother Era. I'm gonna be honest. It is a humbling experience, but you guys are gonna lose to a really strong guild.
Yeah,
it's a learning experience. You will get better, and next time you will show up in a much better state.
Yeah, no, you gotta give props to Brother Era for coming out. They knew, again, when they filled out the forum, they were very modest with how they filled out the forum. They understood that they were not the strongest guild necessarily to enter the tournament, but you have to respect a guild that comes out. They know they're not the strongest, and they come out to fight anyway. We saw much stronger guilds sign up and then back out of the tournament because they wanted to go participate in a fishing event instead, which was very interesting to see. And again, you love to see Brother Era. That is the spirit of PvP, especially that you like to foster in your PvP community. Is Brother Era, yes, they look like the significantly weaker guild here, but at least they came out, they did their due diligence, they fought, they've tried to push in a number of times together, they've tried different strategies, it's just not coming up in their favor, but at least they have the VOD to actually review and try to get better with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, nothing to be ashamed of. You guys did great. The biggest thing here, I've been talking about this since yesterday, is how you adapt during the match. And Brother Era has tried a bunch of different strategies, and I have to give them props for it. Try different things. We've been seeing so many guilds just doing the same thing over and over and over again, and it's not working. They're not trying different things. They're not trying new ideas, and that usually makes them lose. You guys tried it. You guys tried different strategies, and it didn't always work as good, but just thinking differently is extremely important.
Yeah, right on. Shin Noodles looks like they're going to come up on top of this one. Brother Era managing to get one cap down and immediately got the door slammed in their face. They're trying one more time to get a cap down, and it's just not going to be enough. Lord Droy trying to get that cap down, but he's got 4 or 5 yellow health bars, keeping him from doing just that. He's not going to be able to get there. 55 seconds left on the clock. Shin Noodles with a dominant performance in the first round of this one, but you applaud Brother Era for coming out and participating in the tournament. Oh my gosh, they actually got another one. They actually got another cap down. You love to see that. I can't believe it, bro. It's David versus Goliath. They actually did manage to get the cap down. No, they will not have enough time to make anything happen. But hey, man, 2 caps against a guild as strong as Shin is really, really good for them in the final seconds of this spin.
Yeah, I mean, Brother Era, at least they got that last cap going. They're showing spirit. They're fighting in there. It's not going to be enough time, but look at the numbers. They are trying to get 30 people in here, 40 people in here. Like, this is what it's all about. They were fighting all the way across the map earlier, but now at the last seconds, they're fighting inside of the map. However, it is not going to be enough, and Shin Noodles take this a dub for Spid. Where are the doubters at?
Yeah. Keep in mind, in order for Spid to get a win here, he took my thing. But I will say, props to Brother Era. If I had to run it back, I'd bet on you again, guys. Appreciate you coming out for the tournament here. Shin Noodles looking very dominant here. 2.4 million damage for Kopenzi right there. Looking really, really good on that spear dagger. Let's take a look at the damage taken and see what they can do with that. 937k from La Grande Daron in Aurora right there. And it looks like he is the best tank in the match. Amount healed, I see 1.9 million from Red Hawk. Oh, I saw 5 million somewhere. Hold up. Oh, maybe not. Oh, 3.9 million from Theomis. 3.8, 3.7. Let's see. Did I see that 5 billion down here? Hold on. Did I see a 5 billion? No, I saw 550k. No, he just... Yeah, no, that's rough. That's rough. But yeah, those are the best healers in the lobby. Obviously, it's coming up looking awful lot like Shin Noodles was dominant there. Of course, they look quite dominant there in that one. Spid, you got to be feeling good if you're Shin going into the second round here.
Yeah, I mean, Shin looked really good. I don't know who they're facing next, but whoever is going to be fighting them has to be scared. I mean, they were showing off right there. I mean, with the flank team, with the flex team, the way they engaged, the way they were ready for the chokes, the way they were ready for the fights was absolutely amazing. Do you see that one player from Shin, the Mind Goblin? Do you see his stats?
No. Mind Goblin, these nuts in your mouth. Yes, yeah, you thought, yeah, fool me once. Fool me once. Yeah, that's what you get. I got him. Destroyed. Sit down. Can't spell stupid without Spid. Gotti. There it is. Also happy. ETH Reapers is their match in the second round of that one. So Shin Noodles will go on, and that's going to be a heck of a match for that one. Let's take a look at one of our better engagements from that last match right there. Watch the flank squad. This is the first engage right here. Brother Noodles versus Shin. Shin Noodles versus Brother Era, and Shin Noodles just buying time, waiting for the flank squad to respawn. Look at them. There they are, showing up, and they're like, okay, you can engage now. Look at them run through that choke. No one from Brother Era is looking. Look at that beautiful sandwich onto the back line of Brother Era, and that was the moment that you knew. You're like, oh boy, this might be a little rough, but I'll be honest with you. Hopefully Brother Era learns a little bit from that and says, okay, this is what we need to teach our flank squad what to do.
Yeah, big respect. I mean, again, when I saw that Shin Noodles flank from the behind, I mean, Brother Era could have turned around and smashed them. But again, when I saw that flank, I was like, I made the right choice here. I'm taking this W.
Right on. So our next match of the day is going to look like KDS Red, and I know I have a bunch of KDS Red fans in the chat versus Error 404. Which one did you say you took on this one?
I took KDS on this one.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I took Error here. Yeah, so I will introduce them. Free-to-play guild from the Torrent server. Error 404 is the strongest guild in their alliance, but they said that they are ass on the server. I asked how strong they were on the server. They just said that they were butt. They said ass, but you know, it is what it is. They've won 0 sieges so far, and their prediction was don't be the baddest, which is, again, that EU education shining through here, not using the word worst.
Yeah. On the other side, we have KDS Red from the free-to-play server Starfall. In their alliance, they have Hacienda, Most Hated, KDS Gray, and they're the strongest on their server. Sieges 1 is 1. Prediction top 5 to 10. But can we get some KDS on top in the chat? Because KDS is taking this W. I am making it, and I will be winning against you, Blue.
Yeah, okay, buddy. I'm still up 5-4. Chill out. Chill out. And look, I've seen people undersell them before. I think Error 404 has undersold their hand here. They've won 0 sieges, which means they come out and they fight their hearts out over those pillage points. And I'm telling you, based on what I've seen from EU sieges in the past, that is exactly like, bro, the pillage points are where a lot of the fighting ends up happening on these servers, man.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to know, Error 404, are you guys the baddest or are you the baddest? Like, which one is it? Are they going to show up? What are we thinking, Blue?
I'm thinking Error 404 is the baddest bitches. You know what I mean? Just like that, Evelyn,
yeah.
My favorite song from League of Legends, because it represents my favorite champion, Evelyn, the baddest bitch over here. Error 404 going to come out and win this. Let's talk about pick ban a little bit. It looks like KDS Red won the pick ban. They chose to pick Error 404 ban, and they chose to ban Adentis, Talus, and Malakar. And the choice, once again, is Grand Alon.
We know what that means. It is a race. You guys better have max morphs, max level morphs, all that stuff. Good loading screens, good ping. What is the sponsor called? Quick.
Icon Digital, baby.
Yeah, Icon Digital. You guys better have that, because for this map, you have to get to Grand Elon ASAP. get in there and stop the chokes, because it's going to be a massive advantage.
Unironically true, though. Guys, big shout out to Icon Digital for sponsoring the tournament today. They have an app that you can download for free that gives you basically it monitors everything that's going on your computer. It's a super lightweight app. It tells you how much CPU usage, how much RAM usage, even what your network is doing, and if there's anything wrong with your network or if there's packet loss there as well. And that is all for free. It just runs in the background. You're able to tell what's going on in your computer. And then if you want to pay for their subscription service, they optimize your computer. They get rid of all the bloat on your computer. They min-max your FPS and everything, all the settings and the CPU, GPU power on your computer to the best of its ability for the games that you like to play. They give you 40 to 60% more FPS across the board on this one. I always optimize with Icon. Remember, guys, Blue Squadron is the code you use. And unironically, you're not wrong. If you ran Icon Digital's app, you would load in faster and be able to get to Grand Alon faster than your opponent in this one. It actually could be the difference, because as we saw earlier in the tournament, Grand Alon is a lot about who makes it to the Riftstone first.
Yes,
I also
sir.
I saw somebody say in chat, they said kids on top, and that's a tragic, he meant KDS. That is not what we want to see. Guys, just don't misspell KDS there. It makes it look bad. We have to get the FBI involved on this one. But Spid, we are ready here. Error 404 versus KDS Red right now. We are almost ready to go here.
Yes, sir. And did you say that was free? It's free. I am getting that ASAP right now. It's downloading for me so I can get in there faster than the rest of them. Let's get it.
Yeah, the app itself is absolutely free, but that's the monitoring part of the app. If you want to unlock the optimization service, just a small subscription there that you can try out for that first month, like $8.99 with the app or with the code involved. It's cheap as heck, and you optimize all of your hardware. It's absolutely super worth it if you guys want to try that. It looks like we are loading in right now, and we are on our way over to the Riftstone on this one, Spid, running as quickly as we can.
Yeah, it seems like both of them are actually spawning on 2, and they are racing. Oh my god, Arrow 404 seems to be the faster ones with KDS right on their tail. I think Arrow 404 will get there before the rest of them. I mean, that is going to be tough for KDS to get through these chokes. Can Arrow 404 make a good position here, though? Can they hold the chokes? Yes, they're already on the spot. We have people covering the hook. We have people covering the points, but KDS is full pushing right now inside. Can they get through, or will they be able to hold those chokes? What do we think, you Blue?
I don't know, because I can't get to the Riftstone. I think I spawned in
good.
Narnia.
Big fights. The fights are going. Oh my god, KDS is already all the way inside. We can see Error 404 is seeing error on their screen because KDS is overrunning them. There is no chance at all. They're just getting absolutely smashed. But Error 404 are running back into the spawn. But KDS is on top. They are fighting everywhere around the circle. There is no way to stop them in those chokes, Blue.
Yeah, it spawned me in, it didn't even spawn me in the correct spectator location. It spawned me in the field on the other side. So it's taking me a minute to get over to, I was like, why did I even spawn right here? It must have been a bug in the war games.
You're coming back to a full sea of red because yellow is trying right here. Error 404. They are fighting. They are trying. They are making some progress right here. But KDS red is just incredibly good at just taking control here. They are controlling the chokes. They are controlling the middle. And Error 404 is, even though they got there beforehand, they just got obliterated, to be honest. But they're doing a good job right now. It is a very equal fight. You can see there's teams fighting absolutely everywhere, in the front, on the sides, near the hook. They have a really strong team, Arrow 404, on the hook side right now, getting on the back line of KDS. KDS does not seem to have the dominance that they had at the start. Arrow 404 are trying to plant their feet on the ground right now, but they are doing an incredibly good job. I don't know which way this will go. The fights are just absolutely just brawling out. I think in 2 minutes, when the zone opens up and the rift zone opens up, we will actually know who's in the advantage right now.
Yeah, sorry guys about the 240p straight bright. There's nothing I can do when the wargame lobby bug and it puts me in. I thought that we were spawned far away before. It spawned me in like the feels like I'm not even in the correct area. I'm like, why am I over here? Like, what is going on? So I had to run so far to get back to this, but I am finally here now. It looks like it's an all-out brawl, to be honest with you. Error 404 actually diving onto this point here. It actually looks like Error 404 has advantage for sure over KDS Red at the moment. KDS Red with a giant cluster of players around the major choke points. We'll see if Error 404 can actually capitalize here, but people just basically running in and making it an all-out brawl. Spid, this is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely amazing how KDS just came in. Like, Error 404 was standing on the chokes absolutely everywhere, but KDS was like, we don't care. They just ran straight through the choke with their whole group through one choke, and now they're just fighting, brawling inside. There's no chokes being held. They're just completely just brawling out, waiting for the minute to tick down. And I do think right now that KDS might have the upper hand, but as we've seen many times before, when the Riftstone is able to be captured, we see a big shift in the meta.
Yeah, Error 404, honestly, no one really has control. There's only like 5 or 6 people around the rift itself proper, and everyone else is fighting in various choke points. Error 404 seems to get the upper hand for a moment, and then KDS Red gets the upper hand for another moment. I think that this might be the most back and forth Grand Alon fight I may have ever seen on this one. And again, we saw Chaos X earlier today. They struggled to hold these choke points. This makes their performance look really good, to be honest with you on this, because Error 404 keeps streaming in, but it looks like KDS Red is getting the upper hand at a very critical moment with 13 seconds left to go before it unlocks here. Osen waiting here for KDS Red to try to get this cap off the moment that it opens up. That is so important for them to try to open up that cap and that contribution early on. It opens up and Osen's right on the point.
Yeah, Osen is doing a really good job. Can he get the cap here though? Oh, he gets interrupted. You seeing this? Look at this hook right now. Yellow are just standing here. Nobody's contesting. They're just shooting straight in. Error 404 is doing a great job using the hook side, but Osen did get the capture up. Now it is a race against time. Yellow needs it. Error 404, you have to get the stone right now to be able to contend for this.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like it looks like KDS Red did manage to get their cap off. They were just a little bit more ready than Error 404 was. Oh my gosh, look at all those people knocked into the air right there. You do not want to clump up like this too much. I understand it's extremely hard on a dais that is this small like this, but you cannot cluster that hard or you're all going to keep getting knocked into the air repeatedly. Error 404 just can't get enough boots on the point right now, 26-30, and KDS Red is the ones that actually have control of the point. Error 404 has not actually unlocked their percentage contribution quite yet. They need to get it going. They have 37 people stacked onto the point. For gosh sakes, please get someone to cap the point. KDS Red consistently able to stop them. Skull stopping them from making that happen right there. Toon-sama doing what he can to get this point. There's just no way. Error 404 frontline fumbling super hard in this match right now, as I don't, whether they're not running the correct weapon set or they're not running the correct build set, they should absolutely have been able to get this cap off by now. There's 4 of them standing around. They had almost 40 people standing on the point there for a second, and they still couldn't get their cap off, and they're just getting interrupted on repeat by 1 or 2 members. There it is again, interrupted again. KDS Red doing a great job, but I think that Error 404 has just not itemized their frontline correctly.
Yeah, I mean, Error 404 is struggling right now. KDS is doing a really good job just stopping these caps. They're not even letting them take an inch. But Error 404 has really good positioning. If you look at their teams, DPS teams, they're just sitting on the edges, free casting, but the front line is letting them down heavy right now. I think if they can get the cap here, they can make massive progress because they have really good positioning around the circle, but they need that cap. But KDS is just shutting them down.
Glooms finally gets it. I was holding my breath there for a moment. Glooms does finally get it, and they're gonna have to battle back. Now look how close they actually are. It's 27-32 right now. 7 more people for KDS Red, so they are still getting percentage contribution here. But Error 404 has kind of gone over the top of them a number of times here. They need to get all of their members onto the point. There's a lot of them running around outside the dais right now. They have got to get in here. I'm not exactly sure what they're doing. Pumpkin, look at these 5 stooges out here, literally just griefing the entire guild. Yeah, and now they're getting flanked by the remaining KDS players running up. They're saying, okay, well, you're all dead. As they respawn and run back to the fight, these people are just not contributing to the point at all. The fight is literally on the other side of your screen right now, and it's one person is the difference. Error 404 being hard griefed by their flank team right there, and KDS Red basically just running back and regrouping. It's going to work for them. They're at 90% contribution. Error 404's flank team finally pulls their head out of their bumpkin down there and gets up here, and look at that. Suddenly they have more people on the point. Spid.
Yeah, I mean, Era 404 were just playing like they didn't have the cap. I don't know if they want KDS to get the cap here so they can retry to get it, because they are not pushing in. There were many players just standing outside, right outside for literally minutes, which makes absolutely no sense. But right now they have their numbers in. They're trying to get the boots in. They're playing smarter. Maybe the shot caller was like, hey guys, y'all are doing some dumb things, come inside the point. So right now they might be able actually to make a comeback here.
Yeah, absolutely. We will see here, but again, Error 404 seems to have found their stride. Is now they're increasing up to 32%. They're getting that contribution on KDS Red down to 80%. Finally, I think it was that flex team. I think it was the flank team. I don't know if they're listening to the stream or what, but that flank team suddenly just miraculously, as I mentioned it, suddenly moved up onto the point, and look how much stronger Error 404 looks when all of their players are actually standing on point. They're up at 43% down to 75 now. It's almost like you do what blue tells you to do, and then suddenly you're immediately winning the match. That's crazy. Unbelievable. Error 404 battling it back, 50% against 70 now. Are we going to see Error 404 actually take this back? I know there's a lot of KDS Red fans in the chat. They've got to be a little dismayed right now, and they've got to be cheering much louder for their team, because KDS Red is starting to lose control of this Rift. Spin.
Yeah, I mean, KDS Red needs to get their stuff together. They're doing a much better job right now punching out these people standing on the edges, because Error 404 is doing a really good job just standing on the edge, not even getting touched, and just free casting, free DPSing. But right now, KDS is actually trying to fight here, interrupting them, taking the fights. If you look at the side of the hook, these guys were just standing here for minutes on minutes. Look at this, not getting interrupted at all, and they're just standing free casting. Where is KDS? They have to put more pressure if they want to win this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think Error 404 finally hitting their stride overall. Look at that. They're about to overtake KDS Red, but KDS Red finally pushes back onto the point and stands tall. 32 over 19 now over Error 404. They say, no, not today. 64% of chat is very happy to see them battle back now, up at 81%. They are pushing it back. It's almost like they can hear the cheers from the audience as they move back across, up back now at 85% and rallying right now for them. Error 404 somehow getting routed on this one. I'm not sure exactly what happened to their composition. They looked so good for so long. A few of them are standing off the point, but that's just not enough. Where's the other 10 members for Error 404 here? Yeah, they're all running back. They're just getting farmed by KDS Red. I think the answer is to just play your buttons better. 98%. And finally, Error 404 gets contribution back on the node. 32 over 25. If KDS Red flips this back for any moment, Spid, they're going to take it.
Yeah, I mean, KDS Red is panicking right now. I mean, Error 404 is coming in big force, but KDS is playing so much better right now. At the start, Error 404 had better positions. They were free casting, they were damaging, but the second KDS Red started to play differently, you see that they're coming back.
There's
and they got
cap.
the point. And now it puts insane amount of pressure on Error 404. KDS Red can position themselves better now. They can walk around, try to hold chokes, and Error 404 needs to get that point. Can they get it, or will they get interrupted?
Gloam's got it last time. He goes for it once again. He's the only tank. I think he's the best tank that Error 404 has here as he gets closest, and he's always objective focused there, but it looks like he might just go down as he's being focused down. They seem to know. They're like, okay, focus that SNS greatsword, and there he goes down for them. Error 404 is gonna have to wait for him to come back. They've got a few other people that can cap the point, but you can see they're absolutely nowhere to be found. Maybe they're in Wakanda, we're not sure, but look how dominant KDS Red looks on the point right now. Error 404 looks routed. They look demotivated. They look they look demoralized. Overall right now, there's only like 4 or 5 of them left on the point. KDS Red is swarming like a hive of bees right now. Error 404 has time to bring this back, but they have got to get the cap down immediately. 6 minutes and 45 seconds left. We've seen that they can have a lot of people on the point. They just need to get they need to start getting contribution towards this. They need to get their tanks in here and start getting the cap going. Spid, I just don't think that they can do it without getting in here almost immediately.
Yeah, they're doing a regroup right now. They're trying to get placed on each of the chokes, but KDS is pushing out. This is the correct play by KDS, pushing out, not letting them regroup, messing it up because they're winning time. Every time they do this, they're winning time. They're trying to push in on each of the chokes. They're coming up from the hook. They're coming in from each of the chokes, and they're doing a really good job. Arrow 404. I think they might be able to take it here. If they can get this point here, they'll get insane amount of contribution. Blue, can they do this?
Oh my gosh, they get the cap off on the point just like that. Do they have enough people to swing this back the other way? 6 minutes on the clock. Now they start getting contribution. KDS Red currently has just a few more people on the point than Error 404 does, but they are piling in here, and there's a lot of yellow health bars to get through from KDS Red. I'm gonna check outside the zone. Over here you see Ilowski running around out here. He needs to get in here. It looks like he just killed 2 people out there, so good on him, but not enough Error 404 people on the point, and they're just getting routed once again. KDS Red knows we pop Guardians right now. We go. It looks like they're all in Guardian at the moment, and they basically just pushed Error 404 right back off. They're just gonna smash this. They know every single minute counts when it comes to this, because Error 404 absolutely has enough time to bring this back if they're not careful.
Yeah, I mean, KDS is just playing masterfully right now. They are pushing them out. Arrow 404, they had the advantage at the start with their positioning, but like we see over and over again, adapting to the enemy is just extremely important in these war games. And KDS, I have to give credit where credit is due. They are adapting. They're pushing out. They're no longer standing in the middle like a blob fighting. They're making sure they're punishing the free casters, and that makes the job really difficult for Arrow 404.
Yeah, right on. So KDS Red doing his best doing their best right now to basically keep Error 404 off of it. It looks like Error 404 actually has way more members on the point right now, but they just can't. Again, their front line is just in la la land, unable to make anything happen without Gloom here. Code gets interrupted immediately. Toon Sama interrupted immediately. They need Gloom here to make anything happen because their front line is just not itemized the way they need to. Are they gonna get the cap off? Nope. Interrupted again. Code steps up. They just can't get this cap back, and it's going to give KDS Red time to rally on this one. That was their moment right there. They had able to basically try to make something happen right there, but again, their front line fumbling super hard right now. I think Arrow 404, look how many yellow health bars are on the screen right now. They absolutely have a huge advantage. They should be able to take this point right now from KDS Red, but their front line is just incompetent. Like they're not built the correct way. They don't have the correct people trying to cap this point. They don't have them itemized correctly. Spid, I think it's just going to cost them everything.
Yeah, I mean, KDS tanks are going down one by one, but still, it does not seem like they are able to take the point. I don't understand how much help they need. There are almost no tanks from KDS trying to stop them, but they still cannot take it. They have to take it. There's only 3 minutes left. They have good position. They have a lot of players inside of it, but if you do not take the point, it is all for nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. An unban request. There we go. Sure, you can watch now, buddy. It's all good. No big deal. KDS Red doing a great job of just preventing Error 404 from trying to get involved on this point. Again, Error 404, I think, out skirmishing KDS Red from time to time, and they absolutely could have won this match if their tanks were competent at all. But sadly, their tanks just can't get anything done. You see, Toon Sama is fighting. He's one of the campers. Look how far he is from the Riftstone right now. Where are you going? Right, where are you headed right now? Code of Eppo is actually trying to take it, but he's getting interrupted too. Like, where are all of your campers at? What is going on? And why are they not itemized like they need to be on this one? Gloom's right here. He's the one that really was able to get both the caps off before. He needs to try to step up here, but looks like he's CC'd currently. He's going to step up. Toon Sama goes for the cap one more time. It looks like nope, he's not going to get it. Gloom's finally here. He's their best chance of getting it is he's gotten it both times in the past, but under 2 minutes left. I don't think that they have enough time to flip it back the other way. KDS Red just sweeping the leg on this one. This is why your composition has to be evenly filled out in a tournament like this. You need your DPS performing, you need your flanking assassins performing, and you need your frontline performing. Sadly for Error 404, I believe that everybody showed up here, but sadly the tanks just were not itemized correctly, were unable to get the job done. And I'll be honest with you, there's very few excuses, especially when there are a few times, Spid, we saw like 40 or more people on the point for Error 404, and KDS Red had under 20, and they still just couldn't get it. They couldn't get it done, and there's really no excuse for that.
Yeah, I mean, it is horrible from the tanks from Arrow 404, but you see the tanks. I gotta give some love to the KDS tanks because they are putting in the work. You have a Bokduk, you have Most Hated Emo. He is putting in work. He's stopping all these cappers over and over again. They can't do nothing to them. And Tanerma is just going crazy right now.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Error 404 looks like a super strong guild. They came in with a solid strategy. KDS Red doing a poor job of keeping those chokes controlled. But as it turns out, it doesn't matter if you have to keep it doesn't matter about the chokes if the tanks on the enemy team cannot secure the point. And KDS Red doing a world-class job of making sure that Error 404 is punished for coming to the fight itemized incorrectly. For their frontline, you have to be able to cap the point. Doesn't matter how strong your guild is if you can't cap the point repeatedly. 15 seconds left on the clock. It will absolutely be KDS Red on top of this one, coming out in the first round and winning this one. Good fights to both teams. I think that Error 404 actually had a great showing. Sadly, I think they re-itemized their tanks. They rethink their strategy on their frontline, and I think they do a lot better, Spid. But 2.8 million damage done for Psychic from Error 404 right there. Let's take a look at the tanks. 1.1 million from Alhadin from KDS Red. 1.2 million from Jikala from Most Hated. 1.5 million from Shadars from KDS Red. 1.5 million from Belaz from KDS Red. And again, that's their frontline diff, man. They're all like KDS Red players, man. I'm telling you. Let's take a look. 4.9 million healing from Elis Mera. Let's see if anybody can beat 4.9. 5.5 million healing from Most Hated Louis, from the Most Hated guild there. 5.5 million damage. 5 million from Shadar. Shout out to him as well. 5.5 million from Zico. I don't think that's Zico from World of Warcraft. I don't think that's the super popular mage from World of Warcraft, but that's from Error 404 as well. But Error 404 just looking really solid in that match, but I think a lot closer than people realize.
Yeah, I mean, KDS did an amazing job right there. Like, I mean, Arrow 404 had the control. They were into that zone very early. They were fast, but KDS came through like a train. They came in, they wiped them up, but Arrow 404 recovered really good because they put a good position around the map. Free casting, KDS was under heavy pressure, but KDS adapted, and the tanks were just doing absolutely a phenomenal job stopping the Arrow 404 tanks. So big shout out to the tanks. KDS on top. I am up another point, and we are, what is it, 6-6?
6-6 now. Yeah, 6-6. And we move into our next match, which is definitely, look, all I'm gonna say is it might not be 6-6 for very long here. As our next match, Dzen versus Visceral, and I have to say this is probably going to be a David versus Goliath situation. Visceral, a free-to-play start guild from the Adriana server. It's Visceral and Greed, and they think that Greed is almost just as strong as they are, if not stronger. But they think that they're top 6 alliances on the server, but they only have 2 guilds in their alliance for now. They've won 6 sieges so far, so they have a lot of gear, and they think they're going to finish 4th in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, on the other side, we have a Dzen. They're an early access Rumi server. We have Dzen N, Dzen U, Dzen T, Dzen S, Dzen these nuts.
Dude, that's what I'm saying, dude. They missed an opportunity. Instead of Dzen R, it's Dzen U. And instead of Dzen Sharks, it's Dzen S. And then if you spell them out in order, it's Dzen Nuts in your mouth. Bro,
yes,
I mean, just
I
missed opportunity.
Agree. But 6 Sieges won. Their predictions will be top 5. Now, I have been talking up Visceral this whole time, so I'm really sad I can't cheer for them. But Dzen, or you just gotta give them your nuts, okay? Because I believe in you. Please don't let me down. Visceral, I do. Like I said, mentioned it before. Visceral has the hardest path to victory in this tournament by far. In my opinion, they have to fight Dzen into Sovereign, into whoever is gonna win between KDS. I mean KDS, of course, because they're gonna face failure as free win, and then on to probably fighting Hands of Unity and then to Shin. So Visceral, if you guys can get through here, I do believe that Visceral will have the hardest road, but they're extremely strong in this tournament.
Did you just say failure was a free win? Boy, you really hate them. Holy moly. That's okay. That's all right. I get it. Dzen versus Visceral on this one. It looks like we're going to see this in just a few moments. Let's talk about pick ban in the versus screen here. Guys, make sure you get your channel points in as it looks like Dzen won the coin toss. They chose to pick Visceral Brand, Grand Alon, Chernobog, and Malakar, and the choice was Azrael. Okay, that was your cue to speak there, Spid, but that's okay.
Sorry,
it's all
Lucy
good.
was messaging me, and Lucy said to me, lobby above, because I didn't join, and said, normally you join before blue, which is true. I'm always faster than you. So that's why I got a little bit confused. But yes, we are going into Azrael, which Dzen won, Visceral ban, Alon, Cherno, and Malakar. So back to Azrael. We had some really good games here. It's a massive map, and I do think we are playing that there's 2 really strong guilds playing, so we might see some crazy strategies being used.
Yeah, I think Azrael, we get to see the flank, all of the best flank compositions that I see, like the flanking assassins getting like these beautiful like wraps on engagements. They all happen on Azrael, so I'm very excited to see the flank squads actually perform here. It looks like most everyone is in the lobby for now as we get ready to go on this one. Again, you think, how heavily favored do you think Visceral actually is here? Is this a David versus Goliath situation, or do you think Dzen is actually strong enough to stand up?
I do think Dzen might have a strong chance here. It depends how much they actually have practiced war games, but Visceral has been sleeping inside war games. I'm telling you, man, they have been ready for this tournament. They've been grinding, they've been playing. They know probably every single map inwards and outwards, but you never know, man. Might have been doing the same thing, so we might get a really strong fight here. I mean, both have won 6 sieges, like they said. They both have high predictions of placement, so I do think we might in for a treat here.
Yeah, absolutely. Visceral and Dzen. We'll see who's first to the stone. It looks like it's going to be Visceral. Man, they were here. This is as fast as you can get here. In NA, we would call this guild TC. Take Care was always first to the Rift as well here. But Dzen nowhere to be found quite yet. Visceral all postured up and ready to go. Look at their flankers already getting in position. And we saw this exact same strategy coming out the last time we saw this for Shin Noodles. Their flank squad was standing in almost exactly the same position. So guilds must have practiced against each other. You can tell that they've scrimmed. They've gotten ready for this tournament. You can see pods of Visceral players are ready to go here, basically from an engage from all sides. They're ready for almost anything with a setup like this. It's a beautiful setup. And you can see, look at these players. Again, Greatsword Spear player and an SNS Wand player standing very tactfully in the same 2 positions here to try to scout the different spawn locations for Dzen.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a really good job. They're still waiting for Dzen. I don't know where they are, where they're coming from. But again, you see Visceral is ready. They're on top of the pillars. They're on top of the sides. They are ready for every single engage. We even have some crabs running around, if you, if you can see it on the side. But they are ready. They are memeing, and I think they are going to probably take this dub. But I am, of course, believing in these nuts here.
That's... Yeah, the crabs are crazy on this one. I love to see the morphs. It's like low-key a chat PvP, not low-key, kind of high-key a chat PvP thing to do, but it's very unique to throw in a Liberty morph like that on your opponents. Very, very cool to see. It looks like Dzen choosing point 3 to spawn in on up there. It's gonna looks like they're gonna take the stairs approach to this one. And again, this is like just like our last match here, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they're getting ready to fly down. I really hope that they have really good positioning here because, like you said before, if you fly down on the wrong side, you're gonna get punished for it. There seems to be splitting up both on the right side and the left side. This might be a double engage. It's really interesting to see their positioning here. I really hope they don't run down the stairs because that is the choke. But Visceral, it seems to be ready to respond here.
I think the Visceral flank squad is actually kind of out of position here. I'm not sure how you're supposed to help with this engagement if it happens in the courtyard here. You're going to be stuck running through this choke point. I would not necessarily want to be standing there if I were the flank team right now for them. But again, both teams just staring menacingly at each other. Minute and 58 seconds.
PvP is happening.
Yeah. Minute and 58 seconds left on the clock. They're wishing each other good luck, have fun in the chat right now. Oh, look at that, well-mannered. You don't see that out of every EU guild. Everyone's spamming good luck, have fun in the chat before they engage on this one. Visceral in a huge line down there. Dzen squared off on the high ground. They're the ones that have to get down to the low ground here. But in a huge line formation, we'll see them probably drop down from all sides here and take basically a huge wave formation. But you see the Visceral flank team again, I think it's just a little bit too far off on the side over there. I'm not really sure what they're supposed to do necessarily. When the engage happens, they're gonna be stuck running through the choke anyway. They might as well just be inside the walls. Not really sure what the idea is there, unless they're going to run up and try to get around them before the engage actually happens. It looks like Dzen's going to wait until time ticks down here to actually take the first engage, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, you're standing on the Dzen side, I'm standing on Visceral side, even though we're rooting for different teams here, but Visceral is getting ready. They're flying down. The engage is happening. 45 seconds until the Riftstone opens. I see a bunch of fall damage being taken here, but the fight is absolutely on. They're getting smashed on both sides. Visceral is taking one side, but the other team, Dzen, is taking the other side, and they're rushing the stone. Blue, what is happening over here?
Actually didn't go necessarily as bad as it could have gone, but they're getting eaten alive on the back line right now for Dzen. And I'll be honest with you, again, we've seen guilds try to dart towards the rift before and not a single member would reach it. Dzen actually got about half their guild through towards the rift there. I'm not sure if that was necessarily the play that I would go for, because the Visceral, everybody just came in and collapsed down on them. It took Visceral a second because their flank team was just out of position there. Just poor positioning on the flank team's part. They had to run a really long distance to try to join the fight on that one. But when they finally did get there, they basically ate the Dzen backline alive right there. I'm not really sure what the strategy was supposed to be there. They looked like they were lined up. They were going to take the line engage, and then they just dove for the rift, and that is never the play on Azrael. I will say, for what it's worth, Dzen has a fair number of tanks over here trying to prevent Visceral from even getting their first camp off, and they've done a good job so far, but it looks like they're going to get it right here. There's Visceral. Honestly, Dzen has more people on the rift than Visceral does, but sadly there's a clump of yellow that is just going to step onto the point here. There they go, right there. And Dzen actually doing a really solid job of keeping boots on the point. That's 30 people from Dzen on the point right now, but sadly I don't see any yellow health bars going down here, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, Dzen does have a lot of players on the point, but they just cannot get the point, which gives them absolutely zero progress. And Visceral is punishing them. They're trying to punish the players trying to come in from the respawn. You see the players coming in from the respawn has low HP. I think actually they are getting spawn camped. Yes, we have a whole Visceral team outside here right now, just completely shattering all of these players trying to come in. They have either come in with 1 HP or no HP at all. This is actually massive. This is what you will see a lot of the top guilds do. They will have one dedicated team who just absolutely demolishes these teams trying to spawn in, and they will have to change the strategy to go for a different spawn if they're gonna have any chance of getting in.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I think Visceral understands Azrael better than any guild that we've seen so far. They know that that is the closest spawn location and the most likely that their opponent will take if they're actually good, and Dzen actually is good on this one. And so they just posted one party there, and they know that they're going to respawn there, and they just farm them on the respawn because they're only at half health. Absolutely brilliant strategy. We saw some of the NA guilds do that as well once the bubble got removed. And Visceral, the first guild to execute it so far in this tournament here, forcing Dzen to spawn at the further location. And now that's forcing Dzen off the point. Look at that, 40 members from Visceral as they've secured the closer spawn location. They will secure the point, it looks like, as well, as Dzen gets knocked out of participating on this, where it was relatively close before. Visceral knows as long as they lock down that close spawn location just like that with that party there, there's not much that Dzen's gonna be able to do about it, unless Dzen needs to respond. You send your flank team over to duel that other static party from Visceral. No one from Dzen would basically responded to that, probably because Dzen is losing the overall skirmish, and they don't feel that they can spare 6 people like that. Visceral in the stronger position feels that they can spare the 6 people to go camp that spawn like that and interrupt Dzen's run back to the Riftstone.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they need to counter that group. I mean, they forced them to get away from that closest spawn, and now they're trying to punish them on top of the stairs. They're trying to fly down, and they're again top. They're just fighting them, making sure they cannot get back and regroup, and that is absolutely huge. You're coming in with half HP. You don't know if you can even make it back to your team because this team is just continuously punishing you. Visceral is showing a masterclass here on Azrael. They're moving perfectly. That 40 players inside. Everybody knew when you're supposed to go inside, they're all inside with their boots, except that one team that's out there just punishing players, right? So Visceral again showing off, and we definitely need a new strategy from Dzen if they're gonna make a progress here.
Yeah, it looks like Visceral, honestly, look, dude, I just don't see the Visceral health bars deplete. Like their health actually just doesn't go down. Like I see every once in a while, I'll see a member health go down and then they immediately get healed back up again. Dzen really struggling to try to kill a lot of the Visceral members, for what it's worth. Look how many of them are actually grouped on the stone itself. This is not a complete blowout like we saw before. But Visceral does have a pretty convincing control of it. It just looks like, I mean, they've got more gear. It looks like their statics are working really well with one another. Their players are really strong. They're coordinating better. It looks like in Dzen, although their coordination looks good, their players are solid. Their gear looks solid. I think it all is just a little bit lacking for them. As again, they've got a decent coalition of people that are able to stand on the rift itself, but Visceral just not allowing the regroup to come through fully for them.
Yeah, I mean, Visceral is dominating not only strategy, but you can look at the leaderboards. It's only Visceral everywhere. I mean, Visceral is dominating with strategies on the flank, on the spawn camping, on the leaderboard. It is looking really bad for Dzen. They need a miracle here. They need to pull out something, or they are just gonna get dominated here. They need different strategies. They're trying everything, though. What I like about Dzen is they're trying to change their spawn. They're trying to change their strategy. They are sending teams to fight the other team right now, trying to brawl it out. But is it enough, though? They need to get a capture here soon. I mean, Visceral is doing an incredible job just stopping all of these captures. I mean, they have the routine down.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I think that this is actually closer than the Shin Noodles fight that we saw earlier, because again, Dzen actually has, 10 people or so, or 15 people or so that are able to stand tall on the point itself. Sadly, it's probably just their tanks, because they just can't get anybody that's does DPS in here, or actually do a fair amount of DPS. They do manage to kill a couple members of Visceral right there, so they are skirmishing reasonably well. But like, you can see just how healthy the entire Visceral guild actually is, and you never see Visceral too clumped up in any one area. To Dzen's credit, I don't see them too clumped up either. So both guilds actually playing at a pretty solid level here, despite the fact that Dzen is getting the short end of the stick in the first round of the tournament here. They are showing some very good, solid competence overall as a guild, as they're not grouped up too much. They definitely are playing together. They're trying to go for caps on the point, but Visceral just in another weight class division of good. on the, oh,
I mean, you just have to look on the stone. I mean, these guys, Kimtaro and Apricots, they're just standing here rotating the stuns on them. But he's still in between everybody. This guy, Wolfie, was able to get the cap. That is pretty impressive because I was looking at these guys for a few minutes and they were just rotating their stuns on them. That was really good to watch. But somehow, I don't know how, but he did get the cap. But is it enough? They need, now we have huge group of these and flying into the point. That's going to be massive for them because right now Visceral is outside of the point. Can they make progress here, Blue?
I actually think that that was a really good regroup from Dzen. I think that their biggest problem in this match so far has been the fact that they can't actually get the secure on the lower spawn point down here on spawn point 1. They need to get spawn point 1 secured down here. Again, they need to dedicate a static to not be camped. They basically just gave up on the close spawn point, which is giving up on victory on Azrael like this. You cannot allow Visceral to just camp the spawn and then give up completely on that spawn and then just fly in from the top and expect things to go well for you. I think the biggest difference here, the biggest gap, is the fact that Visceral was able to basically just, look at this guy drinking milk up here. Simmer is drinking milk so that he can, that's the mana regen tech right there. In the middle of everything, there he goes, drops down, he starts fighting again. But again, Visceral is able to spawn at point 1 and come back to this one. They're spawning at about half the distance that Dzen is. And again, Dzen just needs to commit one group. They just need to group on point 1 and commit one static to make sure that they're not getting spawn camped there. But instead, they chose not to adjust that at all. And now they're just spawning from almost 2 times the distance away. And they have 0 chance of winning this match.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Dzen trying to counter that flank group, but that group is extremely strong. They're just demolishing. If you send 6 players on them, it is not enough. That team is extremely strong. You need to send way more members than you have to spare because you're already struggling inside around the stone. I see Wolfie right now. He's the only one trying to go for the stone. He's the only one that's able to be capture the stone 2 times, but they are just stunning him, seizing him. Nobody's helping Wolfie trying to get that cap, and Dzen is just not looking good for them right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Visceral has the upper hand in this one. The leaderboard certainly looks like a whole lot of Visceral on this one. 24th position finally belongs to Some Height. That's the first Dzen member there. But honestly, I think they're doing a solid job of keeping their players relatively close to the point. But again, they have forfeited the close spawn, which I think is a huge L from a shot caller perspective. You have to be able to adapt to situations as a shot caller. Not everything is going to go your way. You can't just succeed the most important aspect of Azrael, which is that close spawn point, because, oh, you had a rough time for a couple minutes where they were camping you, or you have a party that's camping you. Oh, we just can't respond to that. There's nothing we can do. Like, it's just a snap decision from the shot caller to basically say, okay, everybody's spawning at point 3 for the rest of the entire match. And that's just a huge L as a caller to not be able to adjust like that. I think Visceral's caller is just much stronger. In addition to, again, their players are also playing together a decent amount better than Dzen as well. But I think, again, Dzen's able to stand on the point. I think that they could find reasonable engagements. I think that they could play together well enough to actually try to flip this if they were able to spawn at the closer spawn point.
Yeah, you see right now there's a huge fight going on. Look at the, if you look at my POV right now, Dzen is trying to punish these spawn campers. Like now they're pushing up, to all spawn together to fight these 5 guys. This guy's team's Koromaru's team has just been a menace the whole time. They're going only, I've been following them for 5 minutes. The only job that they have is going to one spawn to the other spawn, one spawn to the other spawn. That's the only thing they're doing. They're not even looking at the point, even with a bunch of Dzen members on the point. They're not even looking at them. All their job is huge.
Oh my goodness, Visceral just, sorry, Spid. The Visceral just dove through the point. They were gonna just try to lay their dick on the table right there, and they tried to dive through the point and got absolutely blendered by Dzen, and a ton of Dzen is able to sneak through. They killed that party like you talked about, and then rammed through to the point and killed a bunch of the Visceral members right there. Big misplay from Visceral to try to push out like that. Good play from Dzen to try to adjust like that. I like the fact that they're listening to the stream. They're like, okay, let's try it that way and see what happens. Look, now Dzen is able to spawn at the closer spawn. Look how much faster Their members are reaching the fight now, and now you're seeing the Visceral members actually start to get low on health as they have to actually skirmish on repeat. Oh my gosh, a bunch of them just got absolutely obliterated at the choke right there though.
Yeah, Dzen is doing really good. They did do what we were asking them to do, is to destroy that spawn team, and they did it. And you see that it gave them the momentum that they needed to push through. But again, they just cannot get the capture off. Wolfie, I feel like he's the only one even trying to go for the cap, and he's just getting stopped. Yari is on him. Apricot is on him. There's no way to get this spawn from there. He's been trying for at least 10 minutes now, and with no success.
Yeah. As we look at this one, Visceral, honestly, Dzen doing a lot better job. Look at the skirmish though, much stronger from Dzen. Look how many more red players are here now that they're spawning at the closer spawn location. But again, you see Visceral with that party trying to interrupt the Dzen spawn. They have got to commit players to preventing that from happening right there. And I think that Visceral has committed basically their best flank party to doing that, to be as much of a nuisance as possible. But again, Dzen doing a much stronger job. Once they have that closer spawn, they're actually getting attempted caps off. No, they're not going to quite get that right there though. As again, I think Dzen has basically given up once again on that spawn. Again, that is not what you want to see. Again, they need to try to just commit 1 or 2 statics outside the choke point right there. They looked really good. That engagement was really solid for them. At least you're fighting as a unit. I'll be honest with you, as a player, Spid, and you can tell me if this is wrong, but as a player, would you not just want to constantly try to group up and try to engage as a unit rather than just to trickle in to just die by yourself repeatedly? I feel like it's so demoralizing to try to trickle in and basically die on your own than it is to just try to group up, try something different, and kind of at least try for a different outcome every time.
I mean, you're 100% right. I mean, it requires patience, right? Most of these players, they don't have patience. They see the time ticking down and they panic. That is the biggest mistake that you saw. Dzen, once they regrouped, they actually were able to make a push. So why not try it again? Why not try for a different position? Why not try it with a different strategy? This is the one thing that actually worked for you. But at the end of the day, even if they push through, even if they do kill them, these 3 tanks have not been letting them cap for at least 11, 12 minutes now. Wolfie has been trying and trying and trying to get this cap, but these guys are just continuously stopping them. Even if you get through, even if you have 40 members, if you have these 3 tanks holding you here and you're never getting the capture off, how are you even going to win?
Yeah, a little rough out here. 40 seconds on the clock. Dzen just getting absolutely demolished in this fight, but I'll be honest with you, they did show that they're at least reasonable. Like their front line can at least stand up to Visceral right there, and they showed that they can adapt and overcome in some situations. Their first engage was not necessarily what you wanted to see coming out of them, but you know what? They gave it their best effort. It is going to be Visceral moving on. Goliath will win today and move on to the second round of the tournament. You said that Visceral's run through the tournament was going to be difficult. Well, they made an example of Dzen in the first round here as time ticks down. If Visceral with the stronger strategy will take out Dzen. Good fights to both teams here. It does look like, again, look at that leaderboard. Holy moly. 2 million damage from Shio right there, and it's looking like a whole lot of Visceral, as it were, at the end of the day. Here, let's look at the damage taken. Let's see. 900k from Wop Wop from Dzen. 1.4 million from Dzen as Opium. I believe that he actually had the highest. And again, that's what I'm saying, is that their tanks were able to stand up to the Visceral squad. But again, I think that had to do a lot more with target acquisition. But like, their tanks from Dzen were taking a beating, but looked the best out of the 3 groups. If you healer, tank, and DPS, it looked like they were performing the best for Dzen. As far as amount healed goes, 7 million from Captain Jackie right there, as the most healed in the match by far. Captain Jackie taking it home for his team. 6.5 million for ZVN as well, but kind of a blowout. But also, again, I think Dzen looked really strong. I think that they just fought a really good opponent.
Yeah, I mean, Visceral is a force to be reckoned with. I mean, Dzen, they did their best, but they were getting punished absolutely everywhere. On the point, they couldn't get the cap off. On the spawn, on the flank, on air, on sea, everywhere. I mean, Visceral was just absolutely everywhere on their ass. They had absolutely no chance to go anywhere, unfortunately. I mean, I knew this, so you did get just a free victory here.
Yeah, okay, yeah, what is it, 7-6 now? 7-6
Yeah,
now. And we move on to one of my good fights to both teams, by the way. We're gonna move on to one of my favorite upcoming matches of the tournament so far, because I get to see my boys in Prets fight Royal Legion. Prets, again, the strongest guild in Russia for Black Desert Online, coming to Throne and Liberty. They're representing the RU server here as well. It is the same group of people. I did check here. They're my choice for this match. They're an early access guild because Black Desert's PvP is fucking ass right now. So server RNet, their alliances Prets, Praetorians, and Daggerstun. They're the rank 1 alliance on the server. 4 sieges won so far. The prediction is top 1 to 10.
Yeah, on the other side, we have a Royal Legion, which is on the free-to-play server Excavator, and they're allied with first-class bread and bored apples that we... Oh, apples. Bored apes that we saw lose to Call Me Daddy, and they are first in their server, and they have 2 sieges won. The prediction is top 50%. You, of course, is going with Prets here, and I have to go with Royal Legion. So, Legion, I believe in you.
I do believe in Prets on this one. People are asking if Russia is part of Europe. I would say you need to get a map. You desperately need a map, my child. But Prets, no, Russia, it definitely plays on the EU server in a lot of cases because, you know, it's a little bit more active.
He has NA education. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah. Russia is both in Europe and in Asia, but Russia is actually part of Europe, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, for Throne and Liberty, yes, we consider them part of Europe. Yes, but in a lot of but I'm not talking about like necessarily geographically. I'm talking about in games.
But you said get a map. That's literally what he said, right?
Most of the time,
he said get a map, right?
Yeah, get a map because it's not actually in Europe. When you talk about Europe, it's not actually in Europe. Technically, it's a part of Europe, but I think that they're kind of at war right now. We just won't talk about that at the current moment. But that being said, most of the time, Russia has its own servers to play on. In Throne and Liberty, they don't have their own servers to play on. So chat is still fucking morons. In this case, Prets, I do believe is going to win this match, but we're going to see here as we get ready for this one, Spid.
Yes, we have Prets versus Royal. We have Prets that won the pick. They chose Talus, and Royal Legion banned Alon, Malakar, and Kovazan. So going back to Talus is going to be interesting. I am not a big fan of Talus. I think Talus is the map where you can use the least strategies, the least choke, because it's just an open field, but it does matter if you can control the mountainside and have good control of the hook side. It's going to be detrimental for the groups here.
Talus is actually one of my favorite maps because you have 2 equally distanced spawn points. You can spawn from 2 sides with your guild and kind of flank. It opens up some really, really wild engagements. Overall, you've also got like the big, the area where Excavator or Talus rather actually spawns, and you can kind of move there and have your flank squad engage from the grapple point as well, or have your tanks kind of move up towards the point that way and avoid the most of the front lining in the fight. Like there's a lot you can do on Talus as we're about to get started with this one, and again, I'm excited for it. I like big wide open maps. It's better than this. It's better this than Malakar, in my opinion. It's better this than most other maps. It's one of my favorite ones to watch. And Grand Alon, are you kidding me? You're telling me that Talus is worse than Grand Alon?
I mean, Grand Alon makes the fight spicy. Come on, man. Like all those chokes getting. I mean, you look like if you get to the choke, like the KDS did earlier, you look like a whole beast, in my opinion.
Yep. That's what I mean. It's its own continent. Chat is still arguing over whether Russia is actually part of Europe. If you want to talk about logistically, sure, but it's really just like half of Asia. If you want to talk about it, but either way, let's take a look at the map here while chat argues.
God, black boards everywhere. They are already on the disrespect. from Royal Legion here. I just see a bunch of boards running around. Oh, and they are answering. Are they answering? No, they're not answering. I thought they were going to be a full-on more fight here.
That would be crazy, bro. Prets in the yellow. It looks like Royal Legion in the red here. All morphed up right now. Prets, oh my god, look at all of their skins are all dyed yellow as well.
Oh wow, okay, that's pretty dope actually.
That's
okay,
actually
are they
pretty
showing
sick.
up? We have oranges. We have a couple of oranges right now. Come on, morph up, man. Let's make a cool morph fight. Black.
Oh, here comes the engage right now, and Royal Legion's actually morphed. Wait, that's actually really bad. Royal Legion is morphed right now as Prets starts the engage. They gotta get out of morph. That's okay. They finally do manage to get out of morphs. Prets starts to back up a little bit. One of them ended up getting killed on that one as the tanks from Prets are out in front right now. A good spread, wasted a couple flash waves right there on the side of Prets, but a good first engage from Royal Legion. Prets' flank squad dives in. You can see that right in front of me right here. The backline from Prets also taking a fair amount of hurt as well on the first engage like this. It's going to be whichever flank squad can actually take over, and I think Prets is starting to run out of health bars right now. Royal Legion actually battling back strong on this, but the respawns coming in already from Prets make the fight look a lot closer. But after that first engage, Spid, I'm not super confident here.
I mean, the fight is pretty equal right now. Both of them are making progress here, but Prets are putting way more pressure right now. I mean, you see Royal Legion slowly backing down towards their spawn, and Prets is putting good pressure here. They have good spread too, and they have good flank teams fighting on the side. But as you can see, Royal Legion is actually wasting resources right now because their flank squad is just waiting and waiting instead of helping entering the back line. But now they're back on the back line, hopefully putting some pressure on Prets. Prets is in trouble right now because now they're getting attacked from both sides. It's 2 minutes left before they can take the Riftstone here.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of Prets is actually forward interrupting Royal Legion's spawn as well, but I do think that Prets is losing out in a lot of these early engagements here. They do not look super great. That first engagement, we saw them waste about 5 or 6 flash waves before it. They couldn't even hit anything. They were just in Narnia. They just missed the flash waves, which you cannot afford to do at a high level of play like this. You're seeing, again, there's 2 more flash waves missed from Prets. I don't know how you miss a skill that is literally the width of an interstate, but somehow Prets is actually finding a way to do that. I think that if they actually started landing those skills, they would have a better chance of actually winning the fight. But it does look like the Prets is losing out in a lot of these early engagements, but because of the close respawns, they're able to keep the fight relatively close.
Yeah, I mean, if you can see how much a flank team would actually put an insane amount of pressure. If a flank team runs behind the corner here around this hook, you can put insane pressure on both sides, but there's absolutely nobody doing it. Nobody going into their backline and smashing. Right now, Prets is pushing way too far into the spawn. This is not good. I would not do this. I would not be this aggressive that far ahead. Now you can see Prets is slowly backing up. They started realizing, okay, that was not such a good idea. However, they do have a good control around the stone now. If they can hold this side, hold this fight, I think Prets will have the advantage here going into the Riftstone opening.
Yeah, I think so as well. Some people in chat are saying, has this caster never heard of flash wave healing people? Please, my sweet child, sit down. When I say the flash wave missed, I mean it's literally hitting not a single soul, not an ally, not an enemy, nothing. It's just going into Narnia. Okay, so please sit down, child. Prets is doing a great job, honestly, rallying onto the rift right now. I think that Royal Legion actually has messed up a lot of their spawns. Prets has actually rallied back here as again their flash waves are starting to actually land on opponents and allies now and actually be relevant in the fight here. Prets actually starting to get a fair amount of room and dominating right now with control of the rift right when it matters. 5 seconds before it actually unlocks, and they are ready to go, but so is Sneely. SN4, or sorry, Snake. Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm an Ameritard. Snake over here. In fairness, he's got a number 4 in his name. It confused me. All right, they're both going for
Numbers are
caps
hard.
on the point right now, and it does look like it's going to be Prets that gets it down first. It doesn't look like Royal Legion has been able to get that cap off quite yet on the point, but Prets again dominating. Look how many yellow health bars you're seeing right now, and they have just enough people on the point to basically start getting their percentage in on the rift. Although I'd love to see a couple more people step on. They don't want to clump up too much, and that is the problem with Talus. That's part of why I like it so much. Is the cap point is really small, so you have to be really careful on this one. It looks like Royal Legion did finally join the fight or the battle for the Riftstone here as they start to get their contribution as well, and so Prets is gonna have to start risking it to get more boots on the Riftstone, because Royal Legion is starting to stack more of their front line here. Prets is a backline, and again, this is why I love this, is that your backline has to know how to basically step on and give contribution and then step off. You're sacrificing position to contribute to the guild's success overall, but you don't want to sacrifice too much because you might end up just dying in an AoE if too many of you stand too close together. It looks like, again, both guilds are very close. They seem to understand this very delicate balance, this dance that they're doing back and forth. Neither guild wants to commit too many people onto the Riftstone at any one time, because although you get a short amount of contribution, all of you could die at the same time, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, the positioning from Prets, I like it a little bit more. They have way more spread out. You see they're covering the mountainside really good here to get a really good position. What I would like to see Royal Legion do a little bit more is go around this hook side here and get on their back line. This is literally just free real estate on the back here. If they can get on the back line where they're spawning from, they can put an immense amount of pressure. Right now, I think they're just both panicking, trying to get as many boosts as possible. They see that the score is close and they think it's really even, but we've seen this many times. When it's really even, when one guild makes that change, it changes everything and they end up with the cap. So they have to act faster than the other guilds.
They absolutely do on this one, and I think that Prets is actually winning out right now really hard. They almost have twice as many people on the Rift itself here, 28% contribution, but you could see just how close this fight actually is for both sides like this. Royal Legion fighting their darndest to try to keep Prets off the Riftstone, but Prets doing a great job of keeping themselves healthy and standing tall on the point here. 38% to 27%, or 26% rather. This is a lot closer than I think a lot of us thought this was going to be, but I knew it. I thought my boys in Prets, bro, they're going to pull this out, I believe. Right now they have 41% contribution and they are working together as a unit right now, Spid.
I think you're calling it a little bit too early right now, because Prets, even though they have a really good position and what they're doing is illegal, just standing on the side of the mountain, just free casting, but now you see that Royal Legion is actually answering this. They're finally putting more pressure around the mountainside, not letting Prets get that free real estate, and hopefully they can put a little bit more pressure on them, push a bit through, because right now Royal Legion is a little bit too much on the backside, on their back line. If they put a little bit more pressure on the left side and on their back line, you can see huge wipes right now from Royal Legion, just wiping Prets left and right. They have doubled the numbers. That's what I wanted to see the whole time. Getting the control of the mountain, getting control of the hook side, pushing up, putting the pressure on Prets is incredibly important, and they're making a massive comeback. That's what I say when I say you have to act before the other guild does. That will give you the advantage, and Royal Legion literally did just that.
Yeah, and here come the respawns from Prets, though, trying to rally back on this one, and you saw the flash waves come through, but the heals came up for Royal Legion, and they're still on top of this one. Prets finding it hard to basically re-rally here, finally getting control of the Rift. Once again, it is almost a dead heat the entire way up. It was like 30 and 30, 40 and 40, and then it was 50 and 50 almost exactly, and now we're seeing Prets start to take over. They have over 2 times as many people on the Rift now, and look at their percentage shoot up over the top of Royal Legion. They need to get their act together right now. Look at them all standing on the point. It's almost all yellow health bars. 75, 76. Prets absolutely rallying strong there. Royal Legion with a small fumble, and Prets having that experience in large scale PvP, having the poise to know when your opponent makes a mistake, you punish them very hard. You have to think that their experience in large scale PvP across other MMOs is helping them in this battle here. 24 to 20 right now. They're at 88% now. It was a dead heat before a Spid. Now look at the gap.
Yeah, I mean, Prets is definitely going to be taking this here. Like I told you earlier, Royal Legion had the upper hand when they actually pushed the mountainside. Look on the side. These guys are just literally free casting. Nobody touching him. Nobody interrupting him. Snippets is standing here. Product is standing here. Alaric is standing here. Just free casting into the red. Where are they? Why are you letting them get this free cast? It's actually absolutely does not make sense. And this is why Prets is going to take this first cap. Hopefully, Royal Legion can start making more. They need more space here. They need more space on the left side. They need more space on the right side, and that's the only way they're gonna get this cap here.
Yeah, I will be honest. Now that you have the first cap on a stone like Talus, Prets has a lot more room for leniency because they can basically just prevent Royal Legion from getting the cap on the stone repeatedly. Oh my gosh, a huge engage actually happens off the stone right there, and Prets routes Royal Legion on that engagement right there. But Royal Legion's flankers bringing the fight back, doing what they can there. But for the most part, on Talus like this, you can prevent your opponent from getting a cap repeatedly, like we're seeing Prets do. And then when they do get the cap, they're the ones that have to stand in a very small choke point. Prets is not under a crazy amount of pressure. Prets can wrap. Prets can take all the space that they want outside the fight to basically get a good flash wave or get a good flank with their spear dagger players. They did allow Royal Legion to get a cap off, but now again, they're not the ones that necessarily have to stand on the point. Royal Legion backline does have to come in and stand on this point if they're going to try to take it from Prets here, and Prets knows that.
Yeah, I mean, Royal Legion is doing a really good job now. They got the point back and they're putting more pressure on the mountainside. You see there's a huge brawl over here. Who controls the mountainside? Who can get these free casts in? There's going to be a big brawl, but Prets is taking. They're cleaning up the mountainside. They're taking it, and now they're going to push into Royal Legion, and they're going to most likely wipe them here because there is no pressure. But Royal Legion is coming back. They understand now that the mountain is important. They need that control. If they're going to win that point, you need to stand there. Do not let them give any edge. Do not give them any space, because that's how you're going to win the fight.
Yeah, it looks like Royal Legion. I thought that Prets was actually going to overwhelm the point there and drop down contribution, but Royal Legion slowly but surely committing enough people to the point. This is looking a little bit scary now for Prets right now. They need to commit more people onto the. Oh my gosh, a lot of the Prets squad just got obliterated by a huge AoE right there. And just as I say that, Royal Legion takes a massive hit as well. It is neck and neck. It is within 1 or 2 members on either side, and look how many people are not contributing to the point. I think that Prets is going to be in a lot of trouble. Royal Legion has 7 minutes to cap this. They're already up at 45% and climbing on this one. I do think that Prets needs to start committing a little bit harder to the point to try to shut this percentage down. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves really scraping for time at the end of this if Royal Legion is able to flip this the other way, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest issue I see with Royal Legion right now is they're panicking too much. When they start getting a lot of points, they all rush in and they completely leave Prets free to cast and do whatever they want to them. They have to make sure that they're giving continuous pressure. They need to get 1 point at a time. You need to be patient. If you're not patient, if you rush in, Prets is just going to eat you alive. And right now, they have insane amount of numbers inside. They have to play with a cool, calm, and collected. They're getting that. Look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Player. They're actually going to take it, Blue.
There's no shot. Royal Legion coming back. They have over 2 times as many players as Prets does. 77%. Prets fumbling right now. It's Conquer all over again. Keep in mind earlier when I said they fought EU versus Russia in the Black Desert Global Siege. Prets did lose to Conquer in that 1v1 in a choke. I'm telling you right now, this is not looking good for Prets right here. It was 78% on the clock, or on the contribution rather. Prets finally manages to battle it back, pushing that contribution back down for Royal Legion. But I'll be honest, 5.5 minutes left on the clock to get 20 or 30%. That's not a whole lot to go for Royal Legion. I think if they just keep doing what they're doing, it's Prets that now is on the back foot and has to basically rally onto the point to keep them from capping this, because if Royal Legion takes it, they will not have enough time to flip this.
Yeah, Royal Legion is coming back with the spawn now. They have really good positions. They're coming from the left side. They're trying to put as much pressure as possible. I do think we're going to see a Prets wipe here. And when the Prets wipe here, I do think Royal Legion is going to win this. Because Royal Legion is putting insane amount of pressure right now on Prets. Coming back, you see this back and forth. Prets will wipe here. The second they wipe here, it is over for them. Maybe they can stop it at 90%. But definitely Royal Legion has the wave with them currently.
Yeah, it looks like Prets is managing to get back to the fight on time here, so they are keeping it relatively close. They're almost able to get it back, still at 73%, shutting that down right there, but they did lose a fair amount of members. As Spid said, they do manage to get back to the point in time, as Royal Legion just does not have all of their boots on the point per se here. But literally almost every player in the match, you'll notice before it was super spread out, everyone was playing relaxed. Now look, everyone is in this tiny box right here. Everyone just piling into the box, trying to contribute for their guild. Prets has almost 30 people on the point. They're barely trying to keep it alive. 85% on the contribution for Royal Legion here as time sticks down below 4 minutes. It looks like they're gonna hit 90. That is not good for Prets. 92%. They're climbing. They have 40 people on the point. Prets fumbles on the goal line once again. Oh, that is not good for Prets. Royal Legion will flip it back the other way. Prets is going to lose control of this one. They're desperately trying to get another cap onto the rift one more time to try to flip this back. Technically, they do have enough time, but they need to get this cap immediately, Spid.
I mean, Prets did, but that is really bad for Prets. The pressure from Royal Legion was intense. They're struggling right now to get the cap back, but Prets have insane amount of numbers. But Royal Legion is just coming back from the spawn, going right in, punishing them, because Prets, again, they have to do what Royal Legion did. They cannot panic. They can't send all of them into the point. They have to start getting more and more ground. They have to go around. They have to take control of the mountainside. They have to take control of the hook side. If they don't, they will not be able to win here. They have to think smarter. That's what Royal Legion did. It took them 10 minutes, 12 minutes to be able to be smart enough to understand that you need more control than just on top of the point. Royal Legion did it, but can Prets counter?
I don't think that they can, and I'm not, bro. If Prets has one North American fan, it would be me. But like at the end of the day here, they can't get the cap down on the point, and Royal Legion is just preventing them. At precious seconds are ticking away here, and Prets just doesn't know what to do. Their tanks cannot get this cap off on repeat here. Royal Legion just constantly keeping them every time they interrupt the point. It's so tragic to see out of Prets. They're just tornadoing the point on repeat. Royal Legion knows that's all they need to do to make sure they secure the win here. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. Oh my gosh, that feels so bad. The leaderboard is almost all Prets, and they're going to lose. It's just a choke and a half coming out of this Prets squad. Unbelievable choke out of Prets to let Royal Legion come back and swell that hard onto the point. They just let off the gas pedal too hard now. Under 2 minutes on the clock. Almost certainly Prets will lose this now because they just don't have enough time, Spid.
I mean, yeah, Royal Legion did a really good job. They did what I wanted them to do. They went on the sides. They made sure they didn't stress it. They did 1 point at a time. The second they got that respawn wave, they completely wiped them out, and they got that point. Prets is just panicking. They're just running straight in. There's no strategy behind it. I don't know what they're thinking or what they're doing, but this is not going to win. It's like running headfirst into a wall. There's nobody on the right side, nobody on the left side. Finally, Prets is trying to get on top of them, trying to cover more ground, but it's 1 minute late. I do not think they have enough time here.
Yeah, sadly, I think that Prets' time has run out despite the fact that they lead the leaderboards in the match. They are just, it's damage is not everything. You have to work better as a squad, and I thought that Prets would work better as a squad given their previous experience in large-scale PvP, and I do think that that helped them early on in the match, but I think that as the time went on in the match, they kind of just let off the gas pedal. They got complacent. They took things too easily. They took their opponent for granted, and they let Royal Legion just get too much percentage, and then out of nowhere Royal Legion with 1 or 2 big swells just took over the point, and now they just don't have enough time to flip it back the other way. Here we see Royal Legion with stronger strategy beating what is supposed to be a stronger guild than them based on what we see on the leaderboards. Prets is supposed to be significantly stronger, but Royal Legion will win in spite of that, and that's why we love large-scale PvP. That's why we love Throne and Liberty. It's because it's not always the strongest guild that wins. It's the group of players that works better together, and Royal Legion played better as a unit than Prets did. They will move on in this tournament, despite the fact that Prets literally dominates this leaderboard right here. 2.5 million damage. It's all Prets, 2 Royal Legion on the front page here. But if we scroll down, let's find who the strongest tank was in the match. I'm seeing 1.48 million from Drampier from Yets. Once again, Prets, once again, having the best tank in the lobby. Yeah, it's Prets there. Amount healed, let's see, 5 million from Prets right there as well. 5.5 million from Prets. Again, Prets literally, oh, there I saw 6 million. 6.3 million from Royal Legion, technically the best in the lobby, but I think Prets has more average healers. 6.3 million from Prets as well right here. Again, like, 7.2 million from First Class right there. Dang, man, like they just dominated the leaderboard. They looked so good, Spid, and they still lost.
What a match, though. Like, oh my god. It seemed that the first brawl was really even, but Prets had the upper hand, and then Royal Legion, I thought they were cooked. I thought they didn't know what they were doing. I kept asking for them to go to the mountainside and please do something different, and they did, and that was the game changer. Prets just didn't have enough time to understand, to adapt, and that made them take the L. And that means that if Prets took the L, Spid took the W, and now we are tied up, Blue.
All right, look, all I'm gonna say is Prets, EU wins again. That's crazy. How are you gonna get beat twice like that? Like, bro, you had you had everything. What are we doing?
Polska won, huh? Dobre, huh? Where's the Polish gang at? Let's go, man. Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness. I'm frustrated. Let's look ahead to our next match. Good fights to both teams there. Royal Legion definitely deserved the victory there. Caliber's XY versus Vikings on Shroom. Now, I'm going to say Shrooms during the match because like it sounds better, but I think they ran out of characters. But Caliber XY, an early access guild from the Talus server. And again, these are the people where I asked, hey, how many guilds are in your alliance? They said 2. I said, which 2? They said Requiem and Requiem North. I was like, oh, well, do you want me to change the name to Requiem? They're like, no, our guild's Caliber. I'm like, well, is Caliber in your alliance? They're like, yeah. I'm like, so you have 3 guilds in your alliance? They're like, yeah, we have 3 guilds. Bro, you can't make this up. You can't make this. The EU education is actually just insane. Unbelievable. But you know what, they believe that they're the rank 1 alliance on the server. They've only won 1 siege, and they were way too scared to say where they were going to finish in the tournament. So say what you will about that, but I'll let you introduce Viking on Shroom.
I just have a question. Are they afraid themselves, or are they afraid of what people would say? Like, what are they scared of? Is it Halloween? I don't understand, Calibers.
They're afraid of the poop talk, as it were. If you catch my drift, the chat PvP of saying that we're the best. I will say, for what it's worth, For Glory said they were the best guild in the world, and then I go look at the chat from yesterday in the Discord, and they were just getting memed on like super hard because they got knocked out in the first round. Kind of rough. You know, this is why you have to stand on what you say. I've been saying since day 1, Shin is gonna win the whole thing. I'm gonna stand on it. We're gonna win. I ain't afraid. Come talk your smack. I am right here, okay? You can't spell stupid without Spid, okay? Next guild that we're facing against is Vikings on Shrooms. Shrooms is on the free-to-play server Deer. On their alliance, we have Birds on Shroom. Whatever. And Requiem, they're first in their server, 6 sieges, 1, and their prediction is top 6 or 10. And of course, since I'm from Norway, we are the Vikings. So I'm going with Vikings for this one. Oh, right on. I wasn't sure. Norway is such a beautiful country, just to be clear. I think that's awesome. That being said, again, Caliber XY, I believe that the fact that they were dented on the form and unable to answer the question actually probably means that they're a pretty strong guild. If I follow my EU logic, Usually the stupidest people that fill out the form ended up being in the strongest guilds. I don't know what it is. It's kind of like how like big buff muscle people that go to the gym are generally just dumbasses. It's probably the same kind of thing. These guys are the Giga Chad PvPers. We're rooting for Caliber XY here as we move over to the versus screen. Let's take a look at the pick ban. It does look like Viking on Shroom won and chose to pick Caliber XY banned. They banned Talus, Kawazan, and Azrael. The choice from Vikings was Morokai.
We are going back to Morokai. You know who we saw win at Morokai? Pirates. Pirates and Vikings, almost same thing. So I think Vikings is definitely taking the dub right here.
Yeah, okay, we'll see about that one, big dog.
Quick
Honestly,
maths.
All right, this is the guy who literally voted for Just Play and then got absolutely rolled. Okay,
Wait, we're not
same
gonna
guy.
talk about that.
Same guy,
No.
chat, same guy.
Bro, I heard. Did you hear what happened?
No,
they're
what?
saying they're retiring from Throne of Liberty esports because they want to play Hello Kitty My Adventure Island esports now. So we probably might see them in that tournament.
I thought that they named that game League of Legends. That's insane.
Same thing, right?
Yeah, yeah, same thing. Same thing. Tough to be different. But either way, make sure you get your predictions in for Caliber XY versus Viking on Shroom. We are 7-7, Spid, aren't we?
Yeah, we're
We're like
tied up.
We are literally 7-7 on predictions right now. This one
That's
is
actually crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Actually,
this is the tiebreaker right here. I need Calibers to pull through, despite the fact that they were dented on the form. I am counting on the fact that they are wearing industrial grade helmets and have themselves strapped in and are listening to calls in this one. As we are just about to hit go, Morokai, one of my favorite maps to play on, to be honest.
Wait, I thought you said Talus. You can't just change whenever
No,
you
Talus
want.
is
That's
also
not how it works.
Morokai is my very favorite. Talus is probably in my top 3.
Oh, okay, what's the other one in top 3?
Azrael maybe. I like Azrael too. Azrael has a lot going on. But
Solid list.
Either way, we are already in the game on this one, so we are running over. Sadly, the spectators spawn in Narnia, so we are running all the way over. Fortunately, I did at least spawn in the correct location. This wasn't a Grand Alon situation where they spawned me in the field. I spawned where the boss spawns, which was really strange. I had to run all the way back around. I was like, oh god. But we'll see who is first to the stone here. It looks like Vikings on Shroom are already up here. We'll see if Calibers has joined them yet. No, it does not look like the first engage has happened quite yet, but Vikings on Shrooms on the high ground, Caliber on the low ground. It looks like they are squaring off. We're here just in time to see the first engage. I don't know, man. This could look a little bit rough. Caliber committing. Oh, good pull on a gold swarm right there. Excellent little cheeky little pick right there. But sadly, that is a tank. They're not gonna be able to kill him.
They can't touch him. Yeah, use your cooldowns on him, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, they wasted flash wave right there. Look at Caliber XY climbing up that left side. They're gonna go from the left and the right at the same time. Look at this engagement. The left is a little early. Where's the right side? You have to go up. The left is getting absolutely shredded. The right has not even entered the choke point yet. No, Caliber has overextended on this push, I think, because the right side are just a bunch of I'm gonna say patty cakes is the gentle way of saying it. Just pansies. Didn't actually push up the choke point. The left side pushed up, all got CC'd, and the right side, who was supposed to get through there, if they're focused on the left, the right side's supposed to get through. The right side just kind of stood on the low ground and said, we're gonna fight this spear. Let's fight the spear SNS. It's gonna be so much fun. Viking on Shroom wiping Caliber XY on the first push right there. Caliber XY doing something a little bit too over ambitious on the first push. And again, Viking holding this high ground pretty convincingly here. Caliber trying to reinforce it, but still low on numbers, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really amazing push by Calibers, but have you seen the movie 300? Vikings were standing there. They said shield wall. They came from the left, they came from the right, but they just couldn't get through the Vikings, and now they're just absolutely smashing them everywhere. Caliber is still trying. They're coming from the right, they're coming from the left, but Vikings, again, standing like a massive wall. We've actually seen this work a lot on this map, playing together as a huge big blob has been working very effectively on this map. So let's see if Calibers can actually play a little bit different here, try to come from different sides, or maybe just face them head on, blob to blob.
I don't know what is possessing Calibers to try to push this high ground. This isn't even part of the Riftstone. They were in the better position. All they had to do was stand on the low ground and wait. Vikings had to come to them. They're the ones that have to drop down to try to get control of the stone down here. But it's Calibers constantly forcing themselves into bad position after bad position. This is just bad shot call after bad shot call. Look at them getting stuck in this choke and just getting absolutely obliterated on repeat. Vikings is more than happy to just sit here and farm them. The high ground seems like a tempting position, but at the end of the day, when the cap opens up, you basically have to control the low ground, and Caliber just keeps trying to push into the high ground, and it's just choke after choke after choke point.
I mean, I don't understand. I don't know if Calibers like getting punished or something, but they're just standing in the chokes. They're like, hey guys, we're here. They're not even trying to push through the choke. They're just standing there and be like, okay guys, we're waiting for you. Can you please come and just destroy us? Like, why are you continuously not running all the way in? Finally, they started to realize that maybe it's not such a good idea standing in the choke. Maybe we have to push all the way in, and they're starting to put a little bit of pressure on the Vikings. But is it enough? I don't think so, but the stone is opening in 40 seconds, and I think we're gonna see a big meta change the second that happens.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is a little rough considering the first Caliber member on the leaderboard is down at 13th for damage, but you expect that when their shot caller is telling them to run into a meat grinder on repeat. And again, they have not let off the gas pedal. They think that they're winning. I'm not, unbelievably, they just keep running up here and expecting. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing repeatedly and expecting a different result. And that's what they're trying here. There's 10 seconds left on the clock. The funny thing is, I don't know how
it is working, because Vikings aren't even close to the spawn. Like, they don't even know that it's gonna open. It's gonna just join it right.
They're dropping down. No, they're dropping down right now. They're gonna go. Oh my gosh, he wasted his CC on the wrong member. No, he got it. Okay, no, here come all the Vikings on Shroom. It is not working for Caliber XY. All the yellow health bars drop down, and this would be where I would expect Caliber to engage them. When they drop down like this, you blanket flash waves, you blanket CC. That's when you want to hit them really hard instead of funneling up to the high ground on repeat like a bunch of ding-dongs. I'm not really sure what the plan was with that one, but it does look like Viking on Shrooms got the cap first there because they've been playing the map way better, mainly because it's not like they're being proactive or anything. They're just allowing Caliber to overextend, be way too aggressive, and just continually make mistake after mistake in this match. Again, they're still fighting over that high ground. That's just not the play. You can basically hit everyone from this low ground. It's just basically just as good because you can step onto the point either way. Sure, the high ground gives you slightly more hit, but you're hitting tanks in a lot of cases, and it's really just you're standing out of the point unless you stand kind of right where I am. This is the Giga Gamer spot to be standing. Sadly, we don't see anybody here quite yet, but so many Caliber are fighting over that high ground right now. They're not actually contesting the point as well as they could be here.
Yeah, if you look at the low ground right now, you can see there's so many Caliber players not even inside the point, which, I mean, even if you don't have the point, you should still get in so you can slow down the retake from Vikings right now. But they're just standing outside, just casting. Just get your boots inside. It makes absolutely no sense. There's nothing happening over here. Why are you not standing inside? But as we can see, Vikings, they are trying their best, but Caliber is bringing it back. But can they get the cap? Because if they don't have the cap, they're not making any progress.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit rough for them. Vikings on Shroom constantly swelling onto the point. It looks like it's going to go Caliber's way. And then Viking says, no, everybody from the high ground drop down right now. And then everyone drops down and you see this massive swell. Look at this. They have over 2 times as many people on the point. Once they bring their people standing on the high ground down onto the point, they're going to secure this cap as quickly as they can and force Caliber to basically try. Honestly, Caliber still hasn't even gotten a cap off, despite the fact that they had over 30 people on the point just a few moments ago. They still could not secure a cap onto the point. Again, that's the failure of the front line on repeat there. They should absolutely have been able to secure a point, at least a cap by now. It's not like they're not contesting it or not getting attempts down. I think, again, it's just an itemization diff on this one. Viking on Shroom is certainly out out skirmishing them, no question. But again, you're spawning at the better spawn location and running in. They definitely had more people on the point than Vikings a number of times here, Spin.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you can change your strategy, you can play different, but if your tanks cannot get the capture, there's nothing to be done. You might as well just sit at your spawn and go eat some cake. If you need your tanks, your front line to get a cap off, that's the only way you'll be able to make any progress here. They are trying to position themselves better. They are trying to take those fights, but again, we see this over and over again. Struggling with capturing the point leads to disaster, and right now, that is what's happening to the boys.
Yeah, I think Caliber XY diving onto the point right now, trying to get in on this. Honestly, again, look how many red health bars they have actually contesting the point at the moment, yet no one is capturing the point. No one is getting that cap down. In fairness, look at the Viking on Shroom. Look at them. They're all on this high ground, securing this right now. And that makes it really hard on Caliber. Since Viking on Shroom already has control of the point, the high ground becomes a much stronger position for them because they don't have to worry about getting a cap down. They can just stand up on that high ground and just berate you while you try to get your cap down. The high ground was less important before, and now it's even more important for Viking on Shroom. And Caliber XY is forced to basically run into this meat grinder on repeat, but I'm not sure why you would try to cap the stone on this side, as that's where most of the damage from the high ground is coming through from Caliber XY. But again, these are the same people that didn't know if there were 2 or 3 guilds in their alliance. So, you know, what are you gonna do at the end of the day? A lot of Vikings on Shroom getting low there, but getting healed right back up. The fight looks reasonably close, but I think that's because Caliber XY is spawning from a really close spawn and running back as quickly as they can. If you look over at the leaderboards, I think it tells a bit of a different story. You see Vikings on Shroom basically dominate the entire leaderboard, save one person named Keox in Caliber XY. It's Viking on Shroom just dominating right now in DPS on the leaderboard. So that tells you their statics are just working stronger together, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, the fight does look even, and they finally got the cap. So hopefully, maybe they can change the strategy up. We've seen this in many fights over and over again. We see usually the team that capture first don't always win. It's always the second team, because the second team has time to adapt. They have time to learn, and then they can execute. And if they are able to execute here, we also seen that the other team does not have time to adapt in time to take the point back. So I do think here that Caliber really needs this point, because if they lose this point again, the tanks are just gonna struggle to get it back. They have to make plays. They're standing on top right now. They need to get their asses into the zone. If they don't, there is no chance that the Vikings will let them have even an inch.
Yeah, I think that, again, they're still skirmishing for this high ground, and I think that these players are acting as more of a disruption. You have 4 Caliber XY players occupying close to 8 players from Viking on Shroom, trying to keep them from firing on their players on the low ground. I think that's a pretty good trade. The problem is Caliber's still losing the fight on the low ground, and that is a bad sign for their guild down there when they're fighting an advantaged in numbers and still losing like that. They fail the cap on the stone, and that's got to be demoralizing for Caliber's XY here. Viking on Shroom putting on a pretty dominant performance in the first round of this tournament here for them. I wasn't sure. Have you ever played against Viking on Shrooms before? Are you aware of who this guild is?
I didn't even know. I just saw the name Vikings and I was like, that's my team right there. But they are playing really good. Now they are, in my opinion, even though Vikings is dominating, I would say these teams are very close in how well they play, and they're around the same tier. However, Vikings just have the better strategy. They know what they're doing. They're everywhere, right? They're on the ground, they're on top, they're trying to interrupt as well as they can, while Caliber is just getting slapped around. But Caliber is coming back. They were finally able. Earlier, it took them 5 minutes to get the cap. Now, just a minute. So they are definitely making progress here. They just need to change the strategies a little bit, come in from different sides, make sure that they're destroying these teams. They're just standing there, just hammering down on them, and I think they might be able to take the W here.
Yeah, I think that honestly, Caliber's battle battling really strongly here on the low ground. We've seen this time and time again on Mordecai. The weaker guild is able to put up a fight, mainly because the spawn is so close here. They can run straight back and get onto this. I wonder if there's any spawn campers over there, but I doubt it, as I see most of Vikings on Shroom here. Some people are saying that Viking on Shroom is a BDO guild transition to a TNL guild. That's interesting, and they just swapped a Bellendir a couple weeks ago. That's very interesting to hear from them, because they look really strong here. But I think that's the beautiful thing about this tournament, is there's a lot of guilds that people didn't even know existed that come out and they have such a strong performance, and they look so good in the tournament like this, and then you're like, oh wow, wait, maybe we're not the strongest guild. You know, it's kind of a humbling experience for the entire scene to see just what everyone is capable of, especially in the first round like this, Spid.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot of players after this tournament realizing that it's maybe not worth being on these dead servers. Maybe we need to go to servers where there is PvP action so we can get better. Everybody has been writing in those forums. We have won 6 sieges. We are the strongest in our alliance, and they come here and they get absolutely dogged on. And that should be a wake-up call. Maybe not for the leaderships, but for the members, that hey, we are not as strong as we thought we were. We should probably go seek out a PvP server so we can get experience, we can get chemistry, so we can actually get better as a guild.
I couldn't have said it better myself. I think that early on, being on a dead server was fine because everybody was still getting their gear. But now we've reached a point where everyone's basically capped out on their gear. Everyone has what they need to basically succeed. And now there is no substitute for experience. And you're seeing that come through. A lot of these guilds getting humbled really hard, thinking that they are God's gift to the universe, and then coming into the tournament and getting absolutely blasted. Now, I'm not saying that Calibers or Vikings thinks that, but there are a lot of people that fill out the forum saying, oh yeah, we'll be top 5, that were knocked out in the first round by guilds that I would not consider our favorites to win the tournament. We haven't even seen those guilds yet. Most of those guilds got a bye round in the first round of the tournament, but we're seeing like Vikings on Shroom, for example. Maybe these guys should have received a bye because they have 39 people on the point right now, basically slamming the door on Caliber's contribution here. Caliber fighting valiantly to try to get back into this one, and I'll be honest with you, I give them credit where credit is due. Their tanks are doing their job, but look how many yellow health bars are swarming the point right now. They're just losing the engagements. Their DPS is losing, their backline is losing, their flankers are losing, but the front line is still finding a way to get these caps down. It's just Vikings slamming the door on them on repeat. It's just a rough situation for them, but it shows the resilience that they have as a guild to keep coming back and keep trying for that point repeatedly like that. They're not just getting slammed on immediately. It takes Vikings a couple minutes in order to slam the door on Calibers here.
Yeah, I mean, Vikings is doing a really great job just holding it tight. Like I said, shield wall, right? They cannot get through, but they're playing together. They're playing really good together. They know their positions. They know where to stand. They know where to counter them. And Calibers just cannot find any space. Every time they try to get the... we've seen Caliber come on the point, take it, have double the numbers, but the numbers shrink so fast. It takes 5-6 seconds, and Vikings just immediately responds and just completely shut them down. And it is demoralizing. Like you say, I mean, being able to capture the point and not make any progress at all, it is rough, man. It is rough, but they still try. They're trying different things, but Vikings just seem way too strong here.
Yeah, it's a tough position, but as I look at some of these statics fighting on the screen here, I'm starting to look at some of them that you can tell that they're targeting different members. They're like, that's a tank, that's a tank, that's the, oh, that's a DPS, and then they start targeting that person. You see them run around for a second. They're click, looking for the correct targets. You can tell Viking on Shrooms DPS absolutely are targeting the DPS members of Caliber's XY. I think that their targeting is just much stronger than their opponents on top of their healers. And when your DPSers are playing really well, it makes your healer's job a lot easier because there's less people to kill your healers. And so it helps the entire team do better when your DPS are targeting in the correct way, and that's exactly what we're seeing Viking on Shrooms doing. That's why the front line for Caliber looks so strong here, is because they're basically being ignored until they reach the point by the rest of the Vikings squad here, is they're looking at everyone else. Once they start capping, it's a different story. Then they get interrupted, they get killed, but until that point, no one's even looking at them as tanks. No one even wants to touch them, and again, that's just good play coming out of Vikings on Shroom right there. We see flash waves coming coming around. One of them fired up, basically vertical there. That's a little rough. Mr. Tomato doing what he can, firing from the side out here. But again, Viking on Shroom looking overwhelmingly dominant in this one. It does look like Caliber's going to get one more cap in, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, again, let's see if it's gonna end up in the same story. They get the cap, they get members in, but it does not last long because Vikings, like you said, they know who to target. That's what makes a difference between being good and great. If your team is playing well, you know who to go for. You're good at leaving those tanks alone, targeting properly. It will change the match. But like I said, look at this. Caliber does have the number, but it will not last. It goes at least a minute, and then Vikings just come back, they counter them, and they just take the stone back. And every time that happens, it's extremely demoralizing.
I don't know. Calibers is actually wedged in that corner over there really well. They've got a lot of members that are very healthy on the point. Oh my gosh, 3 members that are not so healthy get knocked out. But honestly, I think they're doing a great job of rallying. Now they're starting to get bursted down as the Viking on Shrooms respawn come back to basically thwart them. They actually had a good run there, though. They got up at 31%. Again, that shows you when they're playing well together, they're strategizing together. Calibers is absolutely able to stand up to this Viking squad, but Vikings just a stronger guild. I'm just gonna say it. They have stronger organization overall, stronger shot calling, stronger static movement, but you can see these glimpses of hope from Caliber here where they work beautifully with one another. For just even a few moments of play, you can see just how well they look as a squad there. And then again, somebody slips, and then the whole team kind of falls over right there. Your chain is only as strong as its weakest link in a lot of cases. So Viking on Shrooms just eventually overwhelms them, and that's exactly what we're seeing here one more time. As time ticks down, we're under a minute here. Viking on Shrooms will very convincingly move on to the next round of this tournament, and they will fight the winner of our next match, which is Pain versus Nobody Cares.
Yeah, I mean, this was really amazing by Viking. Amazing showcase. They show who they are. They are ready for the big leagues. They came here, they conquered, they slapped, and they showed them that they are just in a different caliber.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. Why you got to do them like that? Why you gotta do them like that? 20 seconds left on the clock. They do have slightly more people on the point, but it takes Vikings a second to stop this Caliber cap on the point. Maybe Vikings isn't the strongest guild we've seen in the tournament so far, but I do think that they do look like one of the stronger opponents that you're going to have to face moving into round 2 here. But we'll see, as a lot of those guilds got bye rounds into round 2, but we will see here. Looking at the leaderboards here, oh my goodness. Birds on Shroom, 2.8 million damage on Nexus Earth. And then Kiox from Caliber XY actually notably 2.3 million, but then everything else is Viking on Shroom or Bird on Shroom in here. But if you look at damage taken, let's see, 1.19, let's see, 1.19 from Pumi, Birds on Shroom. 1.18, 1.5 million from Fridolin. I believe he is in Birds on Shroom as well. He is currently guildless because they just did a transfer, and so he is currently guildless. Not quite in the guild yet. They told us about that though. Healing 3.3 million. Birds on Shroom 3.7, 4.3 million from Calibers, actually. Munchlax at 4.7 million on that healer. The best healer in the lobby on the losing guild is not what you see very often right there, Spid. But hey, man, good fights to both sides. It looks like I think you're going to pull ahead for the first time in quite some time here.
I mean, I said Vikings, they're from Norway, you know, it was just meant to be. I am in the lead, and I'm going to be honest with you, Blue. I don't see you coming back from this. I think right now I'm just going to pull ahead. You have no chance. Just like Caliber versus Vikings, I was Vikings, you were Caliber. You will have no chance of catching up ever again. It's done.
Yeah, let's just bear in mind that you actually play on this server and are almost losing to someone that has never played against any of these guilds a single time in predictions. I'm just saying. I am just saying. We're looking ahead to our next match here. It's gonna be Pain versus Nobody Cares.
Okay, before you go into this, I have to talk to you about this, because if I introduce Pain here, the chat is going to be on fire, but because Pain is allied with Failure. So if I introduce them, I'm gonna be biased. So it's up to you. Will you want me to introduce them, or do you want to introduce them?
No, I'll definitely take them. Mainly because if they hate Spid, then they're probably the guild that I want to be voting on. Because let's be honest, we're all just gonna, if they win, we're just all gonna dump on you together. It'll be a party. We'll all be high fiving each other in the chat.
Free win for me because I've been saying this. There was 50 guilds signed up because of failure of Pain. It's technically is 48.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, Pain, we're just gonna circle jerk when we teabag him in this round. Pain is an early access guild from the Lightbringer server, and there are a lot of guilds from Lightbringer in this tournament. So Lightbringer has a lot of very strong PvP guilds. Pain believes they're the second strong in their alliance, maybe next to Failure there, who is also in the tournament and received a bye through the first round. They believe they're the strongest on the server. They've won all 6 sieges, and they predict top 50% for this tournament.
Yeah, on the other side, we have Nobody Cares. I actually played against Nobody Cares on my server. They are now in Talus Early Access. They teamed up with Aura and Main Coons, Cloud and Cloud Colt. They say they're outnumbered, whatever that means. They won 2 sieges.
What do you mean, whatever that means? That means they're outnumbered, bro. That means that you keep zerging them.
Everybody that says outnumbered is coping. At the end of the day, you have 4 guilds, alliances versus 4 guilds. That is it. There's nothing called outnumbered unless there's like 10 shadow alliances, which I don't think there is, right? But this prediction is bottom half. However, I played against Nobody Cares. I mean, when we played against them, they didn't perform too good, but Nobody Cares. Listen to me, okay? You're fighting Pain. That is literally a free win. There's no chance that you in hell that you will lose.
Oh.
Not at all. You can probably have half your team AFK and you will still take the victory. Nobody cares. So free win for Nobody Cares. I'm ready for this match.
This is going to be a delicious victory for Chat and I. I'll be honest, Chat, we just get it ready. We're going to eat good on this victory right here. Pain is going to take this one home. I absolutely believe in them. They're going to eat on this. Nobody cares here, but we will see. Let's take a look at pick ban here. Pain won the pick ban, just like they're about to win the game, and they chose to pick. Nobody Cares banned. They banned Adentis, Grand Alon, and Malakar. The choice from Pain was your favorite, Talus.
Yeah, we're going to Talus, but again, it does not matter. I'm telling you right now, Pain are gonna feel a bunch of pain after this. And once they feel that pain, they're gonna end up with a big failure.
Okay, yeah, no, you can tell he's really stretching it, Chat. Pain's about to absolutely destroy this. We're hitting go as the lobby is ready. It's Talus. We're gonna watch Pain inflict some of their namesake on Nobody Cares on this map. First round of this tournament. We have at least a couple more matches to go after this one still today. So there's a lot to get through. Let's get right into the action.
Yes, let's go, man. I am ready. Let's see who has a team. We have Yellow Team coming out from number 1. They already Pain has already taken. Yes, I don't know who they are. Yellow Team. Yellow Team is already making the stone, standing on it, getting ready for the push from Nobody Cares because they don't even care. They're gonna come in here. They're just gonna overrush them, to smash them to the side, and take the stone. They don't even need the 20 minutes to win this game.
Okay, here's the first engage happening right now. Nobody Cares a little clumped up on this one. Pain beautifully spread right now. That concave looking very good. They looks like they just want to accept the push from Nobody Cares. Nobody Cares spreading out now. Basically right as I said that now. Both guilds very reasonably split. 2 squads, 2 clumps rather on either side. It looks like Pain is gonna wash it. They're gonna pull the trigger. Why so easy diving in? There's the front line dive. Nobody Cares tries to reconnect on the other side. Look at the clash between the 2 armies right there as we see just who is stronger on the first engage. Nobody Cares. Looks like their health bars might not be quite as healthy as Pain's are. The flankers from Pain getting on the Nobody Cares backline and doing a lot of work. Look at them cleaning up by the cliff over there, and then they're gonna come over to this riftstone. Once they clean up the final members of Nobody Cares over there, Pain looking very dominant on that first engage.
I would say Pain did a really good engage there, but you see nobody cares is coming back because they start to understand that Pain might not be the challenge they thought the first was. And nobody cares is coming back, taking left side, taking right side. They are starting to put heavy pressure on Pain. They are starting to panic. Will they be able to hold it? The time is ticking, 3 minutes till the Riftstone opens, and I think nobody cares will have the yeah, to you, Blue.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. You're getting dumpstered right now, okay? I'm just gonna say what chat's thinking. You're getting dogged on. Pain is destroying this in the leaderboards right now. Every engage looks like for Pain is absolutely inflicting it on nobody cares. Look at this front line. Daxter runs out of health. Bay Demon runs out of health. All of this front line is dying over here. The cliffside doesn't look good for nobody cares either. Pain looking really strong from this one, and they look really good. I'll be honest with you, I'm sitting comfy. Look at the flankers from Pain on the back line of nobody cares, disrupting even the regroup. It's looking a lot of yellow right now on the screen. Nobody cares, just getting mopped up left, right, and center. It looks like I would try a different strategy if I were them, because running straight at this brick wall is not working.
We've seen this many times. Like the first brawl, the first 5 minutes don't always matter. I think nobody cares is just pretending to take this pressure from Pain, just letting them sandbag them, because the second this Riftstone opens, they're just gonna mass rush it, take over the whole area, push the mountainside, push the hook side, push all the way into their spawn, start spawn camping them, and take this stone from them.
Yeah, I had to turn on your perspective there because I had to make sure I was watching the same match that you were. We are in fact watching the same match. He's just on the best copium the chat's ever actually heard of in his life. Pain basically running through this one. That's why everybody's spamming China in the chat, is because there's somebody named China on the team here. I didn't realize. I was like, are they a Chinese team? Why are they playing here? I get it now. Okay, but Pain looking really, really good on this one. They're winning almost every skirmish. Nobody cares, to their credit. They look like they've got a lot of spunk. They do be diving in from both sides, but dang, Pain's statics are working together. They're all just standing right on top of each other. You have China next to Why So Easy, next to Caligrass Waifu. And again, this is like a for the queen situation. They can't let the waifu die here. Wouldn't want that to go down. And again, I find it funny that Caligrass Waifu is the healer of the party, but you can tell that the various statics are all playing with one another in Pain, and nobody cares when you're trickle spawning like this. You will actually just not be able to group up with your static as efficiently, and you can't group up with your healer, you can't get with your tank, you can't position as well with one another and communicate and work together as a unit when you're dying this quickly and running back and trickle spawning. So Pain definitely with a huge upper hand here, as their statics have all had time to basically plant their feet and play with one another.
Yeah, 10 seconds till the Riftstone opens. I think nobody cares. Has to make a push here from the right and left side. You see that already have some people in the back line. They have to get to the stone. They have to take the stone like they're Thanos to make sure that Pain doesn't stand a chance here. But nobody cares is pushing up. The stone is open right now. The cap is going on, but they're instantly getting interrupted. I think nobody cares might have this. What are you thinking, Blue?
I am thinking that you are high right now. Whatever drugs that you are on, could you pass them right? Red Rover, pass them right over, as it were. As I think that honestly, in fairness, nobody cares is actually keeping Pain from taking the point initially, but they are gonna get that cap down. But a valiant effort from the front line from nobody cares. But look how many yellow dots are actually on the Riftstone right now. They have just so many more people on the Rift than nobody cares does, and look at that contribution swell for them. It looks like, again, the front line from nobody cares is managing to get through, is managing to try to get these caps off. We'll see if he's itemized correctly and how long it takes him to actually get this done. Is he going to get it? He is going to get it down for nobody cares. And now they are diving onto the Rift. We'll see if they're able to make anything happen. That's going to force most of Pain to actually come back here and clump up on the Riftstone, which could give nobody cares an opening.
And nobody cares. Definitely have to take advantage of this. That you see Pain is clumping up on the stone, and nobody cares has to go on the right side. They have to do the same play like I was talking about earlier. They need to cover more ground. You can see Pain is just standing on the side near the mountain again, just free casting. Where is the pressure? Do you not care? Nobody cares. Come on, man. You have to come on the right side, take these guys, make sure you put pressure on them. That way you will have enough boots on them. Like, it's gone. It's over.
What do you mean nobody cares? This is like the trash compactor scene in Star Wars. Listen to them, they're dying, R2, as like they're screaming and then the walls are closing in. Pain is just clamping down in this match. Nobody cares is screaming, but like nobody can help them on this point. Pain is like, bro, the flankers, they're just getting pulled off the point. You saw somebody from Nobody Cares just got pulled off the point and killed. That's what this tombstone was right there. Pain just shuts down the Nobody Cares attempted cap on the point. Somebody in chat asked, how do you interrupt a cap on the point? And the answer is hard CC. Slows obviously will not interrupt a cap on a point, but anything that is a hard CC, whether it be a stun or a knock up like that, or a sleep rather, will interrupt that, or a pull, even a pull or a push.
Yeah,
anything that interrupts
or de-Nirma.
Oh, look at this.
De-Nirma.
De-Nirma these nuts in your mouth. De-Nirma nuts in your mouth. Yeah, you thought, bitch. Yeah, I
was actually serious. I was serious. I was like, Nirma is the weapon.
I have a radar detector for these nuts jokes. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Get destroyed. Okay, Nobody Cares running in right now, and honestly another big engage, a good spread from Pain right here. Honestly, a lot of Nobody Cares on the low ground. I'm not sure what those people are actually doing on the low ground, because now that's going to allow Pain to basically collapse down from the high ground like this. Look at the flankers collapse down onto the Nobody Cares backline. Oh my goodness, they are in a lot of trouble. Look how many people are on the low ground for Pain right there, just not contributing to the fight. I mean, from Nobody Cares right there, not contributing to the fight right there. And again, I think that Nobody Cares backed up. I love to see them regroup like that. That shows that their guild has a fair amount of spunk. I don't mean to dog on them really hard here. I actually think that it's great. It's the sign of a good shot caller. It's the sign of good leadership. When you back up, you regroup, and you get a solid push instead of just constantly trying to trickle in and hoping that something will happen differently there. That was not the answer, was to send half of your offense to the low ground like that, where they can't really contribute to what the high ground is doing. But I do think that if they sent that half on the low ground, if they had just approached from the other side, Pain understands how to handle an approach from one side. Have half of your offense spawn on the other side. Have one spawn at point 1, have one spawn at point 3, and have them basically engage at the same time from both sides, and see how Pain is able to handle that. Nobody Cares actually getting a really solid engage right there. A good tornado will wipe out a few of them, but sadly Nobody Cares does not have anyone capping the point right now, so they can't get any contribution out of it.
Yeah, I mean, Nobody Cares did make a really good push. However, I'm seeing over and over again, they're coming on the right side, trying to fight on the mountainside, but they're just not strong enough. They cannot scrim with these guys. They cannot fight with these guys, because they need more players. They're making plays. They're trying to regroup. They're trying to attack from each side. It's just not working. I just think that they are not strong enough. They're getting outgeared, they're getting outclassed, they're getting out teamed, and Nobody Cares needs to have a completely new strategy if they're going to make any progress here.
I do think that they can back up and again try to push from different angles. Look at them, they're just running straight back into the fight. This is another disadvantage of this, and we talked about how disadvantage it is for your static. Your static doesn't have a chance to group up, but you also talk about, look at their health bars as they run in, and you look at Pain's health bars. They're fighting full health bar Pain, and they're running in his half health bars to try to catch up to their static, which is still fighting in the fight. It's just not a good look. You end up with half the effective HP as your opponent, and then again, this is where healers come up huge for this one, and I just don't feel like Nobody Cares is going to be able to trickle back and make something happen. Although it looks like they've started to spawn on the other side, at least a few of them here, and they did get a cap off on the Riftstone. It doesn't look like they have a whole lot going on here. I'd love to see them just back up and try to push from both sides and try to catch Pain unawares here.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Nobody Cares. They are getting the caps, but they just don't have enough players. They're not playing together. Everybody's just coming in one by one. They're going to the same side. They're getting all crushed by Pain. It is not looking good for Nobody Cares right now. They are trying to push from the different spawn point now. You see they're spawning in from one now, maybe from both sides. We saw that strategy once before, trying to push in from both 1 and 3, try to sandwich them. Maybe this works out for them, but right now, everything is just getting dominated by Pain.
Oh my God, China is the top. China He should have spelled it with a Y. That's how we spell it in America. China is the top DPS and top fragger for Pain right now. And Pain is again in a dominant position, keeps shutting the door on Nobody Cares here. And Nobody Cares just constantly they just don't know what to do. I'd love to see them back up, regroup, and try yet another strategy, because again, trickling in like this is never going to work on Talus like this when Pain is this much stronger than you.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really rough fight for Nobody Cares. I mean, this is why I'm not a too big fan of Talus, because if you are usually the underdog, you're going to get smashed here. There's no small corners to go into. There's no chokes to hold. It's just a straight up brawl, and Nobody Cares is just losing it. They're losing on the leaderboards, they're losing on the fights, they're losing on the corners, they're losing on the team fights. It's just not looking good for them. They need to try and think different. They're trying to spawn in from a different spawn. Now you see they're coming, a bunch of them from spawn 1. They're trying to push in, trying to get the cap, try and do the strategy to come from both sides. Let's see if it works. They're engaging now, they're all engaging, trying to sandwich them in the middle. Can this work? Will they have enough firepower here to take the point? They need to take the point, and they need to smash them. But as we see, Pain is just completely canceling them out. They're turning around, just completely demolishing them, and they just cannot get enough players into the point.
Nobody Cares was really shaky there. I didn't even realize that they were pushing from the other side. That's how disorganized it was. Some players were already in, and then another group came in. It looked really disorganized on the push from both sides. It just didn't look like that they were on the same wavelength there. Now Nobody Cares is actually backing up. They've actually backed up on one side, and again, the other side just finished getting wiped. So I'm hoping that they are spawning in. No, they've all spawned on the same side, it looks like, once again. And again, at least now they're at least all on the same page. They've realized that, okay, maybe we're not good enough to push from two sides like that. Here's another big push coming in. Why are there 4 people on union break? Oh, they're all sleeping. That's not good. You should stop and wait for those players. Look at the disconnect. They were all sleeping on the back line back there. A good sleep from Pain, whoever got that off. But Pain is just gonna let them clash into them. Nobody Cares. Just gonna take the engage head on from this, and I honestly don't think it's going super well for Nobody Cares here. As again, the longer the fight goes, the longer that Pain statics seem to have control of it.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like a landslide for Pain. I mean, it's a gear diff, right? I mean, Pain has been on a dead server farming all weapons for months, so
okay,
so
buddy.
it's just Nobody Cares, just getting absolutely smashed right here. But hopefully, I mean, they're trying different strategies. To try the double strategy for come from each side. They try to all spawn from 1, all spawn from 2, push them out the side. So they Nobody Cares haven't given up, but it is looking like a massive wall in front of them.
Yeah, well, I mean, there might be a small gear differential discrepancy, but I'll be honest with you, it does look like the coordination from Pain is just stronger. It looks like the play from their statics is just better. Each member of their squad is just playing better than their opponent in each case. They're look at their flankers just kind of dive in on the back line here, and I understand that when you're winning, it's easier to position in the correct spot, and when you're losing, it is much harder to stand in a good position. But yeah, it's constantly like Nobody Cares just gets routed, and then like look at the chaos that unfolds in front of them, but in that chaos, Pain sees victory as they basically keep just coming up with victory after victory for static after static, because they're all just staying together and making sure that as long as each party plays together, they will win the fight eventually.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Nobody Cares. They have to play different. They're trying though. Like you see these small skirmishes happening. They are trying to win some of them, but is it enough? We have 5 minutes left on the time. They need to do something right now. They need to make a big push. The second they get this stone, they have to pop their guardians. They have to pop their remedies. Try to make a play here. The only way to do this is to delete these players, because again, they cannot. They need like a big push here. It's the only way they can actually get anything done.
Yeah, no, again, I think that Pain is just going to keep shutting the door on repeat. I think at this point, if you're Nobody Cares, I think you should just back up and keep trying different strategies, because you can use this as a scrim. You're very likely going to lose at this point. It's very obvious, but I think that you could use this as a scrim and a learning experience to try to keep attempting new things, like pushing from both sides, or even just move down towards the Talus spawn that we see way down over there, and see if you can't get a good engage down there. Try something crazy. You know what I mean? you do something. It's time to Hail Mary, do something outside the box, try something that on paper maybe unorthodox wouldn't work. But at this point, I think that Pain would pursue them no matter where they went, because they're flexing at this point.
Yeah, I mean, nobody cares. It was a really good fight, valiant effort, but it is not over. Remember, we've seen 2-minute comebacks before. It might happen again. I do believe in nobody cares, but they have to get their stuff together right now. They need to play different. They need to win this fight. So you need to start targeting. Click the DPSs. Click on them and DPS them. Stop clicking on the tanks. Stop being like, look over here at the one. Like, why are you here? Why are you fighting over here? The fight is going on at the stone. Stop being fooled by these tanks.
Oh my goodness, why so easy just working that man down in front of him? It looks like the DPS came from somebody else in his static, but like he was just seeing him on repeat. The poor man just couldn't get out of there, and that's, look at all the red health bars getting really low and just getting eviscerated off the point on repeat. Pain with 2.5 minutes before they secure this one, but they look really strong moving into the second round. Might I ask you, do you think Pain or Viking on Shrooms wins?
Oh my, don't even.
2?
Vikings is absolutely gonna smash this. Like, look at this. This is like, sorry, nobody cares. Like, you guys did good, but this is like bottom tier gameplay right
Would
now.
you like to put your money where your mouth is?
I'll go.
Would you?
I'll go 10.
Yeah,
I'll go
let's do
10
it.
gifted on Vikings.
Okay, all right, I'll go 10 gifted on Pain in the second round. I'm down to take another. Even if we're not shoutcasting it together, I will remember.
Yeah.
Look, like chat, I see
here.
opportunities. I see opportunities. I take opportunities. You know, you take those free wins. You know what I mean? I was like, I can make $50 here. Hold on.
You think Pain is
can
gonna
make
give you
50
free
bucks
win?
here. Hold up.
Oh my God, you're gonna be in for like this is not gonna go your way. I'm telling you right now. Like, you think Pain is showing a masterclass right now? What we saw last game was a masterclass. This is just killing NPCs, and that is what Pain is known for doing.
Nobody cares NPCs? How dare you, bro? What? I think that nobody cares is doing a great job in this one.
Yeah, nobody cares is just taking strays, but that's not your fault, okay? It's just because of Pain. My bad.
Nobody cares. It's not his fault. He's upset. He's a crybaby. It is what it is. He's upset that he's losing. I want to be clear that nobody cares. Did a great job here.
Yes,
they had a very tough opponent in the first round, even if Spid doesn't necessarily want to admit that. Pain is one of the stronger guilds in the tournament, and they came out looking really strong here. I think nobody cares. Showed some spunk here. They showed a lot of different strategies and a lot of different. They backed up. They regrouped. They tried different things as a squad. Yes, they came up short, but I think that they did a great job showing up.
Yeah, I mean, nobody cares. Did try, like, that's what I really like, is you did not give up on the one strategy. You tried everything. You went from different portals, respawning different, try to take more points close to the mountain, underneath the hook. You tried your best. You came here and you showed that you are getting better. You want to learn and you want to be better. And that is absolutely what we want to see during this tournament.
Right on. Yeah, no, Pain is going to come up on top of this one. 10 seconds left on the clock. They looked overwhelmingly dominant in this match here. So good fights to both teams. I think nobody cares. Showed a lot of solid teamwork in this match here and did their absolute best on this one. Let's take a look at the damage charts. It looks like China is the highest defeat or highest kills in the match, but believe it or not, C Moon actually having the most damage at 2.3 million damage there. As far as damage taken goes, if we scroll down here, I saw 1.2. Yeah, I saw 1.2 million was the highest. 1.25 is Hey from Nobody Cares. Coming up as the best tank in the lobby. The amount healed, 3.5, 3.7 from 40 in Pain. 4.4 million from Ray and Nobody Cares. No way. No way the losing guild had the best healer. That's insane. No, never mind. 6 million from Peace Arena in Pain, but good effort from Nobody Cares there. 6 million. Holy moly. Definitely the best healer in the lobby right there. Good fights to both teams, and we all love it when Spid eats his words, don't we, Spid?
I mean, yes. I mean, you took the win. We're tied up again. So, I mean, nobody cares. They did their best, but I just don't see Pain going much further. Well played, but I mean, I'm gonna say it. Okay, Pain, you played good. You played good. Okay.
Well, let's see the moment where Spid realized that he may have screwed up. Let's take a look at this moment here. As the first engage happens on this right now, and you can see Pain basically pulls the trigger on this engagement. Hard runs in. Look at their frontline dive all the way through, and then the flankers get around. Look at them get around that fight, and then Yellow just swallows most of Nobody Cares in that fight. The backline for Pain actually just blasting through the flankers from Nobody Cares right there. A very convincing first engagement from Pain right there. Just clean, crisp, and under control the whole way through the match.
I would say the whole way through the match, but okay.
Just can't let him have an inch, can you?
Let's just go to the next game. Let's go to the next game.
Okay, all right, yeah, I get it. Next up, we have Black Sail versus Chaos F, and we know I love that Chaos Alliance because I was for Chaos R earlier, and then Chaos
you
X.
Can have Chaos.
Yeah,
and
then
Chaos.
Black Sail is okay. So I'll let you have Black Sail. That's fine if that's what you'd like, but like that's just who I ended up with earlier. I love the Chaos Alliance early access guild from the Adriana server. At least that's what they told me. Chaos F is actually their third strongest guild in their alliance. They are rank 1 on the server with 3 sieges, 1, and they believe top 50%. So Black Sail, I don't know, they might have their number.
Black Sail is from the early access server Ember, and they have allied with Final Flash, who we saw fight earlier, and Less QQ, and they are the first strongest in their alliance. So both guilds have several teams in their tournament. Sieges one is 4. The prediction is top 5. I think this is a Spanish guild, right? Hablo un poco español. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Right?
What? Yeah, he just said that. Yeah. For sure, yeah, 100%. I definitely speak Spanish.
A la Madrid, a la Madrid.
No, I don't have to use the bathroom. Okay, chill out.
Okay.
I think that Black Sail versus Chaos F. One more thing I want to say before we get into the versus screen, because Pickman is already basically ready to go for this. I want to encourage all of you to take a look at our sponsor, Icon Digital. They do have an optimization performance app for Throne and Liberty and for basically any game that you'd like to play. Their application is free to download. It's very lightweight, and it shows you, it diagnoses what possibly could be wrong with your computer and where you could improve on for FPS, and it constantly monitors those things without using a single % of your computing power. It just runs in the background. It's very smooth. I have it running right now on my computer. That is free to download. And then if you want to upgrade it, they actually have an optimization thing that you can do. Just click at the click of a button. You can optimize your computer for every game that you would like to play, and you will get 40 to 60% more FPS, guaranteed. This application is tried and true, just tested and approved by me. So I use it all the time for all of my computers. Even my stream PC has it. If you use code bluesquadron, you can get optimized too and perform better in tournaments just like this one. Big shout out to Icon Digital for sponsoring the tournament. I encourage you guys all to go check out their application here as we look forward to our next match of the day. Black Sail versus Chaos F. Let's talk about pick ban. I'll let you go through it this time.
Yes, we have Chaos F versus Black Sail. The pick for this is Azrael with Chaos 1, and Black Sail banned Talus, Morokai, and Adentis. So we are going back to Azrael.
Right on, baby. Is that Oogie main I see in the chat? Why do I see Tass and Oogie everywhere I go, bro? They're like, there's chat PvP going on in here? But those are some of dude, those are some of our.
I see some messages about. Oh no, people are using scripts. Yeah. I think Pain was using scripts.
Yeah, every single. Well, honestly, Spid, let's just be real. If they were using scripts, you would have already made a video about it. I'm just being honest. Like most of your videos are like, how are they exploiting? You know what I mean? Every week it's like, let's talk about a new exploit because they won. Okay, it is what it is. All right, so Black Sail versus Chaos F. Make sure you get your predictions in, guys, as we are go for this one. Oh wait, I'm not in. Wait, I'm not in the lobby. Let me get in here. Yeah, so I get it.
Blue slow as always, man. You know.
Sorry,
this
I
is
was
how
getting
it
the
is,
protection
man.
ready.
I'm leading this. I'm leading into the game. Like, what can I do, Blue?
Let's just talk about Azrael for a moment. Again, a lot of people talk about the high grounds on Azrael. I haven't seen a single EU player stand up on the high grounds of Azrael. I think even a single time.
Visceral was doing that actually on the pillars, though. They like to stand on the pillars.
Pillars are different than the walls, though. A lot of people talk about the walls.
I mean, you want to stay close. You don't want to stay on top of the walls, but you want to have like the position and when you have the stone inside the walls, right? Because that is a really good position to have. It's a very defensive position because when somebody's making a push, when you have that corner, you can make your defense much stronger, right?
Yeah, we are already into this one. I forgot to record which team was on which side here, so we are not quite. Do you remember who's red, who's yellow here?
We have Chaos, who is red.
Oh, Chaos is red. Okay, all right, right on. And they are spawning into this one. It looks like it is not going to be Chaos that is first to the Riftstone here. This is Chaos F. All right, very good. It does look like their opponents are the first one to the Riftstone on this one. I'm not sure if they're going... honestly,
Blacksail is on the point, but they're running up trying to see where they're spawning from. So they're already moving around and trying to recon to see where they need to put their defenses on.
Yeah, what I was trying to say there is we see Azrael consistently. We see the guilds basically wait. Usually there's one guild lagging behind and the other guild prioritizes getting onto the stone really early versus the other ones where we see engagements happen almost off the rip the moment that guilds spawn in. On this one, we're seeing Chaos F wait a significantly longer period of time here.
Yeah, I mean... We see right now they're coming from spawn 2. They're getting ready. Chaos is going in. It seems like they're going in through the main choke. I would not do that. Let's see if they split up. Yes, they are splitting up. It seems like half of them are going through the main choke while there's 2 flank teams going from the right side. And oh my god, Blacksail is not punishing them on the choke. That
no, they're
is
not. They're all clumped up.
Horrible.
No, they are all clumped up on this one, and that is not a good engage from Blacksail. Chaos F with a clean strategy coming in. A good engage, but is it going to be enough on this one? You see a lot of red health bars collapsing down there. Oh my god, 3 of their members fell off the side of the cliff like ding-dongs on this one. Blacksail fighting 3 members up at the first engage like this. Chaos F doing their best to fight 3 members down, but I think that's going to be enough as they're rallying back here. There's a lot more yellow health bars than there are red health bars. It looked like a really solid engagement there from Chaos F. And just as I say that, look, we see one of our first members up on the walls up there for Blacksail like this. But again, I think that Chaos F having 3 of their members drop down like that when they collapse down was a huge detriment to them as a guild. So let's hope that that doesn't happen for them again.
Yeah, I mean, Blacksail, I mean, they got caught with their pants down. I mean, not covering those chokes was insanity. I mean, after watching so many games, I feel like you should have an understanding that that choke, you need to be there, especially when you're already inside. But Chaos is pushing through. It seems like Chaos is coming. They have the better spawn point. They are rushing in with more members. It is going to be a really intense fight going into it, but Chaos is definitely getting the advantage here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that. I see more Blacksail on the point than I see Chaos F. And if you look at the leaderboard, I would say it's kind of split. I see Chaos F. I'd say, I don't know, man. It's kind of half and half. At this point, very back and forth fight. We're probably going to see this one come right down to the wire on this is Blacksail and Chaos F just duking it out. I will say, for what it's worth, Blacksail put themselves in a really bad position earlier in the open field engagement, but sadly, I don't think that we're going to see too many open field engagements as close. When you see close riftstones like this, usually you see statics. It just comes down to whose statics are playing better together. The shot caller is just rallying everyone to the point on repeat, and it's just how well can your static play with one another. Like, for example, you have this guy way out in Wakanda over here, but and he's getting focused down, but he is a tank, and that's exactly what he wants. So they finally just let him go, let Medvini kind of just causing as much disruption as he can on the side of Chaos F, and Black Sail is falling for it, hook, line, and sinker. That is going to give Chaos F, again, things like that, where you're focusing the wrong players mean the difference in these like different skirmishes, and when your static is working together. You do not want to be targeting tanks like that, but you do want all of your DPS on the same target.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see that Black Sail is getting pushed further and further back, but they're actually not wiping. They're very clumped up. I continuously see them, all of them lose like 80% of their HP, but they're just not falling to the ground. But they're getting a heavy push from Chaos right now. Chaos is getting closer and closer, getting more and more players in. They're respawning much faster, and the stone is getting ready to be taken in 5 seconds. Right now, I do think Chaos has a much better position, but you see that Chaos is dropping a lot of HP right now. So let's see if they can actually take the point.
Honestly, we saw some Chaos F members trying to disrupt the Black Sail regroup out there. We talked about that in one of our previous matches. If you want to go take a look at that, they are trying to disrupt the regroups out there as the Riftstone does become available here. But it looked like Black Sail was handling that a lot better than we saw our guilds handle it earlier today. Visceral versus, I forget who their opponents were exactly at this moment, but Visceral tried to do the same thing and did it much more successfully. Chaos F not doing the best job of sending their members out there to kind of disrupt that. And now again, neither guild has actually gotten a cap on the Riftstone even a minute into the Rift actually being available. We don't see this very often. Are we going to see our first cap? It is going to be for Chaos F, and they have 35 people over 28. You have to be sweating a little bit. My boys in that Chaos Alliance making me look good all day.
I mean, the Chaos is putting in the effort right now, you can see, but the fight is still extremely close. You see the numbers are still the same. Chaos is pushing in, like I said, much faster than them with the faster spawn, while they are while Black Sail is flying in. However, they did get the cap right now, but can they get more players? I think there's going to be a really even fight with the numbers going up slowly and slowly, but again, I have to give Chaos the advantage here just because of the respawn.
Yeah, I think they're both coming in from the same point here, but again, something is going on. Chaos F has 40 people on the point. Black Sail actually coming in from point 2 over there, and honestly, all just rallying in here. But it seems like the Chaos F is just absolutely winning every single engagement. No one is disrupting any respawns. It's just Chaos F playing better. It's a player diff in this regard. Look at this clump. It's like second grade.
Look at my screen. What is happening over here? What are these guys doing?
It's like second grade mob ball soccer on the point right now. Sorry, football, as they say in Europe, as they all just mob each other on repeat. I'm not sure why there's a plant here. What? This guy is literally just AFK, hard griefing his entire guild.
That's what I was saying. You were just standing there for 2-3 minutes. His whole team was standing there. What is going on?
It's not until he gets called out in front of 2,700 people that he starts like, oh yeah, okay, I should probably move. They've exposed me. They have Chaos F has an agent on the inside of Black Sail griefing their guild.
The Trojan horse strategy.
Yeah,
that's
the Trojan
crazy.
horse. Yeah. Situation right there. Interesting choice from Black Sail to try that right there, but you can see Chaos F getting 77% contribution on the Rift, consistently have more people on the point than Black Sail do, and it's not because anyone's disrupting the spawns. It's because Black Sail is standing AFK like they're in some kind of union, and they clock out to take breaks regularly. And Chaos F, there ain't no union here. This is a dictatorship. You stand your boots on the point. You will take no breaks. You will get on this point right now. Oh my goodness. 30 against 30. Honestly, Black Sail's starting to bring it back.
Chaos is pushing out. What is happening?
Well, Chaos F actually.
What?
Wait, what's happening?
No, they're memeing them. They're memeing.
Oh my gosh. Are we actually BMing?
God. They are actually memeing on them.
They're BMing
that is
so hard right now. Actually, I don't think that they're memeing. I think that they want to make sure that they can. Oh, they are memeing. There's an orange. There's an orange jumping around. There's an orange jumping around. This is crazy. There's an orange jumping around, bro. What are we talking about? There's
The
the engage coming
disrespect
in.
is crazy. Holy. Oh my god, I really want Black Sail to win now. It's gonna be so funny. Please, Black Sail, you're not gonna take the disrespect. I would, bro. Oh my god, that's insanity, bro.
Yeah, I'm not sure if any of these guilds are EU versus Russian. I apologize. I don't see any by the names. I can't necessarily tell here. So chat will have to tell me one way or another. But Chaos F could have, I'll be honest with you, it may not have been complete BM. Yes, he was bouncing around as an orange, but you could consider that as a legitimate strategy where they back up because they don't want to cap it too quickly and then allow Black Sail to come back and recap it the other way, if that makes sense. They buy themselves a couple minutes. They know they're ahead in contribution. They know that they're going to get this cap. They can take their time with it. They can keep Black Sail. They can prevent Black Sail from basically getting the cap back where they can't fight back.
They're doing it again. They're doing
Yeah,
it
well, this is a legitimate strategy though. Look, they're getting
but
up to
they're
92.
91%. Why would they do that?
Well, because they don't want, because as long, you need to understand, Spid.
Yeah,
if they
I do
take
understand.
The point, if they take the point and then Black Sail is the only one that is allowed to have percentage on this right side once they have a point. Okay, so Black Sail will slowly start to get to 100. You'll notice they will slowly accumulate up to 100. They pop Guardians, they get a really big swell. We've seen this on Ezreal probably 10 times already in this tournament. Or not 10 times, but 5 times probably in this tournament is guilds kind of take it back at the last minute like this. And so what Chaos F is doing is they're saying, okay, we dominate this right now. We basically just need to make sure that they don't have enough time to take the point from us after we take this. Sure, it could be BM, but I actually think that it's a lot closer than you might think, because look at the number. Even when they're not BMing, they're all fighting on the point now. I think it's like a legitimate thing that they're trying to do. They're trying not to let Black Sail have enough time after they take this point from them. They're at 85% on the point right now, 38 to 37. Look at it. It is not at all. This is not a blowout on this one. Again, Black Sail holding strong on the point right now. One guy barely up on a high ground. He's not actually contributing to the point right there. I'm not sure why you would necessarily stand in that spot. Yeah, sure, you get a little bit more damage, but yeah, you're not contributing. There we go. He drops down right there. It looks like Chaos Off is going to go ahead and secure the point now with only 8.5 minutes left remaining. That's a really good window for them. They don't think that Black Sail can actually take the rift back in the next 8.5 minutes. And I'll be honest with you, I think it was very intentional. Sure, it looks like BM. Yeah, it looks like that. But I also think that they've seen enough guilds fight on this Riftstone to know that it could go back and forth either way. Right now, they're just going to try to prevent Black Sail from trying to get this cap down on repeat.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely got the point now. Let's see what kind of plays they do make. I mean, Black Sail needs to work hard now. I mean, they need to play better. I mean, Chaos F is absolutely stronger, but we've seen many times, especially on this Riftstone, that you can absolutely bring it back even when you are the underdog. So I do think Black Sail can bring it back, but they have to play smarter. They have to be able to get way more space. They need to make sure that they're not that clump like they are, and they need their tanks to actually capture the point.
Yeah, they have to get this cap down, and all Chaos F needs to do is keep them from doing that. That's not exactly what they wanted to see here. So now all of Chaos F is going to try to stack onto the point to try to squash this to the best of their ability here. Black Sail going to try to rally here, and again, they have a really strong coalition, over 35 people on the point right now. Yeah, and they're battling hard against Chaos F right now. Oh no. Oh no,
they're doing much better.
No, they're stupid. They're spawning from the far location. Oh no, they're stupid.
Oh,
they're spawning from the far location.
Oh my god.
Oh no, they're stupid. Black Sail spawning from the furthest possible spawn location. No wonder Chaos F looks like they're so dominant here. The skirmish is definitely going. It's about 50-50, and that's why Black Sail is doing what they can here. But Black Sail is spawning from the furthest possible spawn location and running in, and it's costing them dearly. Look at the swell from Chaos F. That's not necessarily because they're stronger players. It's because look how long it's going to take them to fly in here. You have one idiot from Chaos F also taking that spawn. He didn't get the memo right there. But Black Sail really struggling to get enough people on the point. You see the moment that they start spawning over there, they lose full control of the point. Versus now, okay, now they've started to pivot. Kraken spawning on the low ground down here. They've got 30 people on the point, but it's just not enough. Again, they just don't have enough people on this point, so now they've failed to capture the rift here again because they're spawning in the wrong location. Like, how many times do we have to say that's like a broken record? Look how long it's taking these people to fly down here, and you have to do it at half health. No one can heal you. It's just a miserable, you can't get your passives rolling. Yeah, it's just kind of a miserable spawn location, and I don't know why Black Sail doesn't understand, because it looked like early on it was way closer. They were absolutely competing with Chaos F by both spawning in the same location over there, and then all of a sudden they just changed spawn locations and just deliberately griefed themselves. I'm not sure why you would do that to yourself. It's just really bad shot calling, Spid. I'm sorry, but like, that's just it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking really good for Black Sail here. I mean, it's just mistake after mistake, right? I mean, they can't even get the capture back. When they do get the capture, they can, like we've seen many times before, they are able to hold it for a while, but when Chaos actually regroups and starts punishing them, it is just
look
over.
How many more?
I really want...
Look how many more members from Chaos F are actually just running back. They're killing Chaos F, no problem. Like, they legitimately, like, there's a bunch of Chaos F members running back to the fight, but they have half the run distance that Black Sail does. So Black Sail, there's a lot of Black Sail members running back to the fight as well, but again, they have 2 times the distance to run. I feel like a broken record. I say it every time on Azrael. The guild that spawns up at point 3 always loses, with the exception of Thronely fans, which it did end up spawning down at point 1 into the final moments. Yeah, and they almost lost to a weaker guild on the same rift because Chaos just understood how to play the map better. Black Sail with a clear misunderstanding of how this war game is supposed to be played on this one. Oh, actually pushing Kiranov off the edge there. And again, why do I always see these Chaos members?
The only reason I would spawn up there is if there's an actual guild good enough to actually stay on this choke point and punish you. If there's nobody punishing you over here, why are you not spawning? I do understand if there's, like, for example, Visceral was really good at just standing at the choke point, punishing everybody that's coming through. Yes, I do understand you want to swap your spawn point, but if there's nobody like these guilds not punishing you, coming in through it, why are you not using a different spawn?
Yeah, it's sad because the leaderboard was actually pretty split there for a while, and you can see it's still pretty split. Yeah, it's Chaos F favored, but like, there's definitely at least 4 or 5 members from Black Sail on the front page of the leaderboard, and they're just getting, like, their respawns are just, that's just not what you want to do. Oh my god, now they're getting engaged in the courtyard. Yeah. Oh god, no, not like this. Not like this, as they just get run down. They did not get a full regroup together. Now is not the time to be regrouping like this. When you only have 3.5 minutes to cap the point like this, this is a shot caller diff. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm just gonna call it what it is. The shot caller for Black Sail, sadly, is just fumbling on this one. It does look like he's got some great players in his guild. Their statics are working really well together, to their credit. Their front line is doing their job in getting caps down after cap down. But like, again, Black Sail, it looks like, oh, look at that. They're starting to spawn from the lower spawn down here. Yeah, they're running back from the lower spawn now. And look at that. They got a cap and they have 36 people on the point. It's incredible. Look at that. Look how quickly that happens, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, it is like you say, but can we talk about how satisfying? I think it's one of the most satisfying things to watch when players are regrouping and they just get mowed down because they see them regrouping and they just come in and ruin the whole. Oh, it's so satisfying to watch. Every single time that happens, I'm like, oh my god, yes, please, more of this. Do not let them regroup. But Chaos did that fantastically. They tried to regroup and they were like, nope, not letting that happen. Just going in and just smashing them.
Yeah, too many Black Sail members are still spawning from the El Stupido location up there. If again, you said that they were Spanish, so I'll say it in that language. But like, that is the El Stupido spawn location, and there are just too many of them spawning up there. Chaos F understands the map a lot stronger. You can still see the Black Sail members sailing in from behind me here, and just not what you want out of that team. Chaos have over 40 members on the point, and they can constantly just suppress this cap down from Black Sail. Black Sail is not going to be able to swell like Thronely fans was. I do think that Black Sail, this was a winnable match. 100% this was a winnable match by Black Sail. The only reason Chaos F is even winning in the leaderboards is because they have they have a shorter run distance, so their regroup is better, which means they're playing together more frequently, which means that they have more time to get more damage down than Black Sail does. They can fight more frequently. all of their members are just hitting players more frequently than Black Sail members. It's impressive that Black Sail is even on the leaderboard at all in this match. If they were spawning from the correct spawn location, I do think that this would be a lot closer, and Black Sail could absolutely win this with a stronger caller.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the main issue that I'm seeing right here is I think Chaos, remember, their other guild did take a very bad L here, right, to Thronely fans. And I think they went together, they discussed with them what went wrong, and they came back to Azrael. They came back with the new knowledge, and they are just punishing Black Sail, and Black Sail has absolutely no answer to any of this. They're getting pushed on, they can't get the point, and when they do get the point, the Chaos just comes in and just absolutely demolishes them.
Yeah, some people are asking why I don't stream from the high ground. I did like to stand on that pillar up there, but sometimes there's some weird unit collision between spectators and the fight itself, and I do not want to interrupt anyone that's actually in the fight. So I try to stand a little bit out of the way, but also close enough that I can see what's going on without interrupting a spot where a Giga Gamer player might want to stand proper there. But Black Sail trying to pile as many boots onto the point as they can, but it is much too late now. 18 seconds left on the clock. I think they demonstrated that they are a very strong guild, but I think that they need to practice their war games a little bit more before they come in against a guild or an alliance as experienced as Chaos is here. Let's take a look at the leaderboard here as Chaos F is going to move on to round 2 of the tournament. It does look like, again, the leaderboard, 3 million damage by death tools right there. Highest DPS in the match, also highest kills on the spear dagger, looking very, very clean on that one. Who has the highest tank? We have 1 million out of Sadiko from Black Sails, another million out of Godzera from Black Sails. And again, this shows you how well Black Sails was actually playing. 1.1 million from Silo Kabi from Black Sail as well. All of the top tanks look like they're coming in from Black Sails there. Let's take a look at the healing done. 4.8 million from King J from Chaos F. 4.3. I don't see anything higher than 4.8. I see some 4.7s. Yeah, Chaos F with the highest healers in the lobby, and that's to be expected as they played together. They had a stronger strategy, and that's what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Chaos did play that really good. They were dominating. I don't know if they were BMing. I really hope they were, because that would be funny. That would be really funny. But if it was strategy or whatever it was amazingly done. I mean, Black Sail, I mean, you guys, I feel like Black Sail did not try things differently. That's the main thing that I'm seeing many guilds do, is try different strategies, try to see if they can do things differently, push differently, strategize differently, maybe even try to spawn camp, anything at all. But I feel like Black Sail just went head on with the same thing, and it just was not working.
Why are people talking about Expeke in the chat? Expeke is like a season 2, season 3 League of Legends pro from long time ago, and is known very well for his Twisted Fate backdoor back in the day. Absolutely legendary play, but people don't talk about it too much anymore. Expeke was goated. Yeah, or the Cassidon backdoor. I apologize. Yeah, he's like a Cassidon backdoor. Yeah. It was Cassidon. Yeah, all right. I love how everybody knows, bro. Like, we know because we're ancient, because we're all old as hell gamers, okay? That's all. We're all old as hell. Let's take a look at this regroup that they tried to get off here for Black Sail. When we look here, I close this window and look at this Black Sail on the right here. Look at this, they're trying to regroup right next to him, and Chaos F just engages them, and it's only half their balls, so they just get ripped to absolute shreds on it. And Chaos F again is just regrouping way faster than them, and their shot caller again is just a caller diff, man. The caller just saw that opportunity, collapsed immediately on it. You love to see that. Again, usually the better caller is the one that adapts and overcomes with the stronger strategy. Yes, you need to plan your strategy ahead of time, and I think Chaos F did that. But you also need to be able to adapt on the fly, and Chaos F did that too. So a good look from them. Am I 8-7 now? Or am
you
I
are
8-8?
up by 1. Whatever it is, you're up by 1, yes.
Okay, yes. I was going to say, because I took the last 2. So yeah, I am 8. Maybe I'm 9-8.
9-8, I think.
I'm 9-8.
I think we had a bunch of games.
Yeah, 9-8 right now, and we're looking in to our last match of round 1. And I want to recommend. Okay, guys, I always love the first round of the tournament, but I also hate the first round of the tournament. First round of the tournament can always be kind of one-sided one way or another, but you also get to see who is like really strong in the tournament as well. And you get like your first look at like all of these guilds for the first time. So like it's kind of a give and take. I will say, for what it's worth, this is a lot closer than the NA tournament. Most of the, I'd say all but maybe 2 or 3 matches in NA were all just a blowout in the first round. And then for EU, they've been much more back and forth. They've been much more close in this tournament as well. So we've kind of gotten a treat. But as we progress through the tournament, you see matches get closer and closer as the level of skill increases. And round 2 is where we're going to see, for the first time, we're going to see the favorites of the tournament actually start fighting. And I'm very, very excited for that. That being said, this is the last match of round 1. So get yourselves hyped up, because it is Hype versus Requiem. Which one are you taking here? Since you're losing, I'll let you choose.
Okay, thank you so much. I mean, this is very hard, but I think I have to go with Hype. Yes. I mean, Requiem is looking really strong, but I will go for Hype. Hype is free-to-play server Benny, and they are allied with Dothok, Anarchy, and Ombre, and they're first on their server. 2 sieges won, and they are predicting top 3. Is all I'm saying.
Yo, yeah, but Requiem, Requiem coming out as an early access guild hailing from the Talus server. Requiem, they believe they're the strongest guild in their alliance. And again, we saw Caliber XY play earlier today. So Requiem believes that they are in fact stronger than Caliber, and that's good because Caliber got blasted. And that's all due respect to them. Alliance, they believe that they're the strongest alliance on the server, have won 4 sieges, and their prediction for the tournament is last place. So honestly, this is like my strategy when I was in school. Mom would ask, hey, how did you do on that test, son? And I would say, oh, I failed it. That way, when I got a D, she would be proud of me. You know what I mean? Like, that's you set expectations low. Yeah, well, then I'm just meeting expectations.
True. Smart. I like it.
Yeah. Like, bro, you gotta be smart. You gotta be smart about it, bro. That
so what happens when that Hype loses this? I mean, they predicted top 3, right?
Yes, they did. Top 3 prediction.
Top 3 is crazy. That's
top
crazy.
3 is insane. Of a tournament that has 52 guilds. You're like, yeah, we're better than at least 49 of those guilds. Right?
You know what?
Like, that's crazy.
Y'all, I'm just saying, you guys better pull up. Is all I'm saying. Top 3? Come on, man. Let's go, Blue.
Yeah, we're about to find out as we look forward to pick ban here. It looks like the pick ban is done now. Requiem won the coin toss. They chose to pick. Hype did choose to ban. Interestingly enough, we saw some guilds choose ban in the tournament so far. So interesting. Again, that's why we have that pick ban. I think it makes it more interesting in the tournament this way. The 3 bans on Hype's side were Kabazan, Malakar, and Grand Alon. Thank goodness. And it's one of my favorites. We're going back to Talus, baby.
I've been taking a lot of L's on Talus today.
Yes,
I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, you have.
It's been bad. I need this W. Come on, Hype. Come on, I'm hyped, okay? Chat is hyped. I am hyped. Hype is taking this W. Come on, what is happening with this prediction? Why is it only 30,000 on Hype? We need Hype points up. Come on, guys. Stop doubting, guys. Stop doubting.
Enjoyers?
Stop doubting. We need believers for Hype right now. Come on, let me get 50,000 on Hype. Come on, guys. I know you got those champa. Yes, bring it up. Let's go.
Post this flower to give Requiem power, boys.
I'm putting all my points in too.
You're actually, wait, you're going in with all your bald points?
Yeah, I'm going all in on Hype. Yes, Hype. Come on, we're almost taking over, right, Requiem? Oh my God. Oh, wait, whoa. Yo, a whale just put 50K in on Requiem. Oh my God, it's going crazy right now.
Yo, it is going crazy. Yo, post this flower to give Requiem power.
Hype. No, Hype on top. Hype. Oh, what is happening? Can we get yo? Come on, please. Hypers, come on. I have hypers in the chat.
No, any Requiem enjoyers come out. We win these.
In the chat. Give us all the
490K.
Go all in. Don't be wussies, okay? Don't be like Don't
Sit
be
down.
like Pain. Don't be like Failure. Put all your points in. I want all
Sit down.
in. All the points you have, go into Hype right now. Spend your points. We need to gamble properly here, right?
520,000 points. One of my mods literally was just like, nah, and just laid it on the table. Dude's been sub for like 2 years, just like laid it down. Like, get out of here.
Can we get a
Base.
million points though? Come on, guys. We can get a million total. Come on, we're almost there. We're almost there. You guys got this. Come on, 200k more points. 1 million total. Push it. Everybody, put your predictions in. Everybody, last game
Nah,
of the
you're
day.
losing. You're just upset. I'm gonna be honest with you. You're embarrassing yourself right now. You're
Bro,
just
we're
upset
almost,
that
but we're
look how
almost
far
1
ahead
million
Requiem
total
is.
gambot. We
I
got
don't even
1
have to
million
say
total
anything.
gambot. Have you
I
ever
don't-
seen that much before?
Oh yeah, no, I've said, yeah, no, that do that all the time. My chat are degenerates. Please understand that a lot of these players are from either Throne and Liberty or Black Desert Online. They're complete degenerate gamblers and they know it. They love gambling points. Honestly, I could be betting on like a
1.2.
duo Debo enhancement and they could just, we dump like millions of points into it. It's crazy.
1.2. You better not let your chat down. Is all I'm saying. I am taking.
I never
Hype
let my
is
chat down.
taking us. Hype is taking all of us to victory. We're all locked in. We all have points gambled. We are all immersed. This is the last game of the day, and it's gonna be absolute
Tell us,
cinema.
baby, let's go cinema. And now we hyped this up like crazy. We are in for the last match of the tournament, or for the round one. These are the final guilds to play in round one. It's really late for them, and I'm sorry over in EU. I'm not sorry. We had so many guilds sign up for the tournament. I respect the hell out of the EU community for showing up when I put on a tournament like this. It means the world to me when people come out and participate in my tournament. I really, really appreciate it. And EU community really did show up for this tournament. Requiem is the first one onto the node, or onto the rift rather, and Requiem looking strong. Right? Oh, is he laying down? That's crazy.
Okay, but they're coming. Hype is coming. They think look at this. Hype is gonna take them with storm. Okay, Hype, I believe in you guys. You guys got this. Requiem, they're just chilling. They don't know what they're doing. They're standing everywhere. I mean, they already had one of their guilds take an L in the tournament. This is your time, Hype. Let's bring it.
Yeah, I love to see it. Honestly, this is the time to morph and run around like a goofball. But Shin, honestly, the social action, the lay down is pretty crazy out of there. We haven't seen that kind of BM yet so far in the tournament. Ooh, some of the Requiem players, actually, this is one static by themselves. Look, there's exactly 6 members on this low ground here. They are all in the same party right here. And you can tell that they're all just waiting. This is one of their flank parties. They've got a bow. That's the healer right there, Miss Liana, if you couldn't tell by the name. Bow wand right there, and then again spear dagger.
Is it actually a miss though? Is it actually a miss?
Oh no, that person definitely has a penis. But most of the rest of the people in the party are spear daggers, and again, this is like a dive squad. Miss Liana is probably a relatively tanky healer, so that
Okay,
they can dive
push
through.
is coming.
Yeah. Okay, here comes Hype from the other side right now. They're nice and spread out. Requiem actually on the low ground. Look at the flankers trying to get around. They need to buy time, but Hype has decided to go ahead for the full engage. Yeah, clean engage out of Hype from both sides. Oh my goodness, right now. What a crazy, crazy engage. Fighting on 3 fronts right now is Hype and Requiem. And honestly, it is tooth and nail. It looks like Hype is getting the most out of the cliffside fight right now. But the fight on the stone is going to Requiem. No, back down to Hype over again. It looks like Hype did win out in the early engage, but Requiem all spawning back and running in together and trying to regroup. I will say, I think that Requiem was caught a little off balance there. They had too many people on the low ground when the engagement actually started, allowed Hype to win that engagement. I love that Hype basically just saw their opportunity and took it there and just pulled the trigger and went for it. But I'd love to see an engagement that has everybody actually participating in the engagement instead of 2 or 3 statics on the low ground like that. Requiem, look at that, mobbing a Hype ball against the wall over there. I mean, it is fight and fight and fight. There's fights going on literally everywhere. It's an all-out skirmish. Spid.
Yeah, I mean, this was absolutely amazingly done by Hype. Like, I don't think Requiem was paying attention. I don't think you were paying attention. They were already there, ready for the attack. And what I really like about this is they didn't just push into them. They made sure to take the mountainside. Even though they are struggling right now, they're making sure that they're fighting on all fronts. They're not all clumping up. They're fighting on the left side. They're fighting on the right side. They're fighting in the middle. They want to make sure that they can cover as much ground as possible. And right now, they are pushing Requiem back on the mountainside. Hype is pushing really hard right now. They're punishing them. They're going on the defensive. You see, Requiem is panicking right now, trying to come back, trying to stop Hype. But Hype has really good mountain control, and they're coming closer to the stone. The stone has 1 minute left to open, and I think Hype does have the advantage here.
Currently, they do. I do want to say in the chat, I saw Kick His Ass Seabass. That is a reference to Dumb and Dumber. I am probably the only person that's going to get that reference, but I love that scene in that movie. But Hype does have control right now. But I will say that for what it's worth, the leaderboard's looking like a whole lot of Requiem on this. Look at all of the Requiem on the leaderboard. It's looking good for the Requiem predictions. But I will say, we saw Prets lose earlier, and they dominated the leaderboard in their fight on Talus, and they still lost. But it is a good sign that Requiem is winning early skirmishes like this. But it does look like that Hype just has more people kind of clustered around the point at the current point.
Yeah, I mean, Hype is doing a really good job, but Requiem is answering. They are coming back. You see this very often on Talus. When they get the respawn, they come in full force. And that's usually when you see the strides change. And right now, Requiem is trying to push them back. But what I really like about Hype is, even though they're getting pushed, they are not fully going back. They're standing their ground, and they're going for the point. Let's see who gets this first capture.
It looks like, ooh, they did barely get it. He got CC'd right at the end, but it's Requiem, baby. Any Requiem enjoyers in the chat are the first ones to get the cap down. And they do have more people on the point as well, so they're jumping.
Hype.
All right, fine. Hype gets it back as well. Honestly, chat, they can hear you. If you spam, you actually get more. Your guild actually performs better if they can hear you cheering for them in the chat right now. Hype actually with more points. They look like they have more people here, but Requiem more clustered on the point than Hype is, and they're up at 34% right now and climbing.
Yeah, I mean, this is being really well done by Requiem. They are attacking, but remember, like I said before, Hype is covering a lot of ground right now. They are on the right side, and I think this is going to be really bad for Requiem, because if they push in, they're going to see them lose a lot of players at once, and that will give Hype the advantage to take back the points that they're losing.
I don't know, man. 50% already from Requiem, looking really good. But again, this is what we saw from Prets as well. Prets convincingly took the first point against their opponent as well. It was kind of neck and neck for a while, and then they just pulled away and took it. It looked like Prets was going to take over, and then they just lost control into the final 5 minutes and ended up losing. So this is actually this is kind of a little bit scary. We'll see if that Requiem can actually just shut down Hype altogether here. Requiem clearly with more enjoyers in the chat. They can tell that the prediction favors them into the final match here. Even though Hype looked like they may be the stronger guild on paper, Requiem coming out, and they're looking very strong right now with 30 people standing on the point, climbing up towards 60%. Hype falling down to 6%. They just can't hear the cheers in chat, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, like, Requiem is winning right now, but if you look at the numbers, Hype is right there. I mean, they did get a disadvantage at the start, but even if Requiem takes this point, Hype has the full intention of bringing this back. They are positioning themselves good. If you look at the positioning right now, you see Hype is everywhere, but Requiem is more clumped on one spot, and that is huge for Hype. If they can capitalize on it, I do think they will be able to get a bunch of points here, but they do need, if you look up top, closer to 1, you will see Hype does have a spawn-killing team right now, but they do need them to actually get closer to the point because they need more boots on the ground.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they're going to be able to pull this back. I think the first camp is absolutely going to go over to Requiem here as we look into this one. But again, Hype honestly might just be, as I start to analyze this a little bit more, again, the leaderboard heavily favors Requiem right now. It's basically Requiem, 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 North Requiem, Dot Hacks, which is technically a Hype member, Requiem, 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 Requiem. You can see there's a trend here. There's a lot of Requiem dominating the DPS on the leaderboards, but you see so so many Hype members are still on the point. These guys are still fighting. I'm wondering if it is a compositional difference right now where Hype has a lot more tanks, which I'll be honest with you are very strong on a Rift Stone like Talus, where if tanks can just stand at a very confined space and just take a beating like this. And you can see Hype has more people on the point right now, despite not having almost anyone on the leaderboard for the match so far. Requiem is still struggling to close this cap out, Spin.
Yeah, I mean, Hype members are doing a really good job just spawn camping right now. I'm looking at these guys close to one, and they're just not letting Requiem come back unpunished. And they're doing a really good job for the team, but there might be too many of them just standing up here. They don't need 4, 5, 6 people, a full team, because they're just punishing one and one player. This might actually bite them in the ass.
Yeah, I completely agree. Again, Requiem finally bursting up to 34 members. They consistently have a lot of people on the point, and they can just count on their statics seem to have the upper hand. They're doing a lot more damage to Hype than Hype is doing to Requiem, but I do think that Hype can also absorb a lot more damage, and that's why, again, they have more tanks, which is allowing them to stand on the point more. Sure, that means that they're not going to be as strong on the leaderboards, but it also means that they can contest the point a lot more strongly on a stone like Talus like this. But again, Requiem looks like they're going to close this cap out pretty strong here as they increase up to 92% on this cap. Requiem did choose this map, so Requiem clearly coming in with a strong strategy out the gate here with 10 minutes left to go in the final match of round 1.
Yeah, I mean, this match is extremely close, but again, Requiem did take the first capture, and this puts a lot of pressure on Hype because, again, like you're saying, Hype is good at actually being around the point, but they will progress extremely slow on that bar, so they need to get that capture ASAP if they're gonna have any chance to get this back.
Yeah, I will be honest with you right now. Yes, Hype did lose out in that point right there, but again, this is exactly what we saw from Prets. Prets secured the point early, and then their opponents, actually I think it was Royal Legion, ended up securing it second, and they had about 10 to 12 minutes left on the clock, and they slowly but surely took the point back from Prets, despite the fact that they didn't have very many people on the leaderboards. Prets had better healers, Prets had better tanks, Prets had better DPS, and they still ended up losing. So Hype just needs to get, this comes down to who can play the objective better, who can play as a team better in this case, just like Royal Legion did earlier today. It's gonna come down to if Hype can actually secure the point here. And I'll be honest with you, their front line is kind of fumbling. They're gonna need every minute that they can get here. Sure, times are not dire quite yet. They still have a little under 9 minutes to get this done, but it looks like their tanks really are struggling to get onto this point and actually get this cap off, Spin.
Yeah, this is not looking really good for Hype. They need to get that point. I don't know how they want to do it, how they're going to do it. They need to smash these players that are interrupting these tanks, because if they do not get this point anytime soon, it's going to be looking really dark for Hype. So come on, Hype, you guys got this. You need to get this point.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's looking like a lot of Requiem. I never let my chat down. I never let you guys live it down easy. We'll see here. I don't want to speak too soon on it. Hype is still contesting the point very strongly right now, but they can't get a hold of it. Requiem is constantly interrupting them, and I have to give credit where credit is due. The Requiem frontline is constantly disrupting Hype's frontline on repeat. They're just not letting them get this cap down for over 2.5 minutes. Hype has been attempting to cap this, and they just can't. Look at that. They try again, they get capped again. They're gonna try again, they get stopped again.
On the last second too. It's like almost there, and it's just, Requiem is just doing an incredibly good job. I mean, the tanks are just, it's just there. Look at these tanks just standing on there. They know who to go for. They know who the cappers are, and they're making sure they're rotating their cooldowns. And right before it's about to get captured, they stop it. Like, look again, it's insane. How are they doing this?
In fairness, I do see the bow users also helping out here. So when the tanks, I think that they're probably communicating with one another, because the tanks can't possibly have, there's only 2 or 3 of them, so it can't be just the tanks, but you see them getting knocked into the air over and over and over again by Requiem. But finally, Hype does manage to take it. You got to give credit to the bow users right there, who are constantly helping disrupt and helping their frontline follow up right there.
And look at their members. Look how many they have.
Oh my gosh. No shot! Hype
This
has
is a comeback. This is a
35
comeback.
people on the point right now on Talus of all Riftstones. We need Requiem to come in with a big AoE, would just sweep them off the point right now. It is very tense. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Here comes Requiem's respawns coming right back in. And again, that's exactly what happened. The AoEs come in. Look at the low health bars from Yellow right there, just getting absolutely obliterated as Requiem comes in and battles back. And now they flip it right back the other way. That's the danger of Talus Spid, is where if you stack too many people on the point, there's just you die to 2 flash waves. The whole guild just kind of falls apart, and it looks really good for Hype for a moment, but like you need to basically be able to step on and step off of the point as you see those flash waves coming in.
Yeah, I mean, this might happen from the other side too, right? They're gonna come in with the respawn. They're gonna wipe all this Requiem just standing on the point. And the biggest things that I see, I usually want people to spawn camp, but right now, this team that is spawn camping is absolutely griefing Hype. They need to help around the point more. They're just standing far away. They're fighting 2-3 players, but they can do so much more damage closer to the point and actually get 1 or 2 foot down in the point. Look at them getting those numbers up. They are actually making a huge push. We're going to see a lot of this. They're going to get a lot of members, and then they're going to all die, and then they're going to come back from the respawn. They're slowly going to get their points up. But is it enough?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Spid. I'm kind of sweating as a Requiem enjoyer here, as a Requiem fan. I'm sweating 47% on the contribution right now and climbing 50%. And before I can even finish the words out of my mouth, they're already at 55. What is going on, Requiem?
Yes, this is what I'm talking about.
What is going on?
What? In the chat.
36 people on the point right now. Can you hear me? Wake up, Requiem. Oh my gosh. 75, 77, 78. What's happening? Requiem, a total fumble right now. Just like Prets before them. They just cannot manage to stay on the point. All of Hype is stacked onto the point right now. Over 92%. And now they've got Requiem in a really bad spot. Requiem has to try to get on top of this. They can't let them have this. They barely get on top of it. They stopped them at 95. Spid, 95.
There's no way they're gonna hold it. They're gonna wipe Hype right here, but Hype is gonna come in with the respawn point. They probably still have the Guardians unless they use them on that push, and it's so close. It's 10%. Hype, you got this. The chat is cheering for you. I'm cheering for you. Everybody that is watching is cheering for you. Even those that bet against you is cheering for you. You guys got this. Even Blue is cheering for you. He wants this W. Come on, Hype, we got this.
If you are a Hype member, you need to get on your feet right now. Requiem, I need to see you rally, baby. I need to see red health bars come in. You had 32 over 29. They've got him back down to 84, but Hype takes back over one more time. 87, another push from Hype. A huge swell on their end. Requiem battling back as well. It's within one member on both sides, trying to prevent them from taking this. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. It's a full commitment from Requiem. They say it's now or never. It's do or die. They've got him down at 88%. It's going to be all out to the finish line on this one. 36-33. Unbelievably close. Hype is just diving onto the point on repeat. They just don't have enough though. Requiem bringing him down to 85. Do they have enough, Spid?
I mean, this is extremely close. Even the people that were spawn capping is coming in. It's just a free-for-all brawl right now. I don't know which way it's gonna go. Everybody's just dying. You can see everybody's dying. Sometimes it's Requiem on top. Sometimes it's Hype on top. It is complete RNG at this point. If whoever has Guardians and whoever has remedies ready to go is going to win this on the last minute. I'm calling it right now. I better hope Hype has those Guardians because they need to use it right now.
You could not ask for a better final match of the day in this EU tournament. Look at Hype rallying back. 41 members on the point. There's the swell from Hype. 43, 95%. Requiem, where is your members? Where is your god now? It's all Hype from here. It will be Hype taking it home. Requiem is ass. What just happened? What is going on Talus? It's Hype. What is this? The leaderboard is all Requiem. How is Hype doing this?
Hype in the chat, everybody type hype in the chat. All those points, Blue let you guys down. You guys betted on him. You betted on his prediction. You betted on him thinking he'd win, but you guys forgot. Spid knows EU. Hype is on top. We are taking the last dub home, and Hype is going forward in the tournament. It is over.
Unbelievable. I cannot believe that Requiem full committed. They have the highest DPS. They have the highest tank stats. They've got the highest healing, and they're still going to lose the match because they played worse. Hype, standing tall as a guild, is going to perform better. And Requiem, despite what the leaderboard says, all that really matters is you stand tall with the player next to you. That's why we love large scale PvP, because coordination greater than sign skill. I'm telling you right now, the coordination from Hype was absolutely beautiful right there to bring one more rally. 50 seconds left on the clock. Requiem does not have enough time to turn this around. They have got to be in bad spirits right now. They had a good fight the whole time. It was nail-bitingly close. One of our closest matches, if not our closest match of the day, coming down to 2.5 minutes on the clock right there. They do not have enough time to bring this back. I cannot believe Hype actually rallied. It was just like Prets.
What a game, man. Oh my god, this was absolutely incredible. At the start, it wasn't looking really good for Hype, but we saw this again. This is just I'm not even kidding. This is a repeat of the last game with Prets. You bet it on Prets. They had the advantage. They lost. This is the power of willpower right there, okay? You cannot bet against me anymore on Talus. It's over for you.
What is this, dude? Requiem, 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 North Requiem, 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 North Requiem, dot hacks, North Requiem. The first member of Hype is actually a 13th. 2.4 million damage done going to Requiem right there. The highest tank in the lobby. Looks like I see 1.2k tanked from a staff dagger. What am I watching? 1.3 million from Requiem. Best tank in the lobby, or no, 1.4 million from Hype. 1.4 million from Hype right there. So again, Hype having the strongest tank in the lobby. That again, that is to be expected, I'll be honest with you, because Hype's composition looked a lot tankier. Amount healed 6.4 million from Mathal in Hype right there. 6.2 million from Requiem. We'll see if anybody, 6.7 from Requiem as well. Again, these healers, this is incredible. Bastard Boy, 6.4 million from Hype. The healers were back and forth, 7.8 million from the Hype Alliance. That's Butterfly. Oh my god! Oh! 10.8 million. Lexum, the strongest healer in the lobby from Requiem. As I said it before, bro, 10.8 million healing from the Requiem healer from a single guy. And he also had 1.1k damage tanked as well. Unbelievable. So Requiem, highest damage in the lobby, most kills in the lobby, highest amount healed by a landslide. The only thing they lost in was damage taken, and Hype just outperformed them. Unbelievable. Talus is where you go if you feel like you're the underdog. Get the glasses on. You're crazy right now. You're crazy right now. That's crazy. Look,
where the hype boys at? Where the hype boys at? Where the Spid believers at? You're in the chat. You made your community lose millions of points on Requiem. Requiem, what did you say? I heard Requiem is ass. That's what I heard. That came from you, Blue. That came from your mouth. What a game. Hype on
so
top.
frustrated.
Hype is taking this all the way. Hype is gonna crush everybody. They're gonna crush pain, then a crush failure. It is over. And it's over for you, Blue. Because what are we on now? 9-9?
We're 9-9. We're 9-9. But remember, you bet 10 gifted subs on Pain versus Vikings on Shrooms on this one. That is going to conclude the first round of this tournament, guys. Let's look at the bracket for the second round that we have coming up next week. We will have 2 days of the tournament next week. It will be Wednesday and Friday next week, basically flanking Valentine's Day, so that everybody can appreciate Singles Awareness Day for what it's worth. A terrible fucking holiday that everybody hates in gaming. But we have Sin Nova versus Call Me Daddy, the favorites to win the tournament. We'll see them for the very first time. That will be the first match of the day for round 2. Elder versus Reborn, Greed versus Hoffensanger, Clowns versus Delusive, which I actually think is going to be a super fun one to watch right there. Frogwo versus Thronely Fans, and we know that that's going to be a crazy match. I'd love to see Frog actually run it back on Azrael after seeing Thronely Fans on Azrael the first time. If I'm Frog, I just run it back and I just beat them via strategy, like Chaos Q almost did in the first round. Xmark versus Pirate Gaming, that's going to be one of the better matches in round 2 right there, in my opinion. That's one that I think a lot of people are looking forward to. Both of them were dominant in their matches against their opponents there. Hot Grills, again, there's not a single person in that guild that has 2 X chromosomes, but Hot Grills versus Chaos F is going to be a fun match as well. Disaster Death, which is supposed to be the strongest guild in their alliance, versus the final 4 Glory Guild left in the tournament, will be a fun match. Orca will have their first time to display why they're terrible at the game versus Chaos X, who's the strongest guild in their alliance. ETH Reapers versus Shin Noodles.
That's crazy,
bro. Look, I have to give Orca shit because I'm going to be rooting for them in that match, to be clear, because they're an old BDO guild. So I love them. ETH Reapers versus Shin Noodles is going to be a super fun match as well. And again, these matches get closer and closer as the tournament goes on. Failure versus KDS Red, Sovereign versus Visceral.
Wait, what did you say? What did you say? Which guild?
Failure versus KDS Red.
I just hear you say KDS Red. I think your mic is cutting out every time you say that.
That's insane. That's insane, bro. You want to bet on that one too? Because I'm gonna take that one home too. We'll see. We'll see about that, bro. Sovereign versus Visceral. That I think. That's a really high level match. You are not wrong.
That's a good match.
Yeah, I think Visceral has its work cut out for them trying to get through Sovereign right there. Hand of Unity versus Royal Legion. Royal Legion fighting their hearts out against Prets. I think it's going to have their work cut out for them against Hand of Unity, who's one of the favorites to win the tournament, potentially against Sin Nova. Vikings on Shroom versus Pain down here. And again, we have a standing bet going on that one.
Gifted on that. We have 10
gifted
Vikings
on that
showing
one.
up.
Yeah. Unleash versus Rollout, and Tempest versus Hype leading into it. Which one of these are you most excited for?
Oh, it's some really good. I mean, obviously, I'm excited to see Sin in this versus Call Me Daddy. Obviously, I mean, Sin is going to demolish them. I mean, we saw Call Me Daddy play, but it's going to be absolutely amazing. You guys will witness what real EU power looks like when tech from Sin Bleed goes in there and just smashes these guys. You're going to be like, what is going on? He's going to probably solo even the whole team. I'm not going to lie to you, but that is the one I'm looking really forward to, just to see Sin finally play in the tournament. But the biggest game is definitely Visceral versus Sovereign. It's going to be some big upsets right there, I think. Visceral most likely will have the advantage. We saw how they played today. They do have the coordination. They know what they're doing. And Sovereign is a really strong contender. So whoever goes from that match, it's gonna be huge. So those are the 2 games that I'm looking most forward to. But seeing Hands of Unity play will also be huge, because like I said, like my prediction was, is that Hands of Unity will go to the finals and face Sin. But of course, the other game we're looking out for, because we have 10 gifted on it, is Vikings versus Pain. But I'm not gonna lie, a lot of the games looks really good. Like for example, Pirate Gaming versus Xmark. I don't know which way it can go, right? Haffenziger versus Greed. I don't know which way it can go. Like, it's really strong fights happening, and it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. And again, as we progress through the tournament, it's going to get closer and closer. We will be back on Wednesday of this coming week in order to play out the final parts of this tournament. We have a sponsor, guys, Icon Digital. I want to give them one more shout out. Make sure you guys optimize your computer, especially as we get into this tournament more and more. If you optimize through icon, your guild has a much higher chance. This is like winners download icon and they use the optimization service. Winners have higher DPS than losers. It's just the truth. You spawn in faster, your computer runs better, you have lower chances of crashing. It's just the better way to go. Small investment on your end, large payoff there. Big shout out to them for sponsoring the tournament. I want to give a shout out to can I get some hearts in the chat, guys, for Lucy, who kept all of our matches running for the first round of this tournament very, very smoothly for everybody. Hearts in the chat for Lucy. Is one of my best and hardworking moderators, and the mods as well that helped keep the tournament moving, the predictions going, the chat moderated, and the chat PvP well within bounds on this one. It looks like we will be back on February 12th and February 13th. To keep in mind, that's my February 12th and my February 13th for round 2s, for the 2 days of round 2. We're extending matches out to the normal 20-minute standard. We had them shortened to 15 minutes with 5 minutes of prep, so 20 minutes total. They will move back to 25 minutes total, 20 minutes with 5 minutes of prep for each guild, into the second round of the tournament here. Big congratulations to everyone that made it through. We hope to see you guys tune in for next week. I want to give one more final shout out to my boy Spid, who helped shoutcast this first round, as Gretton could not be here. Spid, I think you did an amazing job. Can you give yourself a shout out here?
Thank you. I mean, it's been amazing to be here. I mean, you guys can check me out, play Throne of Liberty right now, but I make a bunch of MMORPG content. If you like controversy, you like a bit of smack talk, I mean, I'm the go-to guy. But thank you so much for having me on. It's been a blast. I mean, betting against you guys, having the smack talk back and forth has been absolutely amazing. Thank you so much to Blue Squadron for the tournament, Lucy for hooking me up with all the chats and everything. It's been absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, and I love how everybody in chat, everybody that won in this tournament, at least chat was consistent. Every single team that won in this tournament was accused of scripting. Every single one of them was accused of scripting. So like, as we move into round 2, we're talking about these guilds. They're like, oh, those are cheaters. Those are cheaters. Yeah, Sid Nova, yeah, they're scripting. Yeah, call me daddy, scripters. Elders,
I'm just saying, if you guys got script proof, send it to me. That's content for me, okay? Send it, please. Spid. I'm waiting.
Spid, let's not pretend that you tried to say that a jumping golem jumping was an exploit in one of your recent videos. Come on now.
You know what? I actually went back on it, okay? I think the jumping golem going to Narnia to spawn and summon is an amazing strategy, okay?
Well, now we got the bubble back. Now we have the bubble back into the game, and I don't think that the bubble's a good idea. I think that they should take the bubble away. I think that it should be like a 10 to 15 second bubble, not a 30-second bubble.
I agree. I think the bubble
it should be 10 to 15 seconds. I think it should leave as you cross the threshold. However, I think that the lava golem should be able to break down another gate to get through the second gate. I think that like the one choke is too much. I think
they should add a flying golem. They can just fly right into the throne room.
Okay, buddy. I think that, like, again, I think the lava golem knocking down the second gate is totally fine, but I think that they should add an ability where the lava golem can actually knock over that side gate too, or it can march up there and knock that side gate over as well. Would be really nice.
Actually, that would be really good.
Yeah, so you take away the bubble, but you give the attackers a little bit more of an ability to kind of get,
I think for the bubble, if they're gonna have the bubble, it needs to stop not in the choke when you go into the last platform, right before the throne room. It should stop when you actually enter that platform or the plaza, because when you enter the plaza, you won't get completely shredded as a meat grinder in that chokehold. I think when they reverted it, I actually like it more now than when you actually lost the bubble when you went into that small cave right before the plaza. But if you lose it inside the plaza, I think it could be really good.
Right. I mean, that could be good as well. I'm just hoping that AGS listens to that kind of feedback here. Yesterday, I rated the wrong person. So today, we're going to raid the correct Revik. I'm actually going to click on his stream right here because I felt really bad. I rated the wrong guy. We're going to raid the correct man today. I'm going to copy that. We're going to paste it. Okay, guys, we'll be back next week with the tournament. I'll be back on Sunday streaming again. I believe we have Siege this Sunday, yeah? We do have Siege this Sunday?
Yeah, free win for us. I mean, I don't know about you. I don't know. Do you even play? What was happening, Blue? I don't know. You
The
tell
best
me.
part about Siege for Throne and Liberty is tuning in after the Siege to see the VOD reviews. I will absolutely be here doing VOD reviews on Sunday. We're going to have a great time with it. So I'll be back for that. And then we will also be live again for round 2 of the tournament next week. So make sure you tune in for that. Guys, I have 2 new YouTube videos every single day. One is for Throne and Liberty. One is for Black Desert Online normally. So check those out. I appreciate the subs. I appreciate all of the support that everyone has given me, the donation, the subs, all of the words, the warm words of support. I am constantly trying to push the production level forward to make it look like as professional an event as we can possibly get. You see today we had the picture in picture. Hopefully you guys liked that. If you did like that, give me a comment on the YouTube video and stuff to let me know that that was good. I know that it was a little shaky at the start, but once I got used to it, we kind of got there. I appreciate Spid for everything you did, man. I appreciate everybody's support for the tournament. We'll see you guys next week. Thank you guys. Okay, it's the correct icon this time. He's definitely the right person.
Yeah, we good?
Hold up. Okay,
Did they give me yapping? Hello, you guys. Give me yapping.